Black Against Empire. The History and Politics of the Black Panther Party. Joshua Bloom and Waldo E. Martin, Jr. 2. Hannah, Michaela, Julius, Theodore, Eva, Emila, and Kian. Jetta, Coral, and Kayla. And Che Patrice Lumumba, Daryl, Dasein, Dorian, Erica. Fred Jr., Jamie, Hoju Younghai, Masio, Mai, Malik Kruma. Stigoli, Patrice, Romaine, Tupac, and all the Cubs, here and gone. And young revolutionaries everywhere. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown, that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776, as excerpted in the Black Panther Party's original 10-point program, Black Panther, May 15, 1967. Introduction. The Panthers shut out the pack of zealous reporters and kept the door locked all day, but now the hallway was empty. Huey Newton and two comrades casually walked from the luxury suite down to the lobby and slipped out of the Hong Kong Hilton. Their official escort took them straight across the border, and after a short flight, they exited the plane in Beijing, where they were greeted by cheering throngs. 1. It was late September 1971, and U.S. National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger had just visited China a couple months earlier. The United States was proposing a visit to China by President Nixon himself and looking toward normalization of diplomatic relations. The Chinese leaders held varied views of these prospects and had not yet revealed whether they would accept a visit from Nixon. But the Chinese government had been in frequent communication with the Black Panther Party, had hosted a Panther delegation a year earlier, and had personally invited Huey Newton, the party's leader, to visit. With Nixon attempting to arrange a visit, Newton decided to accept the invitation and beat Nixon to China. 2. When Zhou Enlai, the Chinese premier, greeted Newton in Beijing, Newton took Zhou's right hand between both his own hands. Zhou clasped Newton's wrist with his left hand, and the two men looked deeply into each other's eyes. Newton presented a formal petition requesting that China negotiate with Nixon for the freedom of the oppressed peoples of the world. Then the two sat down for a private meeting. 3 On National Day, the October 1st anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, Premier Zhou honored the Panthers as national guests. Tens of thousands of Chinese gathered in Tiananmen Square, waving red flags and applauding the Panthers. Revolutionary theater groups, folk dancers, acrobats, and the Revolutionary Ballet performed. Huge red banners declared, "Peoples of the world, unite to destroy the American aggressors and their lackeys." For at the official state dinner, First Lady Jiang Qing sat with the Panthers. 5 A New York Times editorial encouraged Nixon to think positively about Communist China and to ignore such potential sources of friction as the honors shown to Black Panther leader Huey Newton. 6. Forbidden History. In Oakland, California, in late 1966, community college students Bobby Seale and Huey Newton took up arms and declared themselves part of a global revolution against American imperialism. Unlike civil rights activists who advocated for full citizenship rights within the United States, their Black Panther Party rejected the legitimacy of the U.S. government. The Panthers saw black communities in the United States as a colony and the police as an occupying army. In a foundational 1967 essay, Newton wrote, "Because black people desire to determine their own destiny, they are constantly inflicted with brutality from the occupying army, embodied in the police department. There is a great similarity between the occupying army in Southeast Asia and the occupation of our communities by the racist police." 7. As late as February 1968, the Black Panther Party was still a small local organization. But that year, everything changed. By December, the party had opened offices in 20 cities, from Los Angeles to New York. In the face of numerous armed conflicts with police and virulent direct repression by the state, young black people embraced the revolutionary vision of the party, and by 1970, the party had opened offices in 68 cities from Winston-Salem to Omaha and Seattle. 8 The Black Panther Party had become the center of a revolutionary movement in the United States. 9. Readers today may have difficulty imagining a revolution in the United States. But in the late 1960s, many thousands of young black people, despite the potentially fatal outcome of their actions, joined the Black Panther Party and dedicated their lives to revolutionary struggle. Many more approved of their efforts. A joint report by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, the Central Intelligence Agency, Defense Intelligence Committee, and National Security Agency expressed grave concern about wide support for the party among young blacks, noting that 43% of blacks under 21 years of age have a great respect for the Black Panther Party. 10 Students for a Democratic Society, the leading anti-war and draft resistance organization, declared the Black Panther Party the vanguard in our common struggles against capitalism and imperialism. 11 FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover famously declared, "The Black Panther Party, without question, represents the greatest threat to the internal security of the country." 12. As the Black Panthers drew young blacks to their revolutionary program, the party became the strongest link between the domestic black liberation struggle and global opponents of American imperialism. The North Vietnamese at war with the United States sent letters home to the families of American prisoners of war, POWs, through the Black Panther Party and discussed releasing POWs in exchange for the release of Panthers from U.S. jails. Cuba offered political asylum to Black Panthers and began developing a military training ground for them. Algeria, then the center of Pan-Africanism and a world hub of anti-imperialism that hosted embassies for most post-colonial governments and independence movements, granted the Panthers national diplomatic status and an embassy building of their own, where the Panthers headquartered their international section under the leadership of Eldridge and Kathleen Cleaver. But by the time of Newton's trip to China, the Black Panther Party had begun to unravel. In the early 1970s, the party rapidly declined. By mid-1972, it was basically a local Oakland community organization once again. An award-winning elementary school and a brief local renaissance in the mid-1970s notwithstanding, the party suffered a long and painful demise, formally closing its last office in 1982. Not since the Civil War almost 150 years ago have so many people taken up arms in revolutionary struggle in the United States. Of course, the number of people who took up arms for the Union and Confederate causes and the number of people killed in the Civil War are orders of magnitude larger than the numbers who have engaged in any armed political struggle in the United States since. Some political organizations that embraced revolutionary ideologies yet eschewed armed confrontation with the state may have garnered larger followings than the Black Panther Party did. But in the general absence of armed revolution in the United States since 1865, The thousands of Black Panthers who dedicated their lives to a political program involving armed resistance to state authority stand alone. Why in the late 1960s, in contrast to the civil rights movement's nonviolent action and demands for African Americans' full participation in U.S. society, and despite severe personal risks, did so many young people dedicate their lives to the Black Panther Party and embrace armed revolution? Why, after a few years of explosive growth, did the party so quickly unravel? And why has no similar movement developed since? Most obvious explanations do not stand up to the evidence. Some believe the party was a creation of the media. But most of the media attention came after the party's rapid spread. Some assert that the party's success was just a product of the times. But many other Black political organizations, some with similar ideologies, sought to mobilize people at the same time, and none succeeded like the Panthers. Others contend that this or that Panther leader was an unrivaled organizer, and that by the force of his or her efforts, the party was able to recruit its vast following. But most of the new recruits to the Black Panthers came to the party asking to join, not the other way around. One common view is that the party collapsed because it could not withstand the government's repression, but the year of greatest repression, 1969, was also the year of the party's greatest growth. 13. While much has been written on aspects of the Black Panther Party, none of the accounts to date have offered a rigorous overarching analysis of the party's evolution and impact. Most writers have looked at a small slice of the party's temporal and geographic scope, providing limited historical context. Party sympathizers are as guilty of such reduction as its detractors are. Commentators reduce the party to its community service programs or to armed confrontation with the police. They claim the Panthers espoused narrowly Marxist or Black nationalist ideology. They maintain that Huey Newton was a genius, or that he was overly philosophical, or that he was a criminal. They say the party's power came from organizing young blacks from the urban ghettos, or that its influence stemmed from its ability to draw broad support from a range of allies. To some people, the party was a locus of cutting-edge debate on gender politics, and they applaud its embrace of women's and gay liberation. To others, it was sexist and patriarchal. Occasionally, commentators have even suggested that the Black Panther Party was all of these things. But no one has made sense of the relationship among the parts, situated the varying practices of the party in time and place, and adequately traced the evolution of the party's politics. As Pulitzer Prize-winning historian David Garrow recently pointed out in an extensive review of historical works on the Panthers, no one has yet offered a serious analysis of how the political practices of the Black Panther Party changed during its history, or why people were drawn to participate at each juncture of its evolution. Panther scholarship, Garrow observes, would benefit immensely from a detailed and comprehensive narrative history that gives special care to how rapidly the Black Panther Party evolved through a succession of extremely fundamental changes. Far too much of what has been written about the party fails to specify expressly which period of Panther history is being addressed or characterized, and interpretive clarity and accuracy will benefit greatly from a far more explicit appreciation and identification of the major turning points in the Black Panther Party's eventually tragic evolution. 14. Writing in the New York Times in 1994, sociologist Robert Blauner commented, "Because of the political minefields, the complex and textured social history that the Panthers deserve has not yet been written, and maybe 10 or 15 years in the future, 15 more than 40 years have passed since the heyday of the Black Panther Party, and almost 20 years have passed since Blauner's writing, but to date, despite comment by a diversity of writers, no one has presented an adequate or comprehensive history." 16. As a popular adage suggests, history is written by the victors. 17. Writing a history that transcends preconceptions is challenging. It takes time and perspective and endless sifting through often contradictory evidence to test competing explanations and weigh the importance of divergent forces. But the lack of an overarching history of the Panthers and their politics, despite the abundance of writing on various aspects of the party, is unusual. We suspect that the long absence of an adequate history is due, in part, to the character of state repression of the party. aimed specifically at vilifying the Black Panther Party. State repression powerfully shaped public understandings and blurred the outlines of the history. The federal government and local police forces across the nation responded to the Panthers with an unparalleled campaign of repression and vilification. They fed defamatory stories to the press. They wiretapped Panther offices around the country. They hired dozens of informants to infiltrate Panther chapters. Often, they put aside all pretense and simply raided Panther establishments, guns blazing. In one case, in Chicago in December 1969, equipped with an informant's map of the apartment, police and federal agents assassinated a prominent Panther leader in his bed while he slept, shooting him in the head at point-blank range. 18. In attacking the Black Panthers as enemies of the state, federal agents sought to repress not just the party as an organization but the political possibility it represented. The FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, sought to vilify the Black Panthers and prevent the party and similar black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability by discrediting them. 19. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover emphasized time and again, in different ways, that one of our primary aims in counterintelligence as it concerns the BPP is to keep this group isolated from the moderate black and white community which may support it. 20 Federal agents sought to create factionalism among party leaders and between the Panthers and other black political organizations. 21 FBI operatives forged documents and paid provocateurs to promote violent conflicts between Black Panther leaders, as well as between the party and other black nationalist organizations, and congratulated themselves when these conflicts yielded the killing of Panthers. And COINTELPRO sought to lead the party into unsupportable action, creating opposition to the BPP on the part of the majority of the residents of the ghetto areas. 22 For example, agent provocateurs on the government payroll supplied explosives to Panther members and sought to incite them to blow up public buildings, and they promoted kangaroo courts encouraging Panther members to torture suspected informants. 23. One school of commentators simply took up Hoover's program of vilification, portraying the party as criminals and obscuring and minimizing its politics. In an influential article in 1978, Kate Coleman and Paul Avery made a series of allegations about personal misdeeds and criminal actions by Panthers in the 1970s, after the party had lost influence as a national and international political organization. Black Panthers have committed a series of violent crimes over the last several years. There appears to be no political explanation for it. The party is no longer under siege by the police, and this is not self-defense. It seems to be nothing but senseless criminality, directed in most cases at other blacks. 24. David Horowitz wrote a series of essays in 1994 building on these allegations, treating them as the totality of what was important or interesting about the Panthers and describing the Black Panthers as an organized street gang. 25 Hugh Pearson, in consultation with Horowitz, then wrote The Shadow of the Panther, a full-length book version of the story Horowitz had developed, telling the history of the Black Panther Party through the alleged crimes and personal misdeeds of Huey Newton. 26 The major newspapers celebrated the book as a respectable history of the party and its politics. The New York Times called the book a richly detailed portrait of a movement and named it one of its notable books of the year 1994. 27. The storm of criminal allegations touted as movement history effectively advanced J. Edgar Hoover's program of vilifying the party and shrouding its politics. While many of the criminal allegations that Horowitz and his colleagues made about Huey Newton and other Panther leaders were thinly supported and almost none were verified in court, these treatments also omit and obscure the thousands of people who dedicated their lives to the Panther Revolution, their reasons for doing so, and the political dynamics of their participation, their actions, and the consequences. Hoover's program aimed to drive a wedge between the party and its non-black allies. Today, the popular misconception persists that the Black Panther Party was separatist, or anti-white. Many current internet postings mischaracterize the party in this way. 28 In fact, the party was deeply anti-racist and strongly committed to interracial coalitions. Even some newspapers got the basic story wrong, such as the Providence Journal Bulletin, whose editorial board characterized the party as an organization based on racial hostility. A mirror image of the Ku Klux Klan. 29 Such misconceptions have also taken root among some of today's young activists seeking to emulate the historical example of the Black Panthers, such as the so-called New Black Panther Party, darling of Fox News, which while claiming to carry on the legacy of the original Black Panthers, preaches separatism and racial hate. Another influential line of attack the argument that the Panthers primarily advanced black macho rather than a broader liberation politics has also done more to obscure than to illuminate the history of the party. Michelle Wallace first popularized this argument in her influential 1978 book Black Macho and the Myth of Superwoman, in which she denigrates the role of Angela Davis and other revolutionary black women as do-it-for-your-man selfless subservience to misogyny in the name of black liberation. 30 As June Jordan commented in a 1979 review, Black Macho is a divisive, fractious tract devoid of hope and dream, devoid even of competent scholarship for the subject so glibly undertaken. 31 Yet the argument gained traction, perhaps in part because it built upon a kernel of truth. Stewarding a predominantly male organization in the beginning, some Black Panthers indeed asserted an aggressive black masculinity. But by misrepresenting this black masculinism as the totality of the party's politics, Wallace and her ilk distorted and defamed the party. They erased the women who soon constituted a majority of the Panther membership and devalued the considerable struggles Panther women and men undertook to advance gender and sexual liberation within and through the party, often progressing well in advance of the wider society. If J. Edgar Hoover were alive today, he would undoubtedly take great pride in the persistence of the factionalism he sought to create among the Panthers. Fights that erupted between Panther factions as the party lost its national and international political influence in the 1970s have long outlived the organization. Decades later, former Black Panther leaders continue to condemn each other virulently in public. These disputes distract from the politics of the Black Panthers in their heyday and sustain the party's public vilification. But in recent decades, the history of the Black Panther Party has proven irrepressible. Memoirs by former Black Panthers, as well as scholarly books, edited collections, articles, doctoral dissertations, and master's theses, have chipped away at public fallacies, clearing obscurity, and uncovering the history of the party piece by piece. Memoirs by, and biographies of, Black Panther activists who served in various parts of the country, and some who were national leaders including David Hilliard, Elbert Big Man Howard, Assata Shakur, Geronimo Pratt, Elaine Brown, Saifi Yabukari, Stokely Carmichael, Marshall Eddie Conway, Flores Forbes, Evans Hopkins, Mumia Abu-Jamal, Steve McCutcheon, Robert Hillary King, Huey P. Newton, Afeni Shakur, and Johnny Spain provide personal perspectives and rich accounts of life in the party. Edited collections by Kathleen Cleaver and George Kachafikas, Judson Jeffries, Charles Jones, Yahira Williams, and Jamal Azaro, and countless journal articles, fill out the story of local chapters in cities across the country and develop thematic insights across them. Books on the Panthers by Paul Alkbulin, Curtis Austin, Christian Davenport, Donna Murch, Jane Rhodes, as well as more general recent books that contain significant discussions of the Panthers, build analytic perspective. 32 A new generation of scholars has provided rigorous treatments of myriad facets of the party's history, producing the extraordinary number of 90 dissertations and master's theses, most written in the last decade analyzing specific aspects of the party's history, such as the sickle cell anemia programs, the multiracial alliances of the Chicago Panthers, or the artwork of Black Panther Minister of Culture Emory Douglas. 33. These previous treatments are invaluable, and the depth of our analysis is much richer for them. But despite the strength of many of these contributions, none has presented a complete picture of the Black Panther Party, or an adequate analysis of its politics. Pinning down history is always complex. The vociferous efforts of the federal government to vilify the Panthers, and the legacy of factional dispute, made the history of the Black Panther Party nearly impenetrable. How we wrote this book. What is unique and historically important about the Black Panther Party is specifically its politics. So in seeking to uncover the history of the Black Panther Party, we have sought to analyze the party's political history. In an early proposal for the book in 2000, we elaborated a method of strategic genealogy to conduct this analysis. Rather than center our analysis on particular individuals or on dissection of the party's organization, we uncovered the political dynamics of the party by studying the evolution of its political practices. 34. We could not have written this book without the insight we gained talking with former Panthers, especially David Hilliard, former Black Panther Chief of Staff, and Kathleen Cleaver, former Black Panther Communications Secretary. We also benefited from getting to know almost all of the other living former leaders of the Black Panther Party, and together with our students, we spoke with many regional leaders, rank-and-file members of the party, and important party allies, including Bobby Seale, Elaine Brown, Erica Huggins, Angela Davis, Emory Douglas, Billy X. Jennings, Mumia Abu-Jamal, Geronimo G. Jaga, Pratt, Richard Aoki, Kumasi Aguila, Alex Papillon, Melvin Newton, John Seale, Tom Hayden, and dozens of others. The hundreds of hours we spent talking about the party and working with former members on related historical projects provided invaluable insight into life inside the party and the crucial concerns of the leadership at various junctures. When we began the project in the late 1990s, we conducted formal interviews with Bobby Seale and a range of others, expecting that these conversations would be the main source of data for the project. But the more interviews we conducted, the clearer the limits of that medium became. Retrospective accounts decades after the fact with memories shaped by intervening events, interests, and hearsay are highly contradictory. So although we did rely extensively on conversations with historical actors to test our analysis and push our understanding, we have avoided using retrospective interviews as a principal source of evidence, preferring to consult documentary or recorded evidence that was temporally proximate to the events. In the end, what made it possible to uncover this history was a vast wealth of primary sources, including many thousands of first-hand accounts of historical events offered by participants shortly after they occurred. We conducted much of the research through the Social Movements Project at the Institute for the Study of Social Change at the University of California, Berkeley, which we co-direct from 2000 to 2005. We benefited greatly from the assistance of dozens of graduate and undergraduate research assistants. Several of our graduate research assistants and advisees have gone on to complete dissertations and publish their own books on aspects of the party history, see our acknowledgements. We early consulted the range of primary sources on the party already available in archives at Stanford University, the University of California, Berkeley, Howard University, the University of Wisconsin, Madison, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, the New Haven Museum and Historical Society, and the Oakland Public Library, in articles in the Black Press, Underground Press, and Mainstream Press, and in government documents. In addition, we developed 2 new archival sources in the course of producing this book. In our first major archival project, we assembled the only near-complete collection of the party's own newspaper, the Black Panther. This collection includes every issue published during the party's heyday from 1967 to 1971, and 520 of the 537 issues published overall. Chock full of party members' first-hand accounts of unfolding events and programmatic statements by party leaders, the Black Panther offers the most comprehensive documentation of the ideas, actions, and projections of the party day to day, week to week. Under our editorial direction, the Alexander Street Press digitized this collection, made the text searchable, and published the documents online as part of its Black Thought and Culture collection, in collaboration with Huey Newton's widow, Frederica Newton, and the Huey P. Newton Foundation. 35. In our second major archival project, we collaborated with the H.K. Yoon family to recover, preserve, and index a good portion of the H.K. Yoon collection, which contains thousands of flyers and pamphlets and over 30,000 hours of audio recordings on the Panthers and other social movements in the Bay Area from the 1960s and 1970s. As a doctoral student at Berkeley, in 1964, H.K. Yoon began collecting every movement flyer and pamphlet circulated on the Berkeley campus, and he recorded every meeting and rally in the Bay Area that he could. Yoon dropped out of school and made a career of this collection for almost 2 decades. He also set up an apparatus to record almost all shows about social movements broadcast on Bay Area radio stations. Working with his son, Eddie Yoon, we recovered this extensive collection from boxes overflowing the Yoon family basement and then preserved and indexed the contents and facilitated donation of the collection, which auditors value at several $1 million, to the Bancroft Library at the University of California, Berkeley. This collaborative work thus resulted from a series of joint scholarly projects led by Bloom. As first author, Bloom did the lion's share of the research, writing, and analysis. As co-author, Martin contributed substantially to the research, writing, and analysis. In the end, each author contributed crucially to all phases of the making of this book. Black Against Empire. Civil rights activists nonviolently defied Jim Crow, demanding full citizenship rights. Their insurgent civil rights movement of the early 1960s dismantled legal segregation and expanded black enfranchisement in the United States. The 1964 Civil Rights Act and 1965 Voting Rights Act codified their inspiring victories. But once there was little legal segregation left to defy, the insurgent civil rights movement fell apart. 36. In the late 1960s, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and Congress of Racial Equality, 2 organizations that led much of the nonviolent civil disobedience, imploded. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference declined. But the broader vision of black liberation that had motivated civil rights activists remained salient. Many black people, having won a measure of political incorporation, organized to win electoral political power. Many sought economic advancement. Moderate civil rights organizations, such as the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the Urban League, turned their attention to the hard work of civil rights enforcement. Countless activists continued to chip away at racial discrimination in jobs, education, and housing. For many blacks, the civil rights movement's victories proved limited, even illusory. Especially for young urban blacks in the North and West, little improved. The wartime jobs that drew the black migration had ended, much remaining industry fled to the suburbs along with white residents, and many blacks lived isolated in poor urban ghettos with little access to decent employment or higher education and with minimal political influence. Municipal police and fire departments in cities with large black populations employed few if any blacks. And many cities developed containment policing practices designed to isolate violence in black ghettos rather than to keep ghetto residents safe. Although black people were formally full citizens, most remained ghettoized, impoverished, and politically subordinated, with few channels for redress. Starting in 1966, young blacks in cities across the country took up the call for black power. The black power ferment posed a question: how would black people in America win not only formal citizenship rights but actual economic and political power? Dozens of organizations sprang up seeking to attain black power in different ways. More a question than an answer, black power meant widely different things to different people. Despite the belief among many young blacks that their mobilization as black people was the key, no one knew how to mobilize effectively. 37. Into this vacuum, Huey Newton and Bobby Seale advanced a black anti-imperialist politics that powerfully challenged the status quo yet was difficult to repress. Drawing on the nationalist ideas of Malcolm X, Newton and Seale declared the Black Panther Party steward of the black community, its legitimate political representative standing in revolutionary opposition to the oppressive power structure. But unlike many black nationalists, the Panthers made common cause with the domestic anti-war movement and anti-imperialist movements abroad. The Panthers argued that black people constituted a colony in the mother country. With an unpopular imperial war underway in Vietnam, popular anti-imperialist movements agitating internationally, and a crisis of legitimacy brewing in the Democratic Party, they posited a single worldwide struggle against imperialism encompassing Vietnamese resistance against the United States, draft resistance against military service, and their own struggle to liberate the black community. In the face of brutal repression, the Black Panther Party forged powerful alliances, drawing widespread support not only from moderate blacks but also from many non-blacks, as well as from anti-imperialist governments and movements around the globe. The Black Panthers' crucial political innovation was not only ideational but practical. At the center of their politics was the practice of armed self-defense against the police. While revolutionary ideas could be easily ignored, widespread confrontations between young armed black people and the police could not. The Panthers' politics of armed self-defense gave them political leverage, forcibly contesting the legitimacy of the American political regime. In late 1968, Bobby Seale and David Hilliard shifted the party's focus to organizing community programs such as free breakfasts for children. In 1969, every Panther chapter organized community services, and these programs soon became the staple activity for party members nationwide. By that summer, the party estimated it was feeding 10,000 children free breakfast every day. The Black Panther Party's community programs gave members meaningful daily activities, strengthened black community support, burnished party credibility in the eyes of allies, and vividly exposed the inadequacy of the federal government's concurrent war on poverty. Community programs concretely advanced the politics the Panthers stood for. They were feeding hungry children when the vastly wealthier and more powerful U.S. government was allowing children to starve. The more the state sought to repress the Panthers, the more the party's allies mobilized in its defense. The Black Panther Party quickly became a major national and international political force. Individuals created the Black Panther Party. Without their specific efforts and actions, the party would not have come about, and there is little reason to believe that a powerful black anti-imperialist movement would have developed in the late 1960s. Yet the Black Panther Party was also specific to its times. The times did not make the Black Panther Party, but the specific practices of the Black Panthers became influential precisely because of the political context. Without the success of the insurgent civil rights movement, and without its limitations, the Black Power ferment from which the Black Panther Party emerged would not have existed. Without widespread exclusion of black people from political representation, good jobs, government employment, quality education, and the middle class, most black people would have opposed the Panthers' politics. Without the Vietnam War draft and the crisis of legitimacy in the Democratic Party, few non-black allies would have mobilized resistance to state repression of the party. Without powerful anti-imperialist allies abroad, the Panthers would have been deprived of both resources and credibility. It was not simply what the Black Panthers did but what they did in the conditions in which they found themselves that proved so consequential. They created a movement with the power to challenge established social relations and yet given the political context very difficult to repress. Once the Black Panther Party developed, until the conditions under which it thrived abated, some form of revolutionary anti-imperialism would necessarily persist. Had government hiring and university enrollment remained inaccessible to blacks, had black electoral representation not expanded, had affirmative action programs never proliferated, had the military draft not been scaled back and then repealed, and had revolutionary governments abroad not normalized relations with the United States, revolutionary black anti-imperialism would still be a powerful force in the United States today. While the Black Panther Party might have been repressible as an organization, the politics the Panthers created were irrepressible so long as the conditions in which they thrived persisted. From 1968 through 1970, the Black Panther Party made it impossible for the U.S. government to maintain business as usual, and it helped create a far-reaching crisis in U.S. society. The state responded to the destabilizing crisis with social concessions such as municipal hiring of blacks and the repeal of the military draft. Because history is so complex, we cannot isolate all influences and precisely predict what would have happened if Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and many others had not created the Black Panther Party. But we do know that without the Black Panther Party, we would now live in a very different world. The parts of this book analyze in turn the major phases of the political development of the Black Panther Party. Part 1, Organizing Rage, analyzes the period through May of 1967, tracing the party's development of its ideology of black anti-imperialism and its preliminary tactic of policing the police. Part 2, Baptism in Blood, analyzes the party's rise to national influence through 1968, during which time it reinvented the politics of armed self-defense, championed black community self-determination, and promoted armed resistance to the state. Part 3, Resilience, and Part 4, Revolution Has Come, analyze the period through 1969 and 1970 when the party was at the height of its power, proliferating community service programs and continuing to expand armed resistance in the face of the state's intensified repression. We unpack the dynamics of repression and response in three cities: Los Angeles, Chicago, and New Haven, showing how the Panthers attracted support from multiracial allies at home and from revolutionary movements and governments abroad, and explaining why Black Panther insurgent practices were irrepressible. Part 5, Concessions and Unraveling, analyzes the demise of the Black Panther Party in the 1970s, showing how state concessions and broad political transformations undercut the party's resilience. During this period, the Black Panthers divided along ideological lines, with neither side able to sustain the politics that had driven the party's development. The concluding chapter sums up our findings and explores their implications for three broader contemporary debates about the history of the Black liberation struggle and about social movements generally. Finally, we consider the history of the Black Panther Party in light of Antonio Gramsci's theory of revolution, illuminating the political dynamics by which social movements become revolutionary and explaining why there is no revolutionary movement in the United States today. Part 1. Organizing Rage. This is the genius of Huey Newton, of being able to tap this vast reservoir of revolutionary potential. I mean, street niggers, you dig it? Niggers who been bad, niggers who weren't scared, because they ain't never knew what to be scared was, because they been down in these ghettos and they knew to live they had to fight, and so they been able to do that. But I mean to really tap it, to organize it, and to direct it into an onslaught, a sortie against the power structure. This is the genius of Huey Newton, this is what Huey Newton did. Huey Newton was able to go down, and to take the nigger on the street and relate to him, understand what was going on inside of him, what he was thinking, and then implement that into an organization, into a program and a platform, you dig it? Into the Black Panther Party, and then let it spread like wildfire across this country. Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, leader of the Slauson Gang and founder of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panther Party. 1. Huey and Bobby. On February 17, 1942, in Monroe, Louisiana, Huey P. Newton was born, the seventh and youngest child of Walter and Armelia Newton. Walter Newton was a paragon of responsibility. He held down 2 jobs at any given time, working in the gravel pit, the carbon plant, sugarcane mills, sawmills, and eventually as a brakeman for the Union Sawmill Company. On Sundays, he served as the minister at the Bethel Baptist Church in Monroe, where he and his family lived. He preached as the Spirit moved him, often promising to address his parishioners on a particular topic, then improvising an inspirational sermon salient to the moment. The rest of the time he spent with his family, the joy and purpose of his life. 1. Armelia Johnson liked to say that she married young and finished growing up with her children. She was only 17 when she gave birth to her first child. The others soon followed. Unlike most black women in the South in the 1930s and 1940s, Armelia stayed at home, raising her children, seeing them through life's challenges, and relishing life's humor. 2. The Newton family saw Armelia's not working as a domestic servant for whites as an act of rebellion. Walter Newton often used to say, "You can take a killing but you can't take a beating." On one occasion, Walter Newton got into an argument with a younger white man for whom he worked about a detail of the job. The white man told him that when a colored disputed his word, he whipped him. Walter Newton replied that no man whipped him unless he was a better man, and he doubted that the white man qualified. The man was shocked at this uncharacteristic response and backed down. Point 3. This was just one of many times that Walter Newton defied whites in ways that often got blacks in the South lynched. He developed a reputation for being crazy, so whites steered clear of him, gaining him powerful respect among blacks. Newton's ability to challenge whites and stay alive is something of a mystery. One factor, according to Huey Newton, may have been his mixed race. Walter Newton's father was a white man who had raped his black mother. Thus, local whites knew his father, cousins, aunts, and blood relatives, and while they might not have hesitated to kill a black person, they may have been reluctant to shed his white family's blood. Point 4. The Newtons moved to Oakland in 1945, following the path of many black families migrating from the South to the cities of the North and West to fill the jobs in the shipyards and industries that opened up with the onset of World War II. When the war ended, many blacks were laid off as wartime industry waned, and soldiers returning from the war created a labor surplus. Both new and expanded black communities in cities across the country rapidly sank into poverty. While the Newtons were better off than many of the black families they knew, they were poor, with 7 children to feed, and often ate kush, a dish made of fried cornbread, several times a day. Making payments on the family's bills became Walter Newton's constant preoccupation. The Newton family was on the edge, and Huey looked to his older brothers for survival strategies. Each coped with ghetto life in a different way. Walter Newton Jr., the oldest, became a hustler, working outside legal channels to keep poverty at bay. He always dressed sharp, and he drove a nice car. Everyone in the neighborhood called him Sonny Man. Lee Edward gained a reputation as a street fighter before joining the military. He knew how to persist in the face of bad odds, always to look an adversary straight in the eye, and to keep moving forward. 5. Melvin Newton took a different path. He became a bookworm, went to college, and eventually taught sociology at Oakland's Merritt College. Huey P. Newton became all of these things: hustler, fighter, and scholar. From his oldest brothers, Lee Edward and Sonny Man, he mastered the ways of the street and learned how to fight. Through his teen years, Huey fought constantly. Point 6. Unlike Melvin, Huey was not a bookworm. For years he rebelled at school. By the time he entered the 11th grade, he still could not read, and his teachers often told him he was unintelligent. But outside of school, he had been learning how to think. With Melvin, he memorized and analyzed poetry. When a counselor in his high school told him he was not college material, Huey decided to prove him wrong. Over the next 2 years, through intense focus and will, he taught himself to read, graduated high school, and in 1959, enrolled in Merritt College. Point 7. By the time Huey Newton became involved in the Afro-American Association at Merritt, he could debate theory as well as any of his peers. Yet he had a side that most of the budding intellectuals around him lacked: he knew the street. He could understand and relate to the plight of the swelling ranks of unemployed, the brothers on the block who lived outside the law. Newton's street knowledge helped put him through college, as he covered his bills through theft and fraud. But when Newton was caught, he used his book knowledge to study the law and defend himself in court, impressing the jury and defeating several misdemeanor charges. In 1962, at a rally at Merritt College opposing the U.S. blockade of Cuba, Newton's political life took a leap forward. There, he met fellow student Bobby Seale, with whom he would eventually found the Black Panther Party. The rally featured Donald Worden, leader of the Afro-American Association. Worden praised Cuba's Fidel Castro and voiced opposition to domestic civil rights organizations. After the speeches, an informal debate began among the students, during which Newton convinced Seale that the U.S. policy in Cuba was wrong and also made him question mainstream civil rights organizations. Newton impressed Seale with his command of the argument presented by E. Franklin Frazier in Black Bourgeoisie, a scathing critique of the black middle class that he had read with Worden. Seale soon joined Worden's group. Point 8. More than 5 years older than Newton, Bobby Seale was born in Dallas, Texas, on October 22, 1936, the oldest of 3 siblings, and raised in Oakland. 9 His father worked as a carpenter, and his mother also worked, sometimes as a caterer. Besides teaching Bobby how to build things and how to hunt and fish, Bobby's father also taught him about injustice, often beating him badly for no apparent reason. The arbitrary beatings filled Bobby with a rage for which he had few outlets. They also meant he had little to fear from fights, he had already tasted the worst. Rather than become a bully himself, from an early age, Bobby started to stand up for the little guy. When his family first moved to Oakland, a local bully pushed his little sister Betty off the swing. Despite being outnumbered in new territory, Bobby knocked the bully out of the swing and then told all the kids they could share the swing. 10 Bobby had a penchant for taking on bullies, even when he had little hope of winning, once challenging a neighborhood kid twice his size who was cheating the smaller kids in marbles, and was often beaten to the ground. 11 When he was 15, Bobby became close to a loner named Steve Brumfield. Steve told Bobby that the white man had stolen the land from the American Indians. The two of them escaped the pettiness and injustices at school and home by emulating Lakota warriors, running through the Berkeley Hills for hours every day, dressed in moccasins and beads, and fighting each other for sport. Bobby used metal working skills he learned in a vocational program at Berkeley High School to make large knives and tomahawks that the two carried wherever they went. When they were not practicing fighting, they climbed trees and dreamed of moving to South Dakota, marrying American Indian women, and living off the land. Bobby had never felt happier. He quickly became fast and strong, and soon the bullies tried to stay out of his way. 12 But after high school, Steve joined the military and Bobby, lonely once again, drifted from city to city, job to job, and woman to woman. When things got hard, he ended up back at home with his parents. No longer willing to be pushed around by his father and now perfectly able to defend himself, he joined the U.S. Air Force. While further developing his metalworking skills and mastering the use of firearms, he learned to contain and channel his rage, turning his explosive temper into cold calculation. When 3 soldiers refused to pay back a debt and threatened to beat Bobby if he mentioned the matter again, he suppressed his instinct to fight and bade his time. Later that week, Bobby attacked the main perpetrator when his defenses were down, nearly killing him with a pipe. 13 Huey and Bobby both had their first serious political experiences with Donald Worden in the Afro-American Association. Worden had founded the All-Black Study Group while he was a student at Bold Law School at the University of California, Berkeley, creating a space for in-depth discussion of books by black authors such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Ralph Ellison, Booker T. Washington, and James Baldwin. Worden asserted a black nationalist perspective inspired by Malcolm X, emphasizing racial pride and embracing a transcontinental black identity rooted in Africa. Worden believed in the virtues of black capitalism, arguing that black people must develop our own planned businesses where efficiency, thrift, and sacrifice are stressed. Feisty and charismatic, Worden challenged students and professors alike, debated groups such as the Young Socialist Alliance, and gave public lectures on black history and culture. Willing to debate anyone, Worden made a strong impression on fellow students, and became an important intellectual influence on many of the future leaders of the Black Liberation Movement. 14 In addition to Newton and Seal, association members included Leslie and Jim Lacey, Cedric Robinson, Richard Thorne, Ernest Allen, and Ron Everett, who later changed his name to Ron Karenga, founded the Black Cultural Nationalist Organization US, and created the holiday Kwanzaa. Worden also became a mentor to James Brown in 1964, and through him, helped influence the politicization of soul music. 15 The Afro-American Association produced local radio shows debating the concerns of Black America, regularly mobilized street corner rallies preaching racial consciousness to unemployed blacks, and sponsored conferences entitled Mind of the Ghetto. At a September 1963 conference at McClemens High School in Oakland, Cassius Clay, the future heavyweight boxing champion who would change his name to Muhammad Ali and have his title stripped for resisting the draft, was the featured speaker. 16 But Newton was a man of action, and he grew dissatisfied with Warden's teaching. Newton felt that Warden was heavy on the talk but ultimately could not be counted on. In Newton's view, Warden offered the community solutions that solved nothing, and he also doubted that much could be accomplished through black capitalism. Soon he split from Warden in search of a new path. 17. Rage. When Malcolm X was assassinated on February 21, 1965, Bobby's rage overflowed. He gathered 6 bricks from his mother's garden, broke them in half, and stood in wait at the corner, hurling bricks at the cars of any whites he saw passing by. "I'll make my own self into a motherfucking Malcolm X," he swore, "and if they want to kill me, they'll have to kill me." 18. By then the civil rights juggernaut had run its course. Throughout the early 1960s, in campaign after campaign, the civil rights movement successfully tore down the Jim Crow system of legal segregation. Activists crossed the color line with their bodies, drawing brutal repression from local white authorities and forcing the federal government to intervene politically, legally, and militarily. But by the summer of 1964, the limits of civil rights political practice were becoming clear, particularly at the Democratic Convention in Atlantic City. As late as 1964, the Democratic Party in Mississippi excluded blacks, all too often doling out violence or death to blacks who attempted to register to vote. In the Freedom Summer campaign that year, leading civil rights organizations developed a parallel political party, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, MFDP, that included blacks as well as non-blacks and began registering blacks to vote. 3 of the Freedom Summer activists, James Chaney, Michael Schwerner, and Andrew Goodman, were kidnapped, mutilated, and killed. Undaunted, the campaign continued. The MFDP held a state convention in Jackson in early August and selected 68 delegates to attend the upcoming Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey. 19. President Johnson was determined to maintain white Southern support and work to undermine the MFDP. On August 12, Mississippi's Democratic Governor, Paul B. Johnson, told the all-white Dixiecrat delegation that President Johnson had personally promised him not to seat the MFDP. The president refused to discuss the MFDP with civil rights leaders and instructed FBI Director Hoover to monitor the renegade party closely and provide regular updates on its activities to the White House. It became clear by the start of the convention that the MFDP would not win outright support in the Credentials Committee to seat its delegation in Atlantic City. But MFDP leaders hoped that a strong minority report from the committee would bring the issue to an open vote on the floor and that, under the pressure of public scrutiny, convention delegates would at least vote to seat both delegations. On August 22, after intensive one-on-one lobbying of the state delegations, the MFDP presented its case to the Credentials Committee. Fannie Lou Hamer's testimony about the consequences of her efforts with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, to register Mississippi blacks' vote, in which she described how she was fired from her job and beaten in jail by black prisoners under orders of the police, caught the nation's attention. "The first Negro began to beat, and I was beaten till I was exhausted. After the first Negro was exhausted, the state highway patrolman ordered the second Negro to take the blackjack. The second Negro began to beat. I began to scream, and one white man got up and began to beat me on my head and tell me to hush. One white man, my dress had worked up high, he walked over and pulled my dress down, and he pulled my dress back up. All of this is on account we want to register, to become first-class citizens, and if the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America." 20. The television audience responded almost instantly. Phones started to ring, and the delegates began receiving telegrams urging them to support the MFDP. Quickly, President Johnson called a press conference, and Hamer's testimony was cut off so that the president's statement could be broadcast. Behind the scenes, the president's staff twisted the arms of Credentials Committee members while soon-to-be Vice President Hubert Humphrey called a meeting at the Pageant Motel across the street from the convention with Fannie Lou Hamer, Bob Moses, and the other MFDP leaders to discuss a compromise. Humphrey told them that the MFDP delegation would not be seated but that educated professionals from the delegation, Aaron Henry of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and white minister Ed King would be given seats alongside the official all-white Mississippi delegation. Ms. Hamer would not be part of any official delegation. The president will not allow that illiterate woman to speak from the floor of the convention, said Humphrey. 21. The MFDP had not been consulted in the compromise offer, and the delegates rejected the proposal on the spot. Then someone knocked on the meeting room door and announced, "It's over." The MFDP leaders turned on the TV to see Minnesota Attorney General Walter Mondale, head of the Democratic Party committee appointed to resolve the MFDP challenge, announcing that the MFDP had accepted the compromise. Apparently, the Democratic Party leadership had timed the introduction of the issue on the convention floor to coincide with the MFDP leaders meeting with Humphrey across the street so that the leaders could not voice any opposition. Feeling deeply betrayed, SNCC and MFDP leader Bob Moses stormed out of the room, slamming the door in Hubert Humphrey's face. 22. Civil rights mobilization played a central role in defeating legal segregation, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 enfranchised Southern blacks. But for blacks outside the South, neither generated political gains or significant economic concessions. Even in its heyday in the early 1960s, the civil rights movement never significantly challenged de facto or customary economic and political exclusion in the black ghettos of the North and West. As de jure, or legal, segregation was defeated in the South, economic and political empowerment lagged, civil rights strategies lost their punch, and black activists across the country looked for other solutions. Many, including Newton and Seal, turned to Malcolm X. In December 1964, after the Atlantic City Convention, Malcolm X spoke at the Williams Institutional CME Church in Harlem on the same stage with Fannie Lou Hamer. In sharp contrast to the nonviolent tactics of the civil rights movement, Malcolm X suggested that black activists take up the revolutionary activities of the anti-colonial Mau Mau rebels in Kenya. In my opinion, not only in Mississippi and Alabama, but right here in New York City, you and I can best learn how to get real freedom by studying how Kenyatta brought it to his people in Kenya, and how Odinga helped him, and the excellent job that was done by the Mau Mau freedom fighters. In fact, that's what we need in Mississippi. In Mississippi we need a Mau Mau. In Alabama we need a Mau Mau. In Georgia we need a Mau Mau. Right here in Harlem, in New York City, we need a Mau Mau. We need a Mau Mau. If they don't want to deal with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, then we'll give them something else to deal with. If they don't want to deal with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, then we have to give them an alternative. 23. Malcolm X developed a form of revolutionary black nationalism as a minister in the Nation of Islam, NOI. Maintaining a central focus on a black nationalist identity as advocated by the NOI, he came to see black liberation as part of the global struggle against Western imperialism, a stance that posed a challenge not only to the integrationist politics of the civil rights movement but also to the NOI's tradition of abstaining from political controversy. Uncle Sam's hands are dripping with blood, dripping with the blood of the black man in this country. He's the Earth's #1 hypocrite. He has the audacity, yes, he has imagined him posing as the leader of the free world. The free world, and you over here singing "We shall overcome." Expand the civil rights struggle to the level of human rights, take it into the United Nations, where our African brothers can throw their weight on our side, where our Latin American brothers can throw their weight on our side, and where 800 million Chin-A men are sitting there waiting to throw their weight on our side. 24. When he continued to strike this tone in public statements, becoming increasingly politically outspoken and controversial, his mentor Elijah Muhammad expelled Malcolm X from the NOI. Malcolm X's words resonated with many young blacks, especially those in the ghettos who had not seen the civil rights movement bring any noticeable change in their condition. He also spoke to the activists who felt betrayed by President Johnson and the federal government and were sick of turning the other cheek, And now you're facing a situation where the young Negroes coming up, Malcolm X declared. They don't want to hear that turn the other cheek stuff, no. There's a new deal coming. There's new thinking coming in. There's new strategy coming in. It'll be Molotov cocktails this month, hand grenades next month, and something else next month. It'll be ballots, or it'll be bullets. It'll be liberty, or it will be death. The only difference about this kind of death, it'll be reciprocal. 25. In the 1960s, most black families like the Newtons and the Seals faced the peril of poverty. After migrating to the cities of the North and West to meet the demand for wartime jobs, thousands of black workers were left empty-handed when the war ended and the jobs evaporated. Many of the jobs that did remain followed whites fleeing to the suburbs, leaving sprawling black ghettos in their wake. Living in substandard housing and subjected to inferior and overcrowded schools, blacks were largely denied their rightful share of political power and economic opportunity. As unemployment increased, so did crime, and white urban politicians responded with strategies of containment, beefing up police patrols and attacking crime through force. While President Johnson's Civil Rights Act and the supposed redress of black grievances were widely touted as success stories, the poverty, political exclusion, police brutality, and desperation of ghetto life had only intensified. As a result, many young urban blacks rejected civil rights politics as ineffectual and were drawn to the revolutionary nationalism of Malcolm X. When Malcolm X was gunned down in the Audubon Ballroom in Harlem in February 1965, he came to symbolize the struggle for black liberation, everything the civil rights movement promised but could not deliver. In the words of historian William L. Vandenberg, Malcolm's impassioned rhetoric was street smart. It had almost visceral appeal to a young, black, economically distressed constituency. Before his assassination, Malcolm constantly urged this constituency to question the validity of their schoolbook and media-inspired faith in an integrated American dream. Many responded. After his death, Malcolm's influence expanded dramatically. He came to be far more than a martyr for the militant, separatist faith. He became a black power paradigm, the archetype, reference point, and spiritual advisor in absentia for a generation of Afro-American activists. 26. In August 1965, 6 months after Malcolm X died, the Watts neighborhood in Los Angeles exploded in one of the largest urban rebellions in U.S. history. Black migrants had begun moving into Watts in the 1920s, creating a black island in a sea of white towns such as Southgate, Linwood, Compton, and Bell. Compton did have one black resident in 1930. Home lending regulations excluded blacks from obtaining mortgages to buy houses in white neighborhoods. By 1945, Watts was 80% black. 27 Through the 1950s, the black migration continued, and more blacks migrated to California than to any other state. During this decade, the black population of New York City increased almost 2.5 times, and Detroit's black population tripled while black LA grew 8-fold. Meanwhile, white residents fled in droves for the suburbs, taking capital and employment opportunities with them. 28. Tensions between Watts residents and the police ran high. While the vast majority of Watts residents in 1965 were black, only 4% of the sworn personnel of the Los Angeles Police Department and 6% of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department were black. 29 Police Chief William Parker used analyses of crime data to develop and justify a policy that explicitly targeted Watts and other black neighborhoods for heavy police coverage, including intrusive techniques such as routine frisking of people on the street. I don't think you can throw the genes out of the question when you discuss the behavior patterns of people, Parker wrote in 1957. 30 Officers on the force called their nightsticks nigger knockers. Residents of one of the most highly patrolled precincts called their area Little Mississippi. The local NAACP reported, Negroes in Los Angeles never know where or at what hour may come blows from the guardians of the law who are supposed to protect them. One activist recalled, you just had to be black and moving to be shot by the police. 31. Between January 1962 and July 1965, Los Angeles law enforcement officers, mostly police but also sheriff's deputies, highway patrol personnel, and others, killed at least 65 people. Of the 65 homicides by police that the Los Angeles Coroner's Office investigated during this period, 64 were ruled justifiable homicides. These included 27 cases in which the victim was shot in the back by law officers, 25 in which the victim was unarmed, 23 in which the victim was suspected of a nonviolent crime, and 4 in which the victim was not suspected of any crime at the time of the shooting. The only case that the coroner's inquest ruled to be unjustified homicide was one in which 2 officers, playing cops and robbers in a Long Beach police station, shot a newspaperman 32. The incident that sparked the Watts Rebellion was a traffic stop. 21-year-old Marquette Fry was driving his 1955 Buick along 116th Street near his family's house at 6 p.m. on August 11, 1965, when he was pulled over by a California Highway Patrol officer. His younger brother Ronald Fry, the only passenger, had just been discharged from the U.S. Air Force. A crowd gathered, including Marquette's mother, Rena. More police arrived. Soon a crowd of more than 200 had gathered, and the onlookers became agitated as the police reportedly slapped Rena Fry, beat her with a blackjack, and twisted her arm behind her back. 33. Watts exploded. On August 12, at 9:30 p.m., a group identifying itself as followers of Malcolm X arrived on Avalon Boulevard shouting, "Let's burn. Baby, burn." The next day, at 3:30 p.m., the Emergency Control Center Journal recorded 6 male Negroes firing rifles at helicopter from vehicle, 109th and Avalon. Governor Edmund Pat Brown cut short an aerial tour of South Los Angeles because of sniper fire. Delta Airlines rerouted flights over the city because rebels were shooting at planes. 34. By the second day of the rebellion, according to the Los Angeles Times, more than 7,000 people were looting stores, in particular stealing guns, machetes, and other weapons. Rebels were filling glass bottles with gasoline and hurling Molotov cocktails at cars and stores, setting them on fire. Many were also firing shots at police. Fire trucks and ambulances that attempted to enter the area were also attacked. 35. During the heat of battle, Police Chief Parker declared, "This situation is very much like fighting the Viet Cong. We haven't the slightest idea when this can be brought under control." One rebel standing on the corner of Avalon and Imperial made a different reference to Vietnam, telling an interviewer, "I've got my stuff gun ready, I'm not going to die in Vietnam, Whitey has been kicking ass too long." 36. As the fires still burned, the local CBS radio station reported, "This was not a riot. It was an insurrection against all authority. If it had gone much further it would have become civil war." The CBS Reports TV broadcast in December 1965 called it a virtual civil insurrection probably unmatched since the Civil War. Scholars David O. Sears and John B. McConaughey noted that the legally constituted authority was overthrown. Sociologist Robert Blauner saw the rebellions as a preliminary if primitive form of mass rebellion against a colonial status. 37. The rebellion spread out over 46.5 square miles. All told, 34 people, almost all black, were killed, many by police, and more than 1,032 were wounded. 3,952 people were arrested. The rebellion caused more than $40 million in property damage to over 600 buildings, completely destroying 200 of them. 38. Full of rage at ghetto conditions, chafing against police repression, and frustrated with the civil rights politics unable to redress their situation, the Watts rebels sought to take matters into their own hands, forcefully rejecting the old guard civil rights leadership. Following the rebellion, Martin Luther King Jr. went to Watts to bring his vision of an integrated society and the tactics of nonviolence. On August 18, he spoke to a meeting of 500 people at the Westminster Neighborhood Association. He began his appeal in rolling cadence, "All over America. The Negroes must join hands and burn," shouted a member of the audience. Throughout the evening, the audience repeatedly challenged and ridiculed King's appeal. Nonviolent activist and comedian Dick Gregory fared even worse in Watts. While the rebellion still flared, he borrowed a bullhorn from the police so that he could speak to the rebels. He attempted to calm them and pleaded, "Go home." The crowd did not respond kindly. A gunman in the crowd shot Gregory in the leg. The politics of nonviolence were failing. 39. Commenting on the wave of urban rebellions and the rejection of civil rights strategies by disenchanted and dispossessed blacks, Paul Jacobs and Saul Landau observed, "The masses of poor Negroes remain an unorganized minority in swelling urban ghettos, and neither SNCC nor any other group has found a form of political organization that can convert the energy of the slums into political power." 40. Armchair revolutionaries. In Oakland in 1964, far away from Fannie Lou Hamer and the convention battles in Atlantic City, Huey Newton stabbed a man named Odell Lee with a steak knife at a party. At his trial, he claimed he had done so in self-defense, but the all-white jury was not convinced, and he spent 6 months in jail, mostly in solitary confinement because he would not obey orders from the guards. Newton later recalled finding a new sense of freedom in prison. The guards could lock up his body, but they could not cage his mind. Newton emerged from jail eager to embrace the new political ideas and organizations developing in Oakland. 41. Newton soon reconnected with Seal, and the two joined the Seoul Students Advisory Council, SSAC, founded by Ernie Allen. The council was a front group for the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, an anti-imperialist and Marxist black nationalist organization based in Philadelphia. Allen had collaborated with Newton and Seal in Wharton's Afro-American Association when he was a student at Merritt College. After transferring to the University of California, Berkeley, Allen had traveled to Cuba in 1964 on a trip sponsored by the Progressive Labor Party. The contingent also included other radical black students from Detroit and around the country. In Cuba, Allen and the others met Max Stanford, the leader of RAM, who was there visiting his mentor Robert F. Williams, a pioneering advocate of armed black self-defense. Williams had moved to Cuba after local authorities in collusion with the Ku Klux Klan and backed by the FBI forced him to flee North Carolina. 42 Allen got to know Stanford and Williams in Cuba, and through his intense conversations and debates with them, he found a way to move beyond the limits of Wharton's Afro-American Association, embracing the idea that U.S. blacks could win their freedom by participating in a global revolution against imperialism. By the time he returned to the United States, Allen was committed to organizing a chapter of RAM in California. 43. Ernie Allen, his brother Doug, Kenny Freeman, Mamadou Lumumba, and others began to build several front groups for RAM in the Bay Area. One project was Soul Book, the revolutionary journal of the Black World, a beautifully presented quarterly magazine of cultural criticism and political theory whose content ranged from essays on the significance of John Coltrane to analyses of the writings of Frantz Fanon. Both poetry and black revolutionary nationalist artwork graced the magazine. 44. Virtual Morel, Alex Papillon, Isaac Moore, and other friends of Newton and Seal at Merritt also joined the SSAC and helped launch a campaign to create courses in Afro-American studies at the college. The Merritt student body was predominantly black, and there was a large demand for such courses. The demand for Afro-American studies cut across intra-black differences and garnered support from many black individuals and organizations. The administration put up resistance, but hundreds of students turned out for meetings and protests, and the administration slowly began making concessions, including development of a black studies curriculum. 45. Working with RAM exposed Newton and Seal to a new world of writings and ideas. Both had been strongly influenced by the thinking of Malcolm X and the readings in the Afro-American Association. But unlike the association, RAM was a revolutionary nationalist organization with a strong socialist and anti-imperialist bent. Guided by the political ideas of Robert F. Williams, RAM exposed Newton and Seal to the key writings of revolutionary nationalism, and they were particularly attracted to the writings of Frantz Fanon, Mao Zedong, and Che Guevara, as well as Ram's own publications on revolutionary black nationalism, including articles by Max Stanford and Robert Williams. 46. The Revolutionary Action Movement advanced a pivotal idea that would become central to the politics of the Black Panther Party. Drawing on a line of thought reaching back at least to the mid-1940s and the black anti-colonialism of W.E.B. Du Bois, Paul Robeson, and Alphonse Hunton, Ram argued that Black America was essentially a colony and framed the struggle against racism by blacks in the United States as part of the global anti-imperialist struggle against colonialism. 47 Max Stanford defined the politics of revolutionary black nationalism this way in 1965, "We are revolutionary black nationalist, not based on ideas of national superiority, but striving for justice and liberation of all the oppressed peoples of the world. There can be no liberty as long as black people are oppressed and the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America are oppressed by Yankee imperialism and neocolonialism. After 400 years of oppression, we realize that slavery, racism, and imperialism are all interrelated and that liberty and justice for all cannot exist peacefully with imperialism." 48. The politics of Ram connected the struggles of black Americans with liberation struggles abroad. Whereas black soldiers returning from World War II helped catalyze the civil rights movement by arguing that if they could die fighting for their country, then they should be considered full citizens upon their return, Ram insisted that blacks were not full citizens in the United States. Ram viewed Black America as an independent nation that had been colonized at home. Because black Americans were colonial subjects rather than citizens, Ram argued, they owed no allegiance to the U.S. government and thus should not fight in the Vietnam War. On July 4, 1965, Ram wrote an open statement to the Vietnamese National Liberation Front declaring the independence of Black America from the United States and asserting its solidarity with the Vietnamese struggle against American imperialism. 49 In a separate statement that day, Ram addressed blacks in the military, arguing that if they should be fighting against anyone, it should be the U.S. government for the liberation of Black America. Why should we go anywhere to fight for the racist U.S. government, only to return home and be faced with murder, rape, castration, and extermination? How can the racist U.S. government talk about freeing anyone, when the U.S. government practices racism against Black Americans every day? If the U.S. government says it cannot protect us from local and national racists, then let your battle assignment be against those who are abusing your children, wives, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and loved ones. 50. Ram and its front group the SSAC identified a common cause between blacks and the Vietnamese, and they were on the cutting edge of early opposition to the Vietnam War. Before there was any significant draft resistance, they criticized the draft and organized a campaign to oppose the drafting of black men into the military, holding rallies for the cause, including one at Merritt College on April 26, 1966, featuring local organizers Alex Papillon and Mark Comfort. 51. Through its honorary chair in exile, Robert F. Williams, Ram began building relationships with anti-imperialist leaders around the world. Williams had served as president of the local NAACP chapter in Monroe, North Carolina. As Jim Crow came under growing attack by the civil rights movement, the Ku Klux Klan, with the support of the local white government, increasingly relied on violence to protect racial segregation. With no support from the federal government, Williams turned to the skills he had learned as a private first class in the Marine Corps to turn the tide, arming himself and other members of his NAACP chapter. Williams and the Monroe NAACP fought several armed battles in self-defense against whites. In 1961, facing dubious criminal charges and threatened by a lynch mob that promised to kill him for his activities, Williams fled North Carolina. 52. Williams found asylum in Cuba and soon met Mao Zedong in China. Mao was deeply impressed with Williams and saw common cause in the struggle for black liberation in the United States and the global struggle against imperialism. In 1963, Mao articulated this position in an essay he wrote at Williams's behest, asking the people of the world to recognize the black liberation struggle in the United States as part of the global struggle against imperialism. 53. Robert Williams's life exemplified a different approach to politics than that of Ram, and Williams's memoir, Negroes with Guns, greatly influenced Newton. 54 Newton was deeply impressed by Williams's courage in standing up to the lynch mobs, but he was not sure how to apply this political approach to the ghettos of the North and West. He wanted to organize poor blacks. He wanted to mobilize the brothers on the block, the unemployed black men seen on every street of the ghetto, the black underclass. These were the people who faced the brutality of the expanding urban police departments. And many were the same folks who had rioted in Watts. Ram claimed to be talking for them, but it was not reaching them or moving them to action. Newton did not yet know how to mobilize these brothers on the block, but given what he knew of his brother Sonny Man, he believed that they would understand armed self-defense, that they would understand the language of the gun. 55. The Revolutionary Action Movement led the way in developing revolutionary black nationalist thought in the United States in the 1960s, but the group's practical application of these ideas was limited. Ram leaders fashioned themselves as revolutionaries, they read socialist and anti-imperialist texts and raised the possibility of urban guerrilla warfare. Some evidence indicates that Ram members attempted to implement these ideas, but most of them were intellectuals like Huey's brother Melvin. 56 They rarely emphasized practical action, and when they did, they oriented their efforts toward students. Huey soon became dissatisfied with the group's inability to appeal to the brothers on the block and sought new ways to meld theory with on-the-ground action. Huey and Bobby wanted to challenge police brutality directly, and they found some inspiration in the activities of Mark Comfort and Curtis Lee Baker, talented young organizers who had emerged from traditional civil rights organizations in Oakland. 57 Comfort and Baker had begun appealing to young African Americans with militant style, adopting black outfits and berets in early 1966 and with challenges to police brutality. 58 In February 1965, Comfort organized a protest to put a stop to police beating innocent people. A crowd of more than 200 mostly high school students encircled the Oakland Hall of Justice, urging Governor Pat Brown to make a full-scale investigation of police brutality. 59 That August, Baker and others demanded that the Oakland City Council keep white policemen out of black neighborhoods. 60 During that summer, Comfort organized citizen patrols to monitor the actions of the police and document incidents of brutality. When people were arrested, he followed them to the jail and bailed them out. He soon abandoned the tactic, though, because it was too costly. 61. On Thursday night, March 17, 1966, at approximately 9 p.m., Newton and Seal and a friend they called Weasel were walking on Telegraph Avenue in Berkeley, just north of Oakland, headed toward the University of California campus. The street was a small bohemian mecca, with students, hippies, and young people congregating and milling about in the restaurants, cafes, bars, and shops. With encouragement from Huey and Weasel, Bobby stood on a chair outside the Forum restaurant near the corner of Telegraph and Haste and began to recite Ronald Stone's black anti-war poem Uncle Sammy Call Me Full of Lucifer. You school my naive heart to sing red, white and blue stars and stripes songs and to pledge eternal allegiance to all things blue, true. Blue-eyed blonde, blonde-haired, white chalk white skin with USA tattooed all over. I will not serve. 62. The poem struck a chord. The war was escalating, and many students felt conflicted, scared, and angry about the draft. A crowd began to gather. Soon more than 25 people were cheering Bobby on and asking him to recite the poem again. George Williamson, an off-duty police officer, pushed into the crowd and grabbed Seal. A scuffle broke out. More police arrived. Newton and Seal were both arrested for disturbing the peace. 63 Virtual Morel withdrew $50 from the SSAC treasury and bailed them out. 64. A few weeks later, Newton and Seal saw a policeman pushing around a black man for no apparent reason. The officer arrested the man and took him to the station. Following Mark Comfort's example, Newton and Seal went to the station and bailed the man out using money from the SSAC treasury. 65 The brothers started to cry, and it touched Bobby deeply. Bobby was fed up with armchair intellectualizing and wanted to stand up against the police, recalling, "I was filled with a staunch belief of the need for brotherhood and revolution and rebellion against the racist system." 66. Huey and Bobby were ready to take meaningful, on-the-ground action. Seeking to emulate Robert Williams's defiant stance, Newton proposed that the SSAC organize a rally for Malcolm X's birthday in May 1966 and wear loaded guns in the spirit of his call for armed self-defense. Newton believed that this would attract the brothers on the block to participate. Seal supported Newton's proposal, but Kenny Freeman and the other RAM leaders flatly rejected it. 67. Perhaps feeling threatened, Freeman and other RAM leaders suggested that Newton and Seal had misused money from the SSAC treasury. That was the last straw. Already frustrated with the failure of the local RAM leadership to stand up to police brutality, the organization's lack of support during the fray on Telegraph Avenue, and its inability to organize brothers on the block, Bobby and Huey confronted Freeman and the others and then left the SSAC. 68. Epiphany. In the summer of 1966, Seal was hired to run a youth work program at the North Oakland Neighborhood Anti-Poverty Center funded by the Federal War on Poverty. Through his role as a social service provider, he came to understand even more clearly the economic and social needs of black youth. Beyond delivering services, Bobby brought his revolutionary nationalist theory to the job and used the opportunity to push up against the ideological bias in the government program. Rather than merely guiding young blacks into a government-prescribed path, he used his authority to help them stand up against oppressive authority, particularly against police brutality. One day Seal's boss instructed him to take a group of young black men and women on a tour of the local police station. When the group arrived, the police officers pulled out notepads and pencils and started to interview the teenagers about the character of gangs in the neighborhood. Seal protested, instructing his group to remain silent and announcing that his program would not be used as a spy network to inform on people in the community. The officers claimed that they simply wanted to foster better relations with the community. In response, Seal turned the conversation around, creating an opportunity for the teenagers to describe their experiences with police brutality in the neighborhood. It was the first time the young people had had the opportunity to look white police officers in the eye and express their anger and frustration. One teenager berated the police for an incident in which several officers had thrown a woman down and beaten her in the head with billy clubs. "Say you," said a 16-year-old girl, pointing at a policeman. "You don't have to treat him like that," Seal said to the girl. "I'll treat him like I want to, because they done treated me so bad," she replied. Bobby sat back as the girl grilled the officer about whether he had received proper psychiatric treatment. The officer turned red and started to shake. "The way you're shaking now," she said, "the way you're shaking now and carrying on, you must be guilty of a whole lot. And I haven't got no weapon or nothin'." 69. The poverty program provided a paycheck, some skills, and an opportunity to work with young people. But Newton and Seal were still searching for a way to galvanize the rage of the brothers on the block. They wanted to mobilize the ghetto the way that the civil rights movement had mobilized blacks in the South. They dreamt of creating an unstoppable force that would transform the urban landscape forever. The problem was now clear to Huey and Bobby, but they did not yet have a solution. Huey and Bobby were not the only ones looking for answers. Within a year of the Watts Rebellion, the younger generation of black liberation activists had widely rejected the goals of integration and the tactics of nonviolence. On June 5, 1966, James Meredith, the first black student to gain admission to the University of Mississippi, was shot on his solo march from Memphis to Jackson. Civil rights leaders Martin Luther King Jr. and Stokely Carmichael flew to Memphis to take up his march, and they were soon joined by black liberation activists from around the country as well as many local blacks. As the march proceeded, a split began to emerge between the old guard civil rights leaders represented by King and the younger wing represented by Carmichael. The younger activists wanted the march to be a blacks-only event, and they also wanted the Deacons of Defense, a militant black organization that promoted armed self-defense to provide protection for the marchers. These were significant departures from the civil rights integrationist frame and nonviolent tactics. 70. As the march made its way to Greenwood, Mississippi, Carmichael and a group of activists were arrested and held in jail for 6 hours. Upon their release, Carmichael announced to a rally of supporters, "This is the 27th time I have been arrested. I ain't going to jail no more. What we gonna start saying now is Black Power." Willie Ricks, a SNCC activist, took up the phrase and called it out, "What do you want?" The crowd replied, "Black Power." 71. The phrase caught on like wildfire. The old guard civil rights leaders soon acknowledged the shift. King even appealed to the government for help. "The government has got to give me some victories if I'm gonna keep people nonviolent. I know I'm gonna stay nonviolent no matter what happens. But a lot of people are getting hurt and bitter, and they can't see it that way anymore." 72. Black Power was not so much an answer as a new way of framing the quest for black liberation. No one knew quite what Black Power was or how to achieve it. But the younger generation of black activists put their minds and energies to figuring it out. By 1966, racial tensions were rising in Oakland. Mayor John Reading called the city council to his office for a special meeting to warn its members that if communication between the city government and low-income blacks did not improve, Oakland would become another Watts. 73. Amory Bradford, a Johnson administration official sent to Oakland in 1966 to develop a federal plan for reducing racial tensions, reported, experts sent by the president to survey conditions in other ghettos picked Oakland as one of those most likely to be the next. Watts. 74. Another visiting white official described Oakland as a powder keg. 75. One Economic Development Administration outreach flyer widely distributed in West Oakland in 1966 read, "Let's talk about problems. Eugene R. Foley, U.S. Department of Commerce. President Johnson's troubleshooter. Wants to talk to you to prevent a Watts. In Oakland. 76. That fall, word spread that Oakland police officers had beaten a black girl during the arrest of her brother. A large crowd of disgruntled youths began to gather. They soon laid siege to a 10-block area on East 14th Street, smashing windows, attacking cars, and throwing gasoline bombs. 60 police officers arrived on the scene and arrested 12 people. 77. On September 27, 1966, 16-year-old Matthew Johnson was pulled over by police in Hunters Point, a black neighborhood across the bay in San Francisco. Johnson and his friends had stolen a car and were cruising around the neighborhood. When police pulled them over, the teens panicked and fled. Matthew Johnson was shot in the back by police and was left bleeding on the ground for more than an hour. By the time ambulances arrived, he was dead. The neighborhood erupted in a rebellion that went on for several days. Using bricks and Molotov cocktails, rebels damaged or destroyed 31 police cars and 10 fire department vehicles. The police arrested 146 people, injuring 42, 10 of them with gunshots. 78. The situation was unbearable. Newton and Seal would tolerate no more police brutality and were fed up with the disorganized and impotent attempts of the black community to resist. They were determined to find a solution. 79. Newton soon experienced an epiphany sparked by an article he read in the August 1966 edition of the West Coast SNCC newspaper, The Movement, about the Community Alert Patrol, CAP, in Watts. Brother Lenny and Brother Crook, two activists from Watts, organized CAP after the rebellion in 1965 to prevent further police brutality. CAP members monitored the police, driving around the black neighborhoods of Watts with notepads and pencils, documenting police activities. In August 1966, CAP began displaying a Black Panther logo on its patrol vehicles, inspired by SNCC's use of the Panther symbol when helping to organize an independent black political party in Lowndes County, Alabama. CAP was not left alone to carry out its activities, however, it was vulnerable to harassment and abuse by the police. One frustrated CAP member commented on the police harassment to a movement reporter, "There's only one way to stop all this," he said, "and that's to get out our guns and start shooting 80. Newton had been studying law at Merritt College and San Francisco State College, and he also read on his own at the North Oakland Service Center Law Library. He discovered that California law permitted people to carry loaded guns in public as long as the weapons were not concealed. He studied California gun law inside and out, finding that it was illegal to keep rifles loaded in a moving vehicle and that parolees could carry a rifle but not a handgun. In California, he learned, citizens had the right to observe an officer carrying out his or her duty as long as they stood a reasonable distance away. 81. Newton had finally hit upon a way to stand up to the police and organize the brothers on the block. He would organize patrols like the CAP in Watts. But he and his comrades would carry loaded guns. The Black Panther. Following the September 27 killing of Matthew Johnson, the UC Berkeley chapter of Students for a Democratic Society decided to hold a conference on Black Power and invited Stokely Carmichael, SNCC chairperson and the leading national proponent of Black Power, to be the keynote speaker. Because of the timing of the conference on Black Power and its challenges, scheduled for October 29 in Berkeley, it immediately became an explosive political issue for the campus and in state politics. Republican Ronald Reagan was running a highly polarizing campaign against Democratic incumbent Edmund Brown for governor of California, and the election was coming up in early November. Given the contentious national debate on Black Power and Carmichael's stature, the conference threatened to become an election issue. The campus administration decided to deny the campus chapter of SDS permission to hold the event. The move echoed recent battles between students and the administration over students' rights in the free speech movement. Soon, a raging battle arose on campus over whether SDS would be allowed to hold the conference. Wary of further escalation, the university capitulated. 82 In response, Ronald Reagan criticized the conference publicly, "We cannot have the university campus used as a base to foment riots from." Reagan sent Stokely Carmichael a telegram urging him to stay out of California. He then challenged Governor Brown to co-sign his telegram. The governor refused, saying that he did not want to dignify Carmichael's cause. Nevertheless, Governor Brown made public statements similar to Reagan's. "I wish Stokely Carmichael would stay out of California. I wish he'd not come in here at all. I think he's caused nothing but trouble," the governor told a crowd at the University of California, Santa Barbara. "Californians," he pronounced, "don't want Black Power." The day before the conference, Governor Brown made a surprise appearance in Oakland to meet with the Alameda County Sheriff to assure that the peace of this community will be protected. Reagan quipped sarcastically, "I'm happy to see he has hurried north like a man of action." 83. In addition to Carmichael, speakers scheduled for the conference included Ivanhoe Donaldson, the New York director of SNCC, Brother Lenny, leader of the Watts Community Alert Patrol, Mark Comfort, leader of the Oakland Direct Action Project, Ron Karenga, James Bevel from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Mike Parker and Mike Smith from SDS, Mike Miller and Clay Carson from SNCC, Terry Cannon, editor of the Movement newspaper, Elijah Turner, an Oakland organizer, and Barbara Arthur, a student at UC Berkeley. 84. The controversy stoked interest in the conference, not only among students but also among local Black activists. Huey and Bobby's former mentor Donald Warden and members of RAM such as Doug Allen spoke out against the racist university administration for attempting to bar the conference. On Saturday, October 29, people flooded the Greek Theater to listen to the speakers. By mid-afternoon, more than 3,000 people had packed into the open-air theater, with students standing in the aisles, sitting on the stage, and spread out on the grass hill above the theater to hear the speeches. 85 It is not clear whether Huey and Bobby participated in the conference, but they certainly heard about it. The podium was black with big red letters identifying SDS. Behind the podium, a large banner, 3 feet wide and 50 feet long, read Black Power and its Challenges. Ivanhoe Donaldson introduced Carmichael, emphasizing Carmichael's leadership against the war and drawing an analogy between the struggle of blacks in American cities and the struggle of the Vietnamese against imperialism. The Vietnamese are fighting the same establishment that the brothers in Oakland, Chicago, and Watts are fighting. Carmichael approached the podium wearing a dark suit, white shirt, and dark tie. He straightened his shirt, adjusted the microphone, and looked out at the predominantly white student audience. 86. It's a privilege and an honor to be in the white intellectual ghetto of the West, Carmichael began, making common cause with the students. But the familiarity was brief. White America cannot condemn herself, Carmichael told the students, so black people have done it. You stand condemned. Move on over, or we're going to move on over you. Carmichael talked about the limitations of integrationism and the need for black power in international terms. In order for America to really live on a basic principle of human relationships, a new society must be born. Racism must die. The economic exploitation by this country of non-white people around the world must also die. 87. Carmichael focused most of his speech on the question of Vietnam. The war in Vietnam is an illegal and immoral war, he argued. He compared the plight of black people in America with the plight of the Vietnamese. Any time a black man leaves the country where he can't vote to supposedly deliver the vote to somebody else, he's a black mercenary. Any time a black man leaves this country, gets shot in Vietnam on foreign ground, and returns home and you won't give him a burial place in his own homeland, he's a black mercenary. Even if I were to believe the lies of President Johnson, said Carmichael, if I were to believe his lies that we are fighting to give democracy to the people in Vietnam, as a black man in this country, I wouldn't fight to give this to anybody. 88. Carmichael also criticized the student peace movement and argued that if peace activists wanted to be relevant to most people, they needed to start organizing to resist the draft. The peace movement has been a failure because it hasn't gotten off the college campuses where everybody has a 2's draft deferment and is not afraid of being drafted anyway. The problem is how you can move out of that into the white ghettos of this country and articulate a position for those white youth who do not want to go. SNCC is the most militant organization for peace or civil rights or human rights against the war in Vietnam in this country today. There isn't one organization that has begun to meet our stand on the war in Vietnam. We not only say we are against the war in Vietnam, we are against the draft. There is a higher law than the law of a racist named Secretary of Defense McNamara, there is a higher law than the law of a fool named Secretary of State Rusk, there is a higher law than the law of a buffoon named Johnson. It's the law of each of us. We will not allow them to make us hired killers. We will not kill anybody that they say kill. And if we decide to kill, we are going to decide who to kill. 89. The conference program featured the symbol of a Black Panther from the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, LCFO, that Carmichael was publicizing. The LCFO was part of a new effort by local blacks and SNCC to build an independent political party outside of the exclusive white Democratic Party, marking a departure from its strategy of mobilizing civil disobedience against Jim Crow segregation in the early 1960s. Lowndes County was 80% black, yet in early 1966, despite the 1965 passage of the Voting Rights Act, there was still not a single black person registered to vote in Lowndes County. So on May 3, 1966, with SNCC's help, the LCFO convened and nominated candidates for sheriff, tax assessor, coroner, and school board and encouraged blacks to register to vote. As blacks registered, white resistance intensified. At one SNCC rally, a deputy sheriff fired into the crowd, shooting 2 civil rights workers and killing one, Carmichael's friend Jonathan Daniels, a white ministerial student. Because so many whites in Lowndes were illiterate, the ballot featured a drawing of a party mascot. The all-white Democratic Party featured a white rooster and the slogan "White Supremacy / for the Right." The LCFO selected the Black Panther as its symbol to signify a fierce black political challenge. In a June 1966 interview, John Hewlett, the chairman of the LCFO, explained the symbol of the panther. The black panther is an animal that when it is pressured it moves back until it is cornered, then it comes out fighting for life or death. We felt we had been pushed back long enough and that it was time for Negroes to come out and take over. 90. In late August 1966, SNCC had organized a rally at the M.T. Morris Presbyterian Church in New York City to promote the newly formed Harlem branch of the Black Panther Party. The speakers included Carmichael, William Epton, the head of the Harlem branch of the Progressive Labor Party, and Max Stanford, the leader of RAM, who identified himself at the time as the head of the Harlem branch of the Black Panther Party. Black Panther members came dressed in uniforms of black pants and shirts displaying the Panther emblem. In front of a cheering crowd of 250, Carmichael called on blacks to unite with people of color in Vietnam and throughout the world. He also spoke in favor of armed self-defense for blacks. "If the police and the federal government won't protect us," said Carmichael, "we must protect ourselves." Both he and Stanford spoke in favor of the recent wave of ghetto rebellions. The United States, Stanford suggested, could be brought down to its knees with a rag and some gasoline and a bottle 91. In September 1966, Carmichael wrote that organizing had begun under the Black Panther symbol across the country, in the North as well as the South, including independent efforts in Los Angeles, New York, Philadelphia, and New Jersey. "A man needs a Black Panther on his side when he and his family must endure, as hundreds of Alabamans have endured, loss of job, eviction, starvation, and sometimes death for political activity," Carmichael explained. He may also need a gun, and SNCC reaffirms the right of black men everywhere to defend themselves when threatened or attacked. 92. The Black Power Conference and the symbol of the Black Panther captured the attention of Kenny Freeman, Doug Allen, Ernie Allen, and the West Coast members of RAM. At this time, RAM's political analysis was fairly close to that of SNCC and Carmichael. Like the New York branch of RAM, the West Coast members were drawn to Carmichael's charisma and the defiant symbol of the Black Panther, and they were impressed by his organizing efforts in Lowndes County. They followed the example of Max Stanford and the New York RAM and formed the Black Panther Party of Northern California. Not only did the program for the October 1966 Berkeley Black Power Conference feature the Black Panther logo of the Lowndes County Freedom Organization in recognition of Carmichael's work there, but 2 days before the conference, activists distributed a pamphlet and flyers about the Lowndes County Black Panther Party on the Berkeley campus. 93. Huey Newton was among those to take notice of the bold logo and courageous organizing. Writing several years later, Newton recalled, "I had read a pamphlet about voter registration in Alabama, how the people in Lowndes County had armed themselves against establishment violence. Their political group, called the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, had a Black Panther for its symbol. A few days later, while Bobby and I were rapping, I suggested that we use the panther as our symbol." 94. Like the West Coast members of RAM with whom they had worked in the Seoul Students Advisory Council, Newton and Seal decided to form a chapter of the Black Panther Party. But guided by Newton's epiphany, they took their party in a different direction that would have long-term political consequences. 95. 2. Policing the police. One night in early 1967, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and Lil Bobby Hutton, the first recruit to their Black Panther Party for self-defense, were cruising around North Oakland in Seale's 1954 Chevy. Newton was at the wheel. They saw a police car patrolling the area and decided to monitor it. As Bobby Seale later recounted the incident, Newton sped up to within a short residential block behind the car and kept that distance. 1 When the officer turned right, Newton turned right. When the officer turned left, Newton turned left. Newton was armed with a shotgun, Seale with a .45 caliber handgun, and Hutton with an M1 rifle. A law book sat on the back seat. After they had followed the police car for a while, the officer pulled the patrol car to the curb and stopped at the corner. There was a stop sign at the corner, so Newton pulled up to the intersection and stopped next to the police car. The three men looked over at the officer. Seal held Newton's shotgun while he drove, and both the shotgun and Hutton's M1 were plainly visible through the window. The officer looked back. After a pause, Newton stepped gently on the gas and rounded the corner to the right in front of the officer. As Newton completed the turn, the officer flashed his high beams. Newton kept driving without changing speed. The officer stepped on the gas and pulled out after him. Seal could see the flashing red lights, but Newton kept moving. He told Seal, "I'm not going to stop till he puts his damn siren on, because a flashing red light really don't mean nothing, anything could be a flashing red light." At this point, the car headed north on Dover Street behind Merritt College. Newton took a left on 58th Street and headed down the block, passing Merritt's track field. The officer turned on his siren, and Newton pulled over, coming to a stop across the street from the back door of the college. As soon as Newton pulled over, the officer stopped and burst out of his car, hollering, "What the goddamn hell you niggers doing with them goddamn guns? Who in the goddamn hell you niggers think you are? Get out of that goddamn car! Get out of that goddamn car with them goddamn guns!" At this point, students who had just finished their evening classes at the predominantly black school began filing out the back door, and they stopped to watch. Many residents of the homes along the street looked out their windows. The officer approached the car, screaming, "Get out of that car!" Newton said, "You ain't putting anybody under arrest. Who the hell you think you are?" At this point, the officer pulled open the car door and shouted, "I said get out of the goddamn car and bring them goddamn guns out of there." The officer stuck his head in the car, reached across Newton, and grabbed the barrel of the shotgun Seal was holding. Seal pulled back on the shotgun. Newton grabbed the officer by the collar and slammed his head up into the roof of the car. He then swiveled in his seat, kicked the officer in the stomach, and pushed him out of the car. Newton took the shotgun from Seal, leapt out of the car, and jacked a round of ammunition into the chamber. He shouted, "Now, who in the hell do you think you are, you big redneck bastard, you rotten fascist swine, you bigoted racist? You come into my car, trying to brutalize me and take my property away from me. Go for your gun and you're a dead pig." The officer lifted his hands away from his gun while Seal and Hutton jumped out of the passenger side of the car. Seal pulled back the hammer on his .45. The officer backed away from Newton toward his car, where he radioed for backup. People streamed out of their houses, more students streamed out of Merritt. Seal and Newton beckoned people to come out and observe the police. A sizable crowd soon coalesced. Seal called the police racist dogs, pigs. He explained to the crowd that police were occupying our community like a foreign troop that occupies territory and that black people are tired of it too. Several more police cars arrived, and an officer walked up to Newton and demanded, "Let me see that weapon." Newton said, "Let you see my weapon? You haven't placed me under arrest." The officer insisted, "Well, you just let me see the weapon, I have a right to see the weapon." Newton refused. "Ain't you ever heard of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States? Don't you know you don't remove nobody's property without due process of law? What's the matter with you? You're supposed to be people enforcing the law, and here you are, ready to violate my constitutional rights. You can't see my gun. You can't have my gun. The only way you're gonna get it from me is to try to take it." Another officer walked up to Seal and shouted, "Come over here by the car." Seal said, "I ain't going no goddamn place. Who the hell you think you are? You ain't placed me under arrest." "But I have a right to take you over to the car," the officer replied loudly. Seal responded, "You don't have no right to move me from one spot to another. You just got through telling me I wasn't under arrest, so I'm not moving nowhere, I'm staying right here." The officer then demanded that Seal hand over his gun, and Seal refused. Newton, Seal, and Hutton would not submit to the police. Citing local ordinances as well as the Second Amendment to the Constitution, they asserted their right to bear arms as long as the guns were not concealed. The standoff threatened to escalate. But after tense deliberations, the police lieutenant told the other officers he did not see sufficient grounds for arrest. After looking around, one of the officers noticed that the license plate on Seal's Chevy was attached with a coat hanger. He then wrote Seal a ticket for not having the license plate securely fastened to his vehicle. The police soon left, and the excited crowd gathered around Newton and Seal to hear what had happened. The men described their organization, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. The next day, several community members who had witnessed the event joined the party. Bobby Seale provided the first guns for the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense from his personal collection, a .30 to 30 Winchester rifle and a shotgun. Even before his time in the military, Seale had been around guns, mostly when hunting with his father. Once new recruits began joining the party, obtaining more firearms became a priority. Newton and Seale approached Richard Aoki, a Japanese-American radical who they knew had an impressive collection of guns. A small and energetic man with a big smile, a dirty mouth, and a generous sense of humor, Aoki was a dedicated revolutionary committed to Third World liberation. He was pleased to help the Black Panthers get started and donated 2 guns to the party in support of their revolutionary cause, an M1 Garand rifle and a 9mm pistol, both weapons designed for the military. .3. Newton and Seale needed to raise money to purchase more guns for their party. Newton got the idea to sell Mao Zedong's Little Red Book on the Berkeley campus to raise money, a small but influential book of quotations by the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party that was receiving a lot of news coverage. They went to Chinatown in San Francisco and bought the books at 30 cents a piece and then sold them on the Berkeley campus for $1. Soon they raised enough money to buy a .357 Magnum, a pistol designed for law enforcement officers, from Aoki, and a high-standard shotgun at the local department store. 4. Over the course of several months patrolling the police, Newton and Seale gained a small following. Bobby got Huey a job at the War on Poverty Youth Program where he worked, and the two used a portion of their paychecks to rent an office on Grove Street and 56th in North Oakland near Merritt College. 5. In early 1967, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense had only a handful of members. The organization had received no coverage in the press and was known only by those with whom the party had direct contact, or through word of mouth. By February, this began to change. That January, Eldridge Cleaver, a writer for Ramparts magazine, an independent Catholic magazine that had become an influential voice of opposition to the Vietnam War, had recently moved to San Francisco and joined forces with playwright Marvin Jackman, poet Ed Bullins, and singer Willie Dale to found Black House, a cultural center for the burgeoning Black Power movement in the Bay Area. Along with the Ram-affiliated Black Panther Party of Northern California run by Kenny Freeman, Doug Allen, Ernie Allen, and Roy Ballard, they decided to organize a memorial for Malcolm X on the 2-year anniversary of his death, February 21, 1967. The idea came out of Cleaver's plan to create a new organization that represented the true legacy of Malcolm X and to name it after the group he had started before his death, the Organization for Afro-American Unity. Cleaver's idea was to bring Betty Shabazz, Malcolm X's widow, to the Bay Area as the keynote speaker at the memorial conference to legitimize the new organization. Cleaver was new to the area, and the group appointed Roy Ballard as coordinator of the event. 6. A number of the organizers feared that Betty Shabazz could become a target like her husband, so Roy Ballard asked Bobby Seale if the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense would speak at the conference and provide an armed escort for Shabazz. After consulting with Newton, Seale agreed, and arranged to meet Shabazz at the San Francisco airport. In the early afternoon of February 21, 8 members of Newton and Seale's Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, dressed in uniform waist-length leather jackets, powder blue shirts, and black berets cocked to the right, met up with Roy Ballard, Kenny Freeman, and several other members of the Ram-affiliated group. At 3:05 p.m., the Black Panther contingent, led by Newton, entered the lobby of the San Francisco airport displaying shotguns and pistols. The airport security chief, George Nessel, and his armed deputies confronted them and ordered them to wait outside the building. Newton refused. Nessel acquiesced, telling the press later that the Panthers were quite hip on the law. 7 The Panthers made their way in military fashion to American Airlines Gate 47, where Shabazz was scheduled to arrive. According to one eyewitness, each one, like clockwork, set themselves up at various stations at the arrival gate and waited, rifles in hand. 8. From the airport, the Panthers escorted Shabazz to the office of Ramparts magazine for an interview with Eldridge Cleaver. There, the group had another, more intense confrontation with law enforcement. Chuck Banks, an aggressive reporter from KGO-TV, tried to push his way through the Panther bodyguard. When he tried to push aside Huey Newton, Newton grabbed his collar and pushed him back against the wall. Police officers reacted, several flipping loose the little straps that held their pistols in their holsters. One started shouting at Newton, who stopped and stared at the cop. Seal tried to get Newton to leave. Newton ignored him and walked right up to the cop. "What's the matter?" Newton said. "You got an itchy finger." The cop made no reply and simply stared Newton in the eye, keeping his hand on his gun and taking his measure. The other officers called out for the cop to cool it, but he kept staring at Newton. "OK you big fat racist pig, draw your gun," Newton challenged. The cop made no move. Newton shouted, "Draw it, you cowardly dog." He pumped around into the shotgun chamber. The other officers spread out, stepping away from the line of fire. Finally, the cop gave up, sighing heavily and hanging his head. Newton laughed in his face as the remaining Panthers dispersed. Shabazz had already been whisked away by other Panthers while Newton occupied the attention of the police. Witnessing Newton stand his ground with the police, back them down, and call them cowards, Eldridge Cleaver was filled with jubilation. "Work out, soul brother," his mind screamed, "you're the baddest motherfucker I've ever seen." 9. Cleaver was as unimpressed by Ballard and the Ram Group as he was impressed by Huey Newton and the Black Panther Party for self-defense. He decided then that he would give his full support to Huey Newton as the legitimate heir to the legacy of Malcolm X. Word quickly spread about Huey Newton's stand against the police, and about the bold new Black Power organization, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. The Panthers' patrols of police sparked interest in the community, but still Huey and Bobby's following remained small. Newton was very conscious that black people were excluded from power and that the government did not represent their interests. He knew that many blacks in Oakland saw the police as oppressive. Newton hoped that by standing up to the police, he would be able to organize blacks to build political power. But even though his actions won respect, not many people were ready to join the Black Panther Party. Denzel Dowell. 6 weeks later, at 3:50 a.m. on Monday, April 1, 1967, all this changed. George Dowell and several neighbors from North Richmond, an unincorporated all-black community near Oakland, heard 10 gunshots. Sometime after 5 a.m., George came upon his older brother Denzel Dowell lying in the street, shot in the back and head. 10 police from the county sheriff's department were there, but no ambulance had been called. Something did not seem right. Why had no one called an ambulance? George rushed home to tell his mother and father that their son, Denzel Dowell, a 22-year-old construction laborer, was dead. When the newspaper came out that day, the Contra Costa Sheriff's Office reported that Deputy Sheriffs Mel Brunkhorst and Kenneth Gibson had arrived at the scene at 4:50 a.m. on a tip from an unidentified caller about a burglary in progress. They claimed that when they arrived, Denzel Dowell and another man ran from the back of a liquor store and refused to stop when ordered to halt. Brunkhorst fired one blast from a shotgun, striking Dowell and killing him. The other man escaped. 11. For the Dowells, the official explanation did not add up, and community members helped the family investigate. The Dowells knew Mel Brunkhorst. He had issued citations to Denzel in the past, and on occasion, Brunkhorst had threatened to kill Dowell. The more they probed, the more contradictory the facts appeared. There was no sign of entry, forced or otherwise, at Bill's Liquors, the store Dowell had allegedly been robbing. Further, the police had reported that Dowell had not only run but also jumped 2 fences to get away before being shot down. But Dowell had a bad hip, a limp, and the family claimed that he could not run, let alone jump fences. When the coroner released his report, community skepticism only grew. The report stated that Dowell had bled to death, yet there had been no pool of blood where Dowell was found. There was a pool of blood, however, 20 yards away from the site where police claimed Dowell died. The report also listed 6 bullet holes, apparently confirming neighbors' reports of hearing multiple shots. A doctor who worked on the case told the family that judging from the way the bullets had entered Dowell's body, Dowell had been shot with his hands raised. Bullet holes in nearby walls also suggested alternate trajectories and a different story. The family demanded to have the clothes Dowell wore when he was shot and to be allowed to take pictures of the corpse to verify how many times he had been shot. The county refused. Mrs. Dowell publicly announced, "I believe the police murdered my son." 12. The city of Richmond, a few miles north of Oakland, had been the site of several major shipyards during World War II. Many blacks migrated to the area for wartime jobs but found themselves unemployed and underemployed during the post-war demobilization and deindustrialization. Much of the post-war black community lived in ghettos consisting of public housing units built by the federal government during the war. North Richmond, a town of 6,000 people stuck between a garbage dump and the toxic fume-producing Chevron oil refinery, was almost entirely black. As an unincorporated area, the community received no public services from the city. Instead, North Richmond came under the jurisdiction of Contra Costa County, including the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department. Extremely isolated, the area had only 3 streets on which to enter or exit. On occasion, county police blocked those streets, sealing off the entire area. 13. 2 weeks before Christmas 1966, just a few months before Denzel Dowell died, 2 unarmed black men had been shot and killed in North Richmond. Bullet holes in their armpits showed that they had been shot with their hands raised. It was rumored that police were responsible. A black woman from the neighborhood had also been brutally beaten by police. 14. Denzel Dowell's killing added insult to injury. A white jury took little time deciding that the killing of unarmed Dowell was justifiable homicide because the police officers on the scene had suspected that he was in the act of committing a felony. Outraged, the black community demanded justice. The Dowell family supported a petition drive demanding the suspension of Officer Brunkhorst and a full investigation of Denzel's death. Almost 1/4 of the North Richmond community signed on, 1,200 people in all. Yet county officials refused to investigate. For many, this was the last straw. 15. Paralleling black anger about police brutality nationally, the rage in North Richmond over Dowell's killing was palpable. With no sympathetic response from local government, the situation appeared headed in a clear direction, toward riot. Mark Comfort knew the Dowell family and understood how high the stakes were. As North Richmond threatened to boil over, instead of organizing a sit-in or prevailing upon the traditional civil rights organizations to act, he drove down to 56th Street and Grove in Oakland to see Huey Newton and Bobby Seale. Ruby Dowell, Denzel's sister, called a meeting at Neighborhood House, a community center in North Richmond, to discuss the situation. Newton and Seale attended. 16. The meeting was emotional. Mrs. Dowell was still very angry, but she was also despondent and scared. Alongside her husband, who remained in the background during much of the crisis, she had worked so hard to survive in North Richmond, to support her family, and to raise her children. Now, her son Denzel had been taken from her by the very police sworn to protect him. Her appeals to the authorities had been treated with indifference at best. 17. Who was she to look to? How could she find justice? Newton and Seale calmly maintained that only through armed self-defense could the black community find security. They asked lots of questions about the case and tried to understand what had actually happened the night Denzel Dowell was killed. George Dowell immediately saw in the Panthers the first glimmer of hope for finding justice for his brother. "I was really impressed. They made me feel like they were really interested in the people, and they knew what they were doing. When I listened to Huey and Bobby talk, I could tell that they were talking from their hearts. A person can tell when another person is telling the truth, and that's what all our people been waiting to hear. 18. The next day the Panthers began their own investigation into the killing of Denzel Dowell. Newton, Seal, and a few party members started to spend time in North Richmond, talking with George Dowell and the younger generation on the street, and sitting with Mrs. Dowell in her home. They spoke with the neighbors and other community members, sought out witnesses, talked with the coroner's office, and spoke to forensic experts. 19 They decided to do whatever they could to find justice for Denzel Dowell. The Panthers' first confrontation with police in North Richmond was unplanned. Newton observed, policemen were constantly coming to Mrs. Dowell's house and treating her like dirt. They would knock on the door, walk in, and search the premises any time they wanted. One Sunday in April 1967, Newton was at the house when they came. When Mrs. Dowell answered the knock, a policeman pushed his way in, asking questions. I grabbed my shotgun and stepped in front of her, telling him either to produce a search warrant or leave. He stood for a minute, shocked, then ran out to his car and drove off. 20 Given recent events, many locals felt vulnerable to police attack, and word about the Panthers spread rapidly throughout North Richmond. On the following Sunday, April 16, community members met at George Dowell's home to discuss his brother's death. Talk soon turned to a recent rash of student beatings by teachers at the local Walter Helms Junior High School, yet another example of institutional brutality. One student's mother asked the Panthers for help. The Panthers had stated publicly that they were there for the community's protection, and now they were being asked to deliver. The next day, 3 carloads of mothers of students at Walter Helms went to the school accompanied by a carload of armed Panthers. When the lunch bell rang, the mothers entered the school and proceeded to patrol the hallways. The Panthers remained outside in case any problems arose. The mothers informed the principal that they were there to ensure their children's safety and protect them from brutal treatment by school officials. "We're concerned citizens," they told him, "and we'll whip your ass and anyone else's that we hear of slapping our children around." 21. School officials called the police, and an officer soon arrived. Upon hearing about the angry parents inside, he demanded to know what was going on. 5 of the Panthers sitting in their car outside the school were openly armed, 4 with shotguns and 1 with an M1. According to Seal, when the officer saw the guns, he began to stutter. He asked what all the guns were for, and Newton told him that he and his companions were members of the Black Panther Party and that the guns belonged to them. The officer asked for his driver's license, and Newton obliged. When he saw Newton's name, he went to his car and radioed for reinforcements. Another police car soon arrived, but there was nothing the police could do. The Panthers were acting within the law, and apparently the police did not want to inflame the situation further. The mothers patrolled the hallways until the end of the lunch period. 22. The next morning Newton received a call. Mrs. Dowell and other community members had scheduled a meeting in Richmond with a representative of the county district attorney to discuss the Dowell case. The caller asked if the Panthers would come. Newton was skeptical about whether anything could be accomplished, but to satisfy the Dowells, he took a group of Panthers to the meeting. Little progress was made with the so the entire group of Panthers and community members went to see County Sheriff Walter F. Young in Martinez. Sheriff Young was cordial and polite, but he remained unyielding. Young maintained that because Dowell had been in the act of committing a felony when Brunkhorst shot him, the killing was legally justified. While claiming he had the best interests of the North Richmond community at heart, Young insisted he would neither suspend Brunkhorst nor modify the department's policy on when to shoot and when not to shoot potential suspects. An undersheriff added, "If you want the policy changed, you should go to the legislature." 23. The Dowells had held out hope that local officials would eventually help them find justice. The meeting in Martinez left no doubt that they would have to find another approach. 24. Seal and Newton quickly organized a street corner rally to talk with community members about Denzel Dowell's case and explain their program, especially their position on community self-defense. They had organized street corner rallies in the past in both Oakland and San Francisco, and the sight of armed and uniformed Black Panthers had always caught people's attention, often getting them to listen to the Panther political program. Most of North Richmond had no sidewalks. But there was one corner in front of a liquor store at 3rd and Chesley that did, and Newton and Seal planned a rally there for Saturday, April 22. At 5 p.m. that day, 15 Panthers showed up in uniform, most of them armed, and lined up on each corner, north, south, east, and west. In this way, they effectively claimed the corner and unofficially declared it a Panther zone. A small crowd started to gather. Seal began talking about the Dowell case. The Panthers had always attracted attention when they organized street discussions, but the response this day reached another level. If Denzel Dowell could be killed by police with impunity, so could any young person in the neighborhood. The crowd soon swelled. While the police scared many in the community, here was a group of young black men, organized and disciplined, openly displaying guns and speaking their minds. Cars stopped, and traffic began backing up. Soon over 150 people had gathered. A police car arrived and took a post across the street from the crowd. The officer casually smoked as he observed the rally. Seal pointed out the officer, declaring that he and everyone else who had gathered would continue exercising their right to free speech. No pig, he shouted, would stop them. 4 Panthers quickly surrounded the officer, Reginald Forte carrying a 9mm pistol, Warren Tucker with a .38 pistol hanging at his side, one Panther with a .357 Magnum, and another unarmed. The officer quickly started up his car and drove away. When the time came for Newton to speak, he talked about the need to organize and to use guns to defend the community from racist attacks. He explained that the community had to organize to patrol the police to keep them in line. Everyone would have to get guns to protect their homes, even the elderly. As the rally progressed, another policeman arrived. A number of cars pulled out of the way to let his car through, but one man refused to move, and the officer got stuck in the swelling traffic jam and had to stay there in his car observing the rally until it ended. 25. The rally was a tremendous success. Community members had been searching for ways of doing something about Denzel Dowell's killing, and the Panthers had shown them a way. This was indeed what Newton and Seal had been looking for, a way to mobilize the black community by showing people they could take issues into their own hands. The Panthers called a second rally for April 29, the following Saturday. This time, they planned to shut off a whole section of the street. Newton and Seal had captured the community's imagination, and others began chipping in to help organize the next rally. Eldridge Cleaver, who had been impressed with Newton during the confrontation with police at Ramparts, helped Newton and Seal publicize the rally, in the process creating the party's first newspaper. Emory Douglas, a student at San Francisco City College and a new Panther member, contributed his graphic arts expertise. The paper immediately became a key party tool, running for over a decade with an international distribution and, at its height, a circulation in the hundreds of thousands. The first issue was simply 2 mimeographed sheets stapled together. On April 25, 1967, the paper hit the streets, its masthead reading the Black Panther Black Community News Service Volume 1 No. 1. The headline was "Why Was Denzel Dowell Killed?" The paper explained the facts of the case from the Panthers' perspective. It also explained the party's political position and announced the North Richmond rally for the coming Saturday, so we'll know what to do and how to do it. 3,000 copies were printed, and kids from the North Richmond neighborhood helped distribute the paper door-to-door on foot and on bicycle. 26. The rally got underway at 1:30 p.m. outside the home of a Dowell relative at 1717 2nd Street in North Richmond. The Panthers showed up armed and in uniform and closed off the street. Word had spread and almost 400 people of all ages came. Many working class and poor black people from North Richmond were there. They wanted to know how to get some measure of justice for Denzel Dowell and in turn how to protect themselves and their community from police attacks. People lined both sides of the block. Some elderly residents brought lawn chairs to sit in while they listened. Some of the younger generation climbed on cars. Several police cars arrived on the scene, but the reception they received was even less friendly than that at the previous rally, so they kept their distance. A Contra Costa County helicopter patrolled above. According to a sheriff's spokesman, the department took no other action because the Panthers broke no laws and, as required, displayed their weapons openly. Newton, Seal, and Cleaver all spoke, proclaiming that the community would not get justice from the government, nor from its arm, the police. In outlining the party's program, they emphasized that black people would never be safe and secure if they depended on the police to protect them. The police were part of the problem, extensions of the oppressive power structure. Black people would be safe only if they took the situation into their own hands and defended themselves. At one point, Newton explained what kinds of guns people should buy. He pointed to Panther John Sloan stationed on a rooftop. Sloan did a weapons demonstration, and people cheered wildly. That day, something startling occurred that had never happened at any other Panther event. Neighbors showed up with their own guns. Some of these people had seen the armed Panthers at the previous rally and decided to bring their guns this time as a gesture of support and solidarity. Others, seeing the Panthers for the first time, went home to get their guns and returned. One young woman who had been sitting in her car got out and held up her M1 for everyone to see. The Panthers passed out applications to join their party, and over 300 people filled them out. According to FBI informant Earl Anthony, he had never seen black men command the respect of the people the way that Huey Newton and Bobby Seale did that day. 27. Sacramento. As the Black Panthers' strategy of armed self-defense became more and more effective at mobilizing members of the black community, the Panthers attracted even greater attention among authorities, who took steps to stop them. The Oakland Police Department circulated internal memos identifying party members and describing their vehicles. 28 Assemblyman Donald Mulford, a Republican from Piedmont, the predominantly white and affluent suburb of Oakland, took particular notice. On April 5, 1967, 6 weeks after the Black Panther Party's well-publicized confrontation with police while escorting Betty Shabazz, Assemblyman Mulford introduced a bill, AB 1591, in the California legislature proposing to outlaw the carrying of loaded firearms in public. 29 In response to the increasing incidence of organized groups and individuals publicly arming themselves, Mulford argued, it is imperative that the statute take effect immediately. If signed into law, the act would criminalize armed patrols of police and the open display of guns at self-defense rallies in the black community, effectively outlawing the Black Panther strategy. 30. The day after the Panthers' big rally in North Richmond, the San Francisco Chronicle carried an extended piece on the party. Concluding with a discussion of Mulford's bill, the article noted, the bill is scheduled to go before the Assembly Committee on Criminal Procedure in Sacramento Tuesday. Whether the Black Panthers will show up for the hearing is problematical. 31 Newton and Seale had already considered traveling to Sacramento to look for ways to challenge the police brutality that led to the killing of Denzel Dowell. When Newton saw the article and Mulford's intent to undermine the party, he called Seale over to his house. He told Seale that it was to be expected that the state would change the law to stop them. Indeed, there was little they could do to stop the state from changing the law. Had the Mulford Act gone to a vote several months earlier, even at the time of the Malcolm X Memorial, it might have spelled the end of the Black Panther Party by forcing the Panthers to stop their armed patrols of the police. But now, after the rallies in North Richmond, everything was different. Newton and Seale had effectively challenged police brutality and government neglect. They had organized the rage of a black community into a potent political force. Newton decided to raise the encounter to a higher level. He would send an armed delegation to the state capitol. On Tuesday morning, May 2, 1967, 30 Black Panthers put on their uniforms, picked up their guns, and headed to Sacramento. Seal led the delegation of 24 men and 6 women, which included Emory Douglas, Lil Bobby Hutton, Mark Comfort, Ruby Dowell, and George Dowell. Hutton carried a high-standard 12-gauge shotgun, Tucker had a .357 Magnum, and 18 of the other men were also armed. The women were not armed. Eldridge Cleaver also went to Sacramento that day, but not as part of the delegation. Ramparts magazine had assigned him to cover the Panther action with the understanding that he would not take part. Consistent with their Oakland patrols, the Panthers planned to remain firmly within the laws restricting gun use. They would take care, for example, to keep their guns aimed only up or down, not to point them at anyone, an action that could be construed as displaying a weapon in a threatening manner. Newton instructed the group not to shoot unless fired upon. 32. When the Panthers arrived at the Capitol building in Sacramento, they got out of their cars heavily armed, and Seal began asking bystanders how to find the assembly chambers. Right away, several TV cameramen took notice and ran up to the delegation to begin filming. 33. By the time the delegation arrived outside the California State Assembly chambers on the second floor, a swarm of reporters had gathered around them, taking pictures and asking questions. Assembly sessions are open to the public, but the public is not allowed on the assembly floor. When the Panthers reached the door to the assembly floor, several of the reporters barged into the assembly to get a better picture of the Panthers as they entered. Seal and about 12 of the Panthers followed. 34 According to the San Francisco Chronicle, Assembly Speaker Pro Tem Carlos B. Dem Hayward, who was facing the door, saw only a gaggle of news and television cameramen in what seemed to be a stampede. Angrily he shouted for the sergeant-at-arms, Tony Beard, to remove the intruding photographers. 35. One of the guards said to the Panthers, "This is not where you're supposed to be. This is not where you're supposed to be." While they were trying to decide whether to stay on the assembly floor or go upstairs, a police officer came up behind Bobby Hutton and grabbed the gun out of his hand. Hutton started shouting at the officer and chasing him to try to get his gun back, and the Panthers followed him out into the hallway. Assemblyman Mulford wasted no time in lobbying for his legislation. He quickly rose to inform his colleagues that reporters were not the only ones who had been on the assembly floor. "A serious incident has just occurred," he explained. "People with weapons forced their way into this chamber and were ejected." 36. When the Panthers entered the hallway, the state police surrounded them and then grabbed them and took their weapons. Seal started to shout, "Wait a minute, now wait a minute. Am I under arrest? Am I under arrest? Take your hands off me if I am not under arrest. If I am under arrest, I will come. If I am not, don't put your hands on me." Seal demanded the guns back and a chance to publicly read the party's statement. As the police pushed the Panthers into an elevator, Seal shouted, "Is this the way the racist government works? Won't let a man exercise his constitutional rights." Once downstairs, the police reviewed the situation, decided the Panthers had broken no laws, and returned their guns. 37. Having now captured the attention of many reporters, Seal read the Panther statement in front of the press. With much of California and the country watching, he read Black Panther Executive Mandate No. 1. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense calls upon the American people in general and the black people in particular to take careful note of the racist California legislature, which is now considering legislation aimed at keeping the black people disarmed and powerless at the very same time that racist police agencies throughout the country are intensifying the terror, brutality, murder, and repression of black people. The enslavement of black people from the very beginning of this country, the genocide practiced on the American Indians and the confining of the survivors on reservations, the savage lynching of thousands of black men and women, the dropping of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and now the cowardly massacre in Vietnam, all testify to the fact that toward people of color the racist power structure of America has but one policy: repression, genocide, terror, and the big stick. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense believes that the time has come for black people to arm themselves against this terror before it is too late. The pending Mulford Act brings the hour of doom one step nearer. A people who have suffered so much for so long at the hands of a racist society, must draw the line somewhere. We believe that the black communities of America must rise up as one man to halt the progression of a trend that leads inevitably to their total destruction. 38. With the group now released and his companions again with their guns again in tow, Seal read the statement to the press several times. The members of the party delegation then walked down the Capitol steps, across the lawn, and back to their cars. But as they walked across the lawn, they passed a picnicking group of 30 youngsters from the Valley View Intermediate School in Pleasant Hill who were receiving a visit from Governor Ronald Reagan. News of the Panthers had not reached Reagan yet, and the sight of these armed black men ambling by the picnic unnerved him. He hastily deserted the youngsters from Valley View and hightailed it to the security of his offices. Shortly after the Panthers got in their cars and headed back toward Oakland, a contingent of police armed with riot guns and pistols appeared on their tail, accompanied by reporters. 39. As soon as the Panthers pulled into a service station, the police surrounded them. A couple of officers came up behind Panther Sherman Forte and grabbed his hands, forcing them behind his back. When Seal asked if Forte was under arrest, the officers answered that he was, and Seal told Forte to take the arrest. With cameramen capturing the scene for national TV, the police then searched and arrested the remainder of the group on what appeared to be makeshift charges. Seal was originally arrested for carrying a concealed pistol, when in fact he openly displayed the pistol in a holster on his hip. Television footage caught officers looking for illegal weapons and comparing the length of Panther shotguns to their own. To one officer's charge, a Panther explained, "That ain't no sawed-off, that's a riot gun, just like yours." Officers booked several of the Panthers on an obscure Fish and Game Code violation that prohibited loaded guns in a vehicle. 40. 19 young adults and 5 juveniles were arrested. But this group included not only armed Panthers but also Eldridge Cleaver, covering the event for Ramparts and carrying only a camera, as well as an anonymous black woman from Sacramento, unknown to the Panthers, who happened to be buying gas at the time. At the police station, officials changed the charges to conspiracy to invade the assembly chambers, a felony. 41. Seal and Comfort were bailed out that evening and returned with Newton for a court hearing and press conference the following day. 42. Extensive press coverage boosted the party's profile exponentially. The San Francisco Chronicle alone printed at least 12 stories on the Panther invasion of the state capitol that week. 43. The event and its aftermath received extensive coverage in the country's major dailies in early May, from the New York Times and Washington Post to the Chicago Tribune, as well as widespread television coverage. The party soon became the topic of discussion in innumerable political circles. In particular, it became a hot topic in the left alternative press, garnering extensive coverage in Ramparts and the movement. The event also prompted more thorough investigative coverage, including a massive story in the New York Times Magazine. 44. The Panthers graphically introduced the public to a new vision of black politics. Like the leaders of the earlier civil rights movement, the Panthers continued to focus on black liberation. Yet, rather than appeal for a fair share of the American pie, the Panthers portrayed the black community as a colony within America and the police as an army of occupation from which blacks sought liberation. 45. In their view, the racist power structure was the common enemy of all those engaged in freedom struggles. Newton and Seal were not deeply concerned when the Mulford Act passed. They believed that their Sacramento action would loudly proclaim the power of their vision to the world and that many young blacks would join them. And they were right. 46. The Sacramento protest attracted a wider movement audience and established the Black Panther Party as a new model for political struggle. Soon students at San Francisco State College and the University of California, Berkeley flocked to Panther rallies by the thousands. Countless numbers of young blacks looking for a way to join the movement, or just to channel their anger at the oppressive conditions in which they lived, now had a political organization they could call their own. 22-year-old Billy John Carr, once a star athlete at Berkeley High School who now constantly struggled to support his wife and child, joined the party immediately after the Sacramento protest. He explained his decision to the New York Times, "As far as I'm concerned, it's beautiful that we finally got an organization that don't walk around singing. I'm not for all this talking stuff. When things start happening, I'll be ready to die if that's necessary, and it's important that we have somebody around to organize us." 47. The Panthers knew that they were onto something historically significant. They could feel themselves becoming a viable model for black liberation. Emory Douglas recalled, "It was like being a part of a movement you had seen on TV, and now being able to share and participate in that movement. It brought a sense of pride." 48. George Dowell, who had joined in the Sacramento action, explained later to a reporter, "We are tired of police brutality. We want something done about it. If they won't do something, we will. I know going to the Capitol was a big step, and the Panthers made the first step. If we hadn't done that first step, our people would still be wishing. The Panthers took the first step in my brother's investigation and were the first to show the world that black people need protection and that we never had it. That's why we are arming to protect ourselves. We are just tired of living like this. We want freedom now. I hope it won't come to bloodshed, but if it does, and if I die, I'll know I did my part. That's a good feeling, because up till now there haven't been too many men or women that could say that." 49. By the end of May, the Black Panther Party had a burgeoning membership dedicated to a revolutionary program. And yet the tactic Newton and Seal used to build the organization had been outlawed. Part 2. Baptism in Blood. The Master's room was wide open. The Master's room was brilliantly lighted, and the Master was there, very calm. And our people stopped dead. It was the Master. I went in. "It's you," he said, very calm. It was I, even I, and I told him so, the good slave, the faithful slave, the slave of slaves, and suddenly his eyes were like two cockroaches, frightened in the rainy season. I struck, and the blood spurted. That is the only baptism that I remember today. Aimé Césaire excerpted in Frantz Fanon, Wretched of the Earth, Black Panther Party Book List. 3. The correct handling of a revolution. The Black Panther leadership found itself in a most ironic situation after Sacramento. On the strength of their tactic of policing the police, the Panthers had thrust themselves into the center of the movement debate about how to define black power and what direction the black liberation struggle should take now that the civil rights insurgency had run its course. At the same time, the tactics so key to the Panthers' effectiveness had been taken from them. How would the Black Panthers continue to mobilize the brothers on the block without the legal option of publicly arming themselves? And how would they pay for their mounting legal costs, such as the bail payments and lawyers' fees stemming from the Sacramento incident? In the summer of 1967, this problem kept Newton up at night, posing both a political puzzle and a personal dilemma. How would he respond if a police officer attempted to abuse or brutalize him? Before California enacted the Mulford Act and restricted the Black Panther Party's right to bear arms in public, the response had been clear. On countless occasions, Newton had pulled out his law book and insisted, by section and point, that he be accorded his full legal rights under the law. When an officer refused to accord him these rights, he made it clear that he would accept an arrest peacefully, but that he would take the officer to court for false arrest. But if an officer attempted to go outside the law and abuse or brutalize him in any way, Newton was armed, as was his legal right, and he made it clear that he would not hesitate to use his weapon in self-defense. In all of the Black Panther Party's confrontations with police, not a single shot had been fired. But now that this tactic had been outlawed, what would Newton do? What would a Panther do? The legitimate representatives of the black community. In the summer months of 1967, following the Sacramento action, Huey Newton published a series of essays in the Black Panther newspaper in which he explored ways to transcend the tactic of legally armed patrols of police. In Fear and Doubt, the functional definition of politics, in defense of self-defense, a two-part essay, and the correct handling of a revolution, he articulates a new politics. Drawing upon the writings of Malcolm X, Mao Zedong, and the psychiatrist Frantz Fanon, who participated in the Algerian Revolution, Newton expands on the revolutionary action movement's identification of the black community as a colony within the American Empire. He links both the conditions and the struggle for liberation in the black community to anti-colonial struggles around the world, not only in Africa but also in Vietnam and elsewhere. From there, Newton departs from RAM, seeking to define a politics that, like the tactic of legally armed patrols of police, would speak to and mobilize the brothers on the block. He develops his argument in four parts, first applying Frantz Fanon's theory of the psychology of colonization and liberation struggle to the ghettos of the United States, then extending the analogy to identify the police as an occupying force, interpreting U.S. urban riots as proto-political resistance to this occupation, and asserting the role of the Black Panther Party as the legitimate representative of the black community, the vanguard party in the struggle for black power. Newton lays out the first part of his argument in Fear and Doubt, where he analyzes the psychological dimensions of ghettoization, specifically on black men. He applies the theory developed by Fanon during the Algerian Revolution to the concrete and particular experience of blackness in the American ghetto in the mid-1960s, analyzing how black men experience ghetto life. Point 1. The essay describes the way in which society denies black men their humanity. Yet, Newton writes, the black man blames himself for his inferior position in society, finding himself in a double bind. On the one hand, he believes he is inherently inferior, that he lacks the innate ability to advance himself. On the other hand, he wants to believe that he is not innately inferior, but then blames himself for being lethargic and not trying hard enough. Society responds to him as a thing, beast, nonentity, something to be ignored or stepped on. He is asked to respect laws that do not respect him. He is asked to digest a code of ethics that act upon him but not for him. He is confused and in a constant state of rage, of shame, and doubt. This psychological set permeates all his interpersonal relationships. This dynamic permeates all aspects of black men's lives in America, Newton says, from processing their hair to pursuing fancy cars, from attending ghetto schools to being unemployed and fathering illegitimate children in an attempt to demonstrate masculinity. While a number of black power organizations at the time were reading Fanon and interpreting the psychological dimensions of racial oppression in the United States, Newton's innovation is to focus on the police as a brutal and illegitimate occupying force, the immediate barrier to self-determination. In this second part of his argument, presented in the functional definition of politics, Newton writes, because black people desire to determine their own destiny, they are constantly inflicted with brutality from the occupying army, embodied in the police department. There is a great similarity between the occupying army in Southeast Asia and the occupation of our communities by the racist police. The armies are there not to protect the people of South Vietnam, but to brutalize and oppress them for the interests of the selfish imperial power. 2. By this time, the Panthers were no longer using the law to monitor the police and bear arms in self-defense, these tactics had been outlawed. Now, Newton seeks to take the issue of police abuse of power to a broader political level. He identifies the police as representatives of the oppressive imperial power, an occupying force with no legitimate role in the black community. In the third part of his argument for a new politics, Newton identifies the urban riots, such as the rebellion in Watts, as proto-political resistance to this occupation and proposes that by arming and organizing the ghetto, black people can obtain power, channeling these proto-politics into an organized military force. In Defense of Self-Defense, he writes, we are continuing to function in petty, feudal ways, divided, confused, fighting among ourselves, we are still in the elementary stage of throwing rocks, sticks, empty wine bottles and beer cans at racist cops who lie in wait for a chance to murder unarmed black people. The racist cops have worked out a system for suppressing these spontaneous rebellions that flare up from the anger, frustration, and desperation of the masses of black people. We can no longer afford the dubious luxury of the terrible casualties wantonly inflicted upon us by the cops during these spontaneous rebellions. We must organize and unite to combat by long resistance the brutal force used against us daily. The power structure depends upon the use of force without retaliation. There is a world of difference between 30 million unarmed, submissive black people and 30 million black people armed with freedom and defense guns and the strategic methods of liberation. Point 3. This argument marks a critical step in Newton's thinking. Here he does not simply pinpoint the juncture of conflict between the police and the ghettos, but he identifies the riots as a proto-political resistance to, and rebellion against, this colonial relationship. Yet unlike many black power advocates, Newton does not celebrate the riots. He argues that they represent an infantile approach, an unsophisticated spontaneous reaction incapable of meeting the interests and needs from which they arise. In his essay, Newton elaborates on this rebellious proto-politics. No longer able to pursue the tactic of policing the police legally, he argues for expressing these riotous tendencies of political resistance by arming and organizing Black America into a coherent military force. Newton points out that military and political power are inextricably linked. Without military power, there can be no political power. Politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. He criticizes black politics as toothless and thus powerless. Only by developing a force with real destructive capacity can black people obtain political power. When black people send a representative, he is somewhat absurd because he represents no political power. He does not represent land power because we do not own any land. He does not represent economic or industrial power because black people do not own the means of production. The only way he can become political is to represent what is commonly called a military power, which the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense calls self-defense power. Black people can develop self-defense power by arming themselves from house to house, block to block, community to community, throughout the nation. Then we will choose a political representative and he will state to the power structure the desires of the black masses. If the desires are not met, the power structure will receive a political consequence. We will make it economically non-profitable for the power structure to go on with its oppressive ways. We will then negotiate as equals. There will be a balance between the people who are economically powerful and the people who are potentially economically destructive. Point 4. Finally, in an essay written in late July, less than 3 months after the Black Panther action in Sacramento, Newton asserts the role of the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense as a vanguard party, the legitimate representative of the black community in its struggle for black power. He adapts this idea from Ram and, indirectly, from Mao and the Chinese Revolution. But Ram had tried to assume this key role as an underground organization and had not succeeded in making its theory the basis for widespread politics. Newton, in exploring how to turn the riotous energy of the ghetto into an organized military and thus political force, departs from Ram and articulates a concept of a vanguard party with the practical capacity to build black power in the United States. In his seminal essay on the correct handling of a revolution, he writes, "The vanguard party must provide leadership for the people. It must teach the correct strategic methods of prolonged resistance through literature and activities. If the activities of the party are respected by the people will follow the example. This is the primary job of the party. When the people learn that it is no longer advantageous for them to resist by going to the streets in large numbers, and when they see the advantage in the activities of the guerrilla warfare method, they will quickly follow this example. But first, they must respect the party which is transmitting this message. The vanguard party is never underground in the beginning of its existence, because this would limit its effectiveness and educational process. How can you teach a people if the people do not know and respect you?" 5. In this way, Newton was able to reinvent the politics of armed self-defense after the passage of the Mulford Act. He believed that black people were ready to fight the police. By organizing this capacity for armed resistance, he sought to build political power and gain leverage to redress the wrongs against black people and meet their needs. At least at the beginning, Newton sought to organize this capacity for armed resistance above ground, that is, legally. Newton's conception of the vanguard party was important because of the way he envisioned the party's relationship to the people. He did not simply want to educate the people but also saw the importance of winning their respect. 6 While approvingly citing Mao Zedong's dictum that power grows out of the barrel of a gun, Newton understood that the respect and loyalty of the community were about much more than that. He knew that the black community would look to and respect the Black Panther Party only if the people believed that the party's main concern was their needs and interests. Thus Newton sought not only to organize the rage of the ghetto into a military force but also to assert its role in the vanguard of black power by championing solutions to the pressing needs of the black community: decent housing, employment, education, and freedom. Starting with the second issue of the Black Panther, on May 15, 1967, less than 2 weeks after the Sacramento incident, every one of the newspaper's 537 issues contained the party's 10-point platform and program, titled "What We Want Now, What We Believe," which emphasized the party's commitment to advancing a revolution that addressed the needs and interests of the black community. The platform and program emphasized the nationalist character of the party as a steward of black people's interests. The party was not just about armed action, it was the legitimate voice of black people, and as such, it intended to take care of the broad range of the community's needs. The platform drew heavily from the 10-point platform that Malcolm X crafted for Elijah Muhammad's Nation of Islam, published in August 1963. However, it emulated Malcolm X's nationalism without the Islamic flavor. For example, Malcolm X's 10-point program included the following points under what the Muslims want. 1. We want freedom. We want a full and complete freedom. 4. We want territory to establish a separate state. 5. We want freedom for all believers of Islam now held in federal prisons. We want freedom for all black men and women now under death sentence in innumerable prisons in the North as well as the South. 6. We want an immediate end to the police brutality and mob attacks against the so-called Negro throughout the United States. 7. We demand not only equal justice under the laws of the United States, but equal employment opportunities now. 8. We want the government of the United States to exempt our people from all taxation as long as we are deprived of equal justice under the laws of the land. 9. We want all black children educated, taught, and trained by their own teachers. 7. Using this program as a model, the Black Panthers developed their famous 10-point program. Most previous accounts present a version written in October 1968 as the original and claim it was first distributed in October 1966, but that is incorrect. The Black Panther Party's original 10-point program, first publicized in May 1967, read: What we want now, what we believe. To those poor souls who don't know black history, the beliefs and desires of the Black Panther Party for self-defense may seem unreasonable. To black people, the 10 points covered are absolutely essential to survival. We have listened to the riot-producing words "these things take time" for 400 years. The Black Panther Party knows what black people want and need. Black unity and self-defense will make these demands a reality. What we want. We want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our black community. We want full employment for our people. We want an end to the robbery by the white man of our black community. We want decent housing, fit for shelter of human beings. We want education for our people that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society. We want education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. We want all black men to be exempt from military service. We want an immediate end to police brutality and murder of black people. We want freedom for all black men held in federal, state, county, and city prisons and jails. We want all black people when brought to trial to be tried in court by a jury of their peer group or people from their black communities, as defined by the Constitution of the United States. We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace. What we believe. We believe that black people will not be free until we are able to determine our destiny. We believe that the federal government is responsible and obligated to give every man employment or a guaranteed income. We believe that if the white American businessmen will not give full employment, then the means of production should be taken from the businessmen and placed in the community so that the people of the community can organize and employ all of its people and give a high standard of living. We believe that this racist government has robbed us, and now we are demanding the overdue debt of 40 acres and 2 mules. 40 acres and 2 mules was promised 100 years ago as retribution for slave labor and mass murder of black people. We will accept the payment in currency which will be distributed to our many communities. The Germans are now aiding the Jews in Israel for the genocide of the Jewish people. The Germans murdered 6 million Jews. The American racist has taken part in the slaughter of over 50 million black people, therefore, we feel that this is a modest demand that we make. We believe that if the white landlords will not give decent housing to our black community, then the housing and the land should be made into cooperatives so that our community, with government aid, can build and make decent housing for its people. We believe in an educational system that will give to our people a knowledge of self. If a man does not have knowledge of himself and his position in society and the world, then he has little chance to relate to anything else. We believe that black people should not be forced to fight in the military service to defend a racist government that does not protect us. We will not fight and kill other people of color in the world who, like black people, are being victimized by the white racist government of America. We will protect ourselves from the force and violence of the racist police and the racist military, by whatever means necessary. We believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. The Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States gives us a right to bear arms. We therefore believe that all black people should arm themselves for self-defense. We believe that all black people should be released from the many jails and prisons because they have not received a fair and impartial trial. We believe that the courts should follow the United States Constitution so that black people will receive fair trials. The 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution gives a man a right to be tried by his peer group. A peer is a person from a similar economic, social, religious, geographical, environmental, historical, and racial background. To do this, the court will be forced to select a jury from the black community from which the black defendant came. We have been, and are being tried by all white juries that have no understanding of the average reasoning man of the black community. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown, that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. 8. Above the 10-point program, under the headline Minister of Defense, the Black Panther carried a photo of Huey that serves to announce to the world that the vanguard of Black Power had arrived. In the photo, Huey is seated and facing the camera. His forehead, nose, and left cheekbone are well illuminated, whereas the right side of his face is obscured in shadow, capped by the trademark black beret tilted at a precise angle to cover the top of his right ear. His slacks, shoes, and leather jacket are also black, his pressed shirt light-colored, the standard Black Panther uniform. He sits comfortably but alert, his feet positioned, ready to stand. Behind him is the ornate fan of the wicker throne in which he sits. A handful of live ammunition sits in a small pile on the ground near the butt of the rifle he holds in his right hand. Like the zebraskin rugs on the floor and the two shields behind him, the tall black spear in his left hand suggests Africa. The photo announces Huey as leader and defender of the black colony in the white motherland America. Engaging the left. Beyond rethinking the political ideology of the party, during the summer of 1967, the Black Panthers forged important new relations with the broader left. Newton was both an intellectual and a man of action. He could analyze the precise emotional dynamics in a confrontation with the police and know just how to push and how far. He could see the implications of his actions in the moment while considering their potential for broad political resonance. But he was not much of a public relations man. He had a high-pitched voice and hated public speaking. And he was too intensely focused on the crux of the issue to worry about advertising. Newton could envision and take exemplary action, but he was not particularly talented at broadcasting these actions to the world. Bobby Seale was a much more skillful public speaker, and a true organizational craftsman, keeping the party running day to day. Seale proved time and again, as he had in Sacramento, that he had great integrity and could stand up without wavering in the face of intense pressure. But he was not much of a public relations man either. Newton's vanguard politics called for putting the party front and center in the public eye. In the summer of 1967, Eldridge Cleaver turned out to have just the flamboyant edge the party needed. After Sacramento, the Panthers faced the legal challenges of raising bail and hiring lawyers. Such challenges had been an important part of the daily work of the earlier insurgent civil rights movement and were not unfamiliar to the Panthers. But until this point, legal challenges had been only a peripheral concern of the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Now, facing the courts became central. Although it was perfectly legal for the Panthers to enter the state capitol bearing arms, a fact that the state police acknowledged at the time, officials later charged members of the Black Panther delegation with conspiracy to disrupt the assembly, a felony. Eldridge and Beverly. Eldridge Cleaver was among those arrested with the Black Panther entourage in Sacramento. In the months following the Sacramento action, the Panthers' newfound fame allowed Cleaver to draw upon his connections with Ramparts and the broader left to raise money to help the party pay its legal bills stemming from Sacramento. Leroy Eldridge Cleaver was born on August 31, 1935, in Wabaseka, Arkansas, the son of Leroy Cleaver, a waiter and nightclub piano player, and Thelma Hattie Robinson Cleaver, an elementary school teacher. 9 Like many black families from the South, Cleaver's family had migrated west for work during World War II. The Cleavers settled in Los Angeles, where Cleaver soon became involved in petty crime. He went to jail several times, and in 1954, at the age of 19, was sent to Soledad State Prison as an adult for 2.5 years for possession of marijuana. The civil rights movement was heating up then, and Cleaver became politicized, spending an increasing amount of time with a group of black inmates who were in vociferous rebellion against what we perceived as a continuation of slavery. 10. Unmarried, Cleaver was denied conjugal visits and soon became lonely and thought often of women. In prison, Cleaver later wrote, "Those things withheld from and denied to the prisoner become precisely what he wants most of all." He tore a photo of a woman out of Esquire magazine and pinned it to the wall of his cell, deciding that this was his bride and that he would fall in love and lavish all his affections on her. One day he returned to his cell to find the picture torn from the wall by a guard and the pieces dumped in the toilet. When he confronted the guard said, "Get yourself a colored girl for a pin-up, no white women, and I'll let her stay up." 11. Soon after the incident, Cleaver heard the news about the murder of Emmett Till. In 1955, Till, a black 14-year-old from Chicago visiting relatives in Mississippi, whistled at a white woman. That night, local whites kidnapped him from his relative's house and beat him brutally. They fastened a large metal fan around his neck with barbed wire, shot him in the head, and dumped his mutilated corpse in the Tallahatchie River. Witnesses identified the murderers, but the accused men were exonerated after only an hour of deliberation by an all-white male jury. After the case was tried, and could not be appealed, the murderers publicly confessed that they had killed Till for flirting with a white woman. 12. Cleaver came across a picture of the white woman that Till had flirted with in a magazine and found her attractive. He saw himself in Till's shoes, and it distressed him. It intensified my frustrations, Cleaver later explained, to know that I was indoctrinated to see the white woman as more beautiful and desirable than my own black woman. Cleaver's emotional turmoil about his attraction to white women was not unusual. While white men often took liberties with black women, a black man who flirted even mildly with a white woman was considered to be making the gravest violation of white supremacy, one that was all too often punished by death. In this context, it is not surprising that many black men associated a sexual desire for white women with a desire to be recognized as human and free. Fanon graphically described the psychological dimensions of this type of desire. Out of the blackest part of my soul, across the zebra's striping of my mind, surges this desire to be suddenly white. I wish to be acknowledged not as black but as white. Now, who but a white woman can do this for me? By loving me she proves that I am worthy of white love. I am loved like a white man. I am a white man. Her love takes me onto the noble road that leads to total realization. I marry white culture, white beauty, white whiteness. When my restless hands caress those white breasts, they grasp white civilization and dignity and make them mine. 13. Cleaver's confrontation with the guard and his attraction to the white woman in the Till case shook him to the core and sent him in search of answers. He had many conversations with other inmates and studied books such as Richard Wright's Native Son. Through further studies, Cleaver earned his high school diploma reading Karl Marx, Rousseau, Thomas Paine, Voltaire, W.E.B. Du Bois, Bakunin, Lenin, and Machiavelli before his release in 1957.14. But Cleaver was still in turmoil, and within less than a year, he was arrested again, this time for assault with intent to kill. He was sentenced to 2 to 14 years in prison. At this point, he turned to the Nation of Islam and also began to write. 15 8 years later, he was still in prison, and still writing, but the mood of the country had changed. The civil rights movement had fought Jim Crow and won. The anti-war movement was building. When Cleaver's hero Malcolm X was assassinated in 1965, he swore to take up Malcolm X's fight. He committed himself to the struggle for the liberation of black people and to the strengthening of the association that Malcolm X had founded shortly before his death, the Organization of Afro-American Unity. From prison, Cleaver began writing letters to progressive lawyers he saw mentioned in the newspaper in hopes of finding legal support. In an issue of the Sun Reporter, a black community newspaper in San Francisco, Cleaver came across a story about Beverly Axelrod, a young white civil rights lawyer. The story featured a photo of Axelrod with one of her clients, a large black man who participated in 1964 protests on Cadillac Road to win black employment. Cleaver learned everything he could about Axelrod and then wrote her a letter calculated to win her support. It did. 16 Axelrod visited Cleaver several times, and the two began to exchange letters. Soon their letters became romantic. 17. In his letters to Beverly, Eldridge wrote of the sense of hope and humanity that he found in her affection. But he also expressed a rawness, a lack of apology. As he wrote, he seemed to take off the mask obscuring his true identity. Finding legitimate love and support from a white woman seemed to confirm his humanity. He no longer had to play at being timid or to make himself appear insignificant in the world. I was 22 when I came to prison, and of course I have changed tremendously over the years. But I always had a strong sense of myself, and in the last few years I felt I was losing my identity. There was a deadness in my body that eluded me, as though I could not exactly locate its site. Since encountering you, I feel life strength flowing back into that spot. I may even swagger a little, and, as I read in a book somewhere, push myself forward like a train. Now turn the record over and play the other side. I have tried to mislead you. I am not humble at all. I have no humility, and I do not fear you in the least. If I pretend to be shy, if I appear to hesitate, it is only a sham to deceive. By playing the humble part, I succor my fellow men in and seduce them of their trust. And then, if it suits my advantage, I lower the boom mercilessly. I lied when I stated that I had no sense of myself. My vanity is as vast as the scope of a dream, my heart is that of a tyrant, my arm is the arm of the executioner. I wish to be the voice of doom itself. I am angry at the insurgents of What's. They have pulled the covers off me and revealed to all what potential may lie behind my Tom smile. 18. Beverly responded in kind. I know you little and I know you much, but whichever way it goes, I accept you. Your manhood comes through in 1,000 ways, rare and wonderful. I'm out in the world, with an infinity of choices. You don't have to wonder if I'm grasping at something because I have no real measuring stick. I accept you. About the other side of the record, did you really think I didn't know? Another facet of the crystal might be an apter term. I have a few facets myself. I do not fear you, I know you will not hurt me. Your hatred is large, but not nearly so vast as you sometimes imagine. It can be used, but it can also be soothed and softened. 19. In this reply, Beverly expresses more than personal love and acceptance. She embraces Cleaver's humanity, and in doing so, expresses her own. She not only accepts Cleaver's rage, but suggests it can be softened. She sees herself as righting the racial wrongs he has suffered. By validating his humanity, she is standing up to the racism that denied it. Like Cleaver's, her love is political as well as personal. As a civil rights lawyer, she dedicates her life to fighting for justice. In loving Cleaver and validating his humanity, she seeks to challenge the social injustices that deny him his humanity. Eldridge understood that Beverly needed him as much as he needed her. He was aware that Beverly wanted to see her love of him as politically righteous. He saw their romance as politically transformative rather than simply individual, and appealed to Beverly in these terms. It is not that we are making each other up, and it is not ourselves alone who are involved in what is happening to us. It is really a complex movement taking place of which we are mere parts. We represent historical forces, and it is really these forces that are coalescing and moving toward each other. And it is not a fraud, forced out of desperation. We live in a disoriented, deranged social structure, and we have transcended its barriers in our own ways and have stepped psychologically outside its madness and repressions. 20. Beverly took a keen interest in Eldridge's writings, and because prison authorities prohibited Cleaver from distributing his essays, she smuggled the manuscripts out of prison, hidden inside legal documents. She brought them to Edward Keating, the publisher of Ramparts, who was impressed by Cleaver's work. 21. He shared Cleaver's writings with luminaries such as Norman Mailer and Norman Podhoretz, who in turn praised the work. Amid these successes, Cleaver, still in prison, asked Axelrod to marry him. 22. By the time Cleaver was released on parole in December 1966, having spent 9 years in the penitentiary, he had a job as a writer at Ramparts, a publisher for his book, and a fiancée. 23. The book, Soul on Ice, a collection of Cleaver's prison writings, was published in February 1968 and became an instant sensation, selling more than 1 million copies within months and eventually several million. 24. The mid-1960s in the United States were a time of intense exploration of questions of race and sexuality. As Jim Crow crumbled, people increasingly challenged the boundaries of racial segregation, including the powerful taboos against interracial sex. In finding legitimate love from Beverly Axelrod, a white woman, Cleaver saw a powerful form of redemption. Refusing to play Uncle Tom, he was able to be his terrible true masculine self. In entering into this relationship, Cleaver considered himself to be striking a fatal blow to white supremacy. Soul on Ice also depicts the relationship as a means for Axelrod to help transform society. Not only does she help him find liberation in his portrayal, she gets to be a rebel, a revolutionary, a different kind of white woman. 25 Through her romance with him, Beverly realizes her particular humanity, crossing over the line from participating in the oppressive system to becoming a revolutionary. More generally, Cleaver's writings suggest that by embracing each other and sharing the commitment to destroy the oppressive system, black and white revolutionaries could realize their humanity. Parts of Soul on Ice are deeply misogynist and sexist, a disturbing aspect of the text that received insufficient attention amid its initial embrace by a primarily masculinist literary establishment. In the essay on Becoming, Cleaver claimed that after the Till murder, when he was back on the street, he had become a rapist, first practicing on black women and then repeatedly raping white women as an insurrectionary act. It delighted me, wrote Cleaver, that I was defying and trampling upon the white man's law, upon his system of values, and that I was defiling his women. Upon his return to prison, Cleaver wrote, he became deeply ashamed and believed that he had gone astray not so much from the white man's law as from being human. 26 While it is impossible to measure Cleaver's sincerity, this is the story with which Cleaver presented himself to the world, and the story sold. Now a well-known author, Cleaver cultivated a growing coterie of left progressive friends and supporters, notably in the Bay Area. Unlike most other black nationalist organizations, the Panthers embraced cross-racial politics. In practical terms, Cleaver played a crucial role in helping the party forge powerful alliances with non-black individuals and organizations. By the time of the action in Sacramento, Cleaver was becoming increasingly involved in Panther activities. As the Panthers' needs for legal assistance and financial support grew, Cleaver's connections to Beverly Axelrod and Ramparts became increasingly important. Cleaver was still on parole and had made a point of attending the Sacramento action as a reporter rather than a party member. At the time of his arrest, he was unarmed, carrying only a camera. Still newly out of prison, Cleaver now faced a revocation of parole because of his arrest in Sacramento. Axelrod represented Cleaver in court, arguing that Cleaver had been arrested with the other Panthers only because he was black. To support her argument, she pointed out that a black woman from Sacramento with no affiliation with the Black Panthers had also been arrested because she happened to be black and happened to be in the same place at the same time. 27 The district attorney acknowledged that Cleaver had been carrying only a camera and dropped the charges against him. 28 The Black Panther. As the Panthers reached out to communicate with members, recruit new members, and garner support and funds for their cause, they developed the Black Panther newspaper as a key tool of their revolution. Cleaver's connections were very helpful in this endeavor. From the start, the newspaper served as a unique and dynamic voice of the black liberation struggle. Rank and file Black Panthers did most of the work on the paper, including the writing and layout. But especially in the newspaper's early period, Cleaver's friends provided critical technical support, helping with editing and publishing. 3 days after the Sacramento action, Huey and Bobby began to work with Cleaver on the second issue of the party's paper, which would be its first full-format edition. 29 They laid out the paper at Beverly Axelrod's house in San Francisco. The cover included a postcard that Beverly contributed featuring a woodblock picture of a fat pig with the headline, "Support your local police." Eldridge and Barbara Arthur, an undergraduate at the University of California, wrote articles, and the Panthers called in a radical white photographer who brought over his cameras and tripods to take the pictures for the issue. For the photo shoots, Eldridge brought in the zebra-skin rug, rattan chair, and African shields and composed the famous picture of Huey Newton on his wicker throne. The photographer also shot an unidentified Black Panther woman in a similar scene. She stands in striking profile with a hood covering most of her face, a heavy rifle grasped in her right hand. 30 Campus rallies. The Panthers also reached out to students on college campuses. As soon as Bobby Seale was released on bail from the arrest in Sacramento, Peter Camejo of the Young Socialist Alliance at the University of California, Berkeley, scheduled an event on campus to set the record straight about the Black Panther Party's political positions. 3112 Panthers came to campus on May 10, 1967, and Bobby Seale was the featured speaker. Seale asked, "Why don't cops who patrol our community live in our community? I don't think there would be so much police brutality if they had to go and sleep there." The audience of several thousand, composed mostly of white students, clapped loudly. Seale emphasized that the Black Panther Party was not racist. "You've been told that the Black Panthers make no bones about hating whites," said Seale. "That's a barefaced lie. We don't hate nobody because of color. We hate oppression." 32. Seale explained the Panthers' anti-colonialist politics: "We're going to arm ourselves and protect ourselves from white racist cops. White cops are occupying our community like foreign troops. They're there to hurt us and brutalize us, and we got to arm ourselves because they're shooting us up already." Barbara Arthur, a fellow student of many of those in the crowd, announced, "I represent the women's department of the party. We believe that an education system which still teaches and preaches that white is right, black is wrong is itself wrong." Reminding the students about the Denzel Dowell case, she added, "When black men are armed, racist cops are going to take a second thought before harassing a black man." 33. On Friday, May 5, the Black Panthers held a rally at San Francisco State College to raise bail money for the Sacramento arrestees, drawing heavily on support from the burgeoning Black Power left. Cleaver's friend and renowned black nationalist poet Leroy Jones, soon known as Amiri Baraka, was the keynote speaker. He praised the Black Panthers while calling the police killers and President Johnson a mass murderer. Jones urged black people to arm themselves. "You'd better get yourself a gun if you want to survive the white man's wrath. Those white policemen aren't here to protect you, they're here to kill you." Playwright Ed Bullins also spoke and called black people a captive nation. 34. Setting the terms of white support. On May 3, the day after the Sacramento action, Newton went on the radio and made a plea for bail support. The Panthers needed $5,000, 10% of the $50,000 bail, to get the party members back on the street. 35 The party had to compete for funds with other Black Power and left-wing organizations. As the Black Panthers sought to attract support from the broader universe of left-wing activists, largely through Cleaver's networks, they also strove to define the character of these relationships. The Panthers' reach was expanding rapidly. Radical groups lined up to help the Black Panthers with their legal defense, including the Ramparts-affiliated Community for a New Politics, CNP, the Communist Party, and the Socialist Workers' Party. 36 representatives of these groups, including Roscoe Proctor, a black member of the Communist Party, Peter Camejo and Bob Himmel from the Socialist Workers' Party, and Bob Avakian from the CNP, formed the Black Panther Legal Defense Committee and assisted in the defense of the Black Panthers arrested in Sacramento. By mid-July, however, the committee had fallen apart. Avakian, who worked as a researcher at Ramparts, continued to work with the party. But as the Legal Defense Committee fell apart, the Black Panthers cut off formal ties with the Communist Party and the Socialist Workers' Party, publicly condemning the patronizing attitudes of some on the white left. Eldridge Cleaver wrote a scathing critique in the Panther newspaper titled "White Mother Country Radicals." In the article, Cleaver noted that whites had historically played an important role in black independence struggles internationally, particularly in supplying guns, money, and information. He argued that white radicals in America, however, had failed to live up to this standard, instead acting as if they are the smartest and attempting to dominate Black Power politics. Cleaver then defined the kind of relationship the Black Panther Party sought with radical whites, one in which they would offer material contributions, information, and skills. Reflecting the black demand for self-determination dating back at least to the 19th century roots of the black liberation struggle, Cleaver explained that whites must learn to listen to blacks and follow black leadership. Whites would not be allowed to run the show in the party, their role had to be subordinate. The Black Panthers intended to direct their own party. The party lauded Bob Avakian as an acceptable voice of radical white America, perhaps because of his supportive role in the Legal Defense Committee. The Black Panther published an article by Avakian echoing Cleaver's critique, endorsing the idea that white radicals in America had a duty to support the Black Revolution. The paper also contained photos of Avakian posing with a pistol. 37. Long Hot Summer. More than any other group at the time, the Black Panther Party was highly attuned to the wave of ghetto rebellions. Following Sacramento, as envisioned in Newton's theoretical writings, the Panthers sought to position their party as the vanguard of this black revolt, aiming to shape its raw energy into a powerful, organized, revolutionary force. In mid-June 1967, Bobby Seale published an article about the urban rebellions in the Black Panther called The Coming Long Hot Summer. Seale predicted that the rebellions would expand explosively, creating the impetus for a black revolution. Since July 18, 1964, the Harlem riots, there have been some 50 rebellions in the black communities throughout the nation. These 50 rebellions include the most recent rebellions of black people that have occurred within the last few weeks, some 10 or 15. If one would look closely, and check this 3-year history, he will find that in damn near every rebellion a racist cop was involved in the starting of that rebellion. And these same pig cops, under orders from the racist government, will probably cause 50 or more rebellions to occur the rest of this year alone, by inflicting brutality or murdering some black person within the confines of one of our black communities. Black people will defend themselves at all costs. They will learn the correct tactics to use in dealing with the racist cops. The racist military police force occupies our community just like the foreign American troops in Vietnam. But to inform you dog racists controlling this rotten government and for you to let your pig cops know you ain't just causing a long hot summer, you're causing a black revolution. 38. In the summer of 1967, the wave of rebellion did in fact swell. Through the early summer, most local rebellions were small, like the Hunters Point riot in San Francisco in response to the killing of Matthew Johnson by police the previous year. None had anything like the scope or destructive capacity of the Watts Rebellion in 1965. Yet in black communities throughout the country, small rebellions continued to erupt, often triggered by incidents of police brutality. Then came Newark, and Detroit. Newark. In 1967, the black community in Newark, New Jersey, was emblematic of the ghetto isolation and containment from which rebellions grew. At that time, Newark was the 30th largest city in the United States, with a population of 400,000. As blacks migrated to Newark in the late 1950s and early 1960s, whites deserted the city. In 1960, Newark was still 65% white, but by 1967, it was more than 52% black and 10% Cuban and Puerto Rican. Yet whites maintained near total political control. From Mayor Hugh Adonisio to 7 of 9 city council representatives and 7 of 9 Board of Education members, the city leadership was almost entirely white. Whites also dominated the city commissions. The police were almost all Italian American. Almost all of those the police arrested, though, were black. Tensions between the black community and the police had escalated to the point that the mayor had handed over responsibility for investigating charges of police brutality to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The FBI heard only cases that involved a violation of federal civil rights. While apparently taking the mayor off the hot seat, this move effectively shut down all channels for redress. Very few black families, fewer than 13%, owned their own homes. Black residents had minimal access to education. Newark's per capita expenditures on education were significantly lower than those in the surrounding areas, and 70% of the children in the Newark public school system were black. Almost half of Newark's black children did not finish high school. In 1960, more than half of the city's adult blacks had less than an 8th grade education, and 12% were unemployed. Newark had the highest rates of crime, venereal disease, substandard housing, maternal mortality, and tuberculosis in the country. 39 Organized crime was rampant. Most people convicted of crimes were black, and the majority of the victims were also black. Like the city government, organized crime, the operation, the money and power was run by Italian Americans. On Wednesday, July 12, 3 weeks after the publication of Bobby Seale's article predicting a spread of urban rebellions, John Smith, a black cab driver, was pulled over by Newark police officers John DeSimone and Vito Pontrelli. 40 Just across the street from the police station, residents from the high-rise towers of the Reverend William P. Hayes Public Housing Projects watched as the policeman dragged Smith, apparently beaten too badly to walk, across the pavement and into the station. By 10 p.m., a crowd had gathered outside the police station, mostly comprised of housing project residents and cab drivers, who had been notified over their radios. The police and community leaders asked the crowd to disperse. Then someone lit a match. In a small arc, 2 glass bottles full of liquid capped with burning rags passed over the crowd. Shattering against the wall of the police station, the Molotov cocktails burst into balls of flame. Frenzied police officers scrambled out of the station. Local officials from the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, tried to calm the crowd and persuade people to march to City Hall, but some in the crowd hurled stones and later broke the windows of several liquor stores and set a car on fire. The police put on riot helmets and moved to disperse the crowd. The next day, representatives of a variety of black power groups met to discuss what to do about the clashes with police. They decided to call a police brutality protest rally for early that evening in front of the 4th Precinct station. The media started to gather. At 7 p.m., James Threat, the black director of the Human Rights Commission, announced that the mayor had decided to form a citizens committee to investigate the Smith incident and that a black policeman was being promoted to the rank of captain. Someone shouted "Black Power," and people started to throw rocks. Police moved to disperse the crowd, which began looting and setting more fires. There were not enough officers to contain the rebellion, so the police concentrated on a 2-mile stretch of the commercial district on Springfield Avenue. The rebellion grew. The mayor called in help from the state police and the National Guard. Law enforcement did a lot of shooting during the weekend. They shot looters and also fired at random into crowds, hitting uninvolved bystanders on the sidelines and even some in their homes. They also shot up businesses that placed black-owned signs in the windows. Countless people were wounded. 23 were killed, 21 of them black, including 2 children, 6 women, and a 73-year-old man. Leroy Jones was among those beaten and arrested by Newark's police. Again and again, we have sought to plead through the reference of progressive humanism. Again and again our complaints have been denied by an unfeeling, ignorant, graft-ridden, racist government. Now we will govern ourselves or no one will govern Newark, New Jersey. 41. On July 20, the Black Panthers devoted an issue of their newspaper to the Newark Rebellion. Front page headlines read: "The significance of the Black liberation struggle in Newark and police slaughter black people." The cover photograph showed 3 police officers pinning down a black man, his face pressed into the sidewalk. The caption read, "How can any black man in his right mind look at this picture in racist dog America and not understand what is happening? It's obvious that the brother on the ground is the underdog and that the arrogant Gestapo dogs on top have the advantage. What is the essential difference between the man on the bottom and the pigs on top? The gun. If the brother had had his peace with him, it is obvious that the pigs would have had to deal with him in a different way. And the brother may have gotten something down, that is, if he knew how to shoot straight point .42. Lower on the page was a picture of a rifle under huge type reading, "Guns baby guns." The paper featured a 2-page centerfold with a photographic montage of the Newark Rebellion. Each of the 16 pictures emphasized the violent clash between heavily armed government officers and neighborhood blacks. Pictures of bloodied and brutalized black men and women accompanied a large photo of several blacks lying face down on the concrete with armed officers standing over them as other officers hold back a crowd. Another photo showed a military jeep packed with officers carrying machine guns driving past a burned-out building. The caption read, "Vietnam? Dominican Republic? The Congo? No. Racist Newark, U.S.A." In another shot, an officer crouched behind a jeep taking aim with his rifle. The caption, "Vicious, mad, raving, racist dog, sniping at colonized black people as though at a foreign enemy." One photo showed a crowd of unarmed black men yelling at soldiers over the points of their bayonets. The caption read, "America's black colonial subjects show contempt and a total lack of fear of the racist dog occupying troops." In the center of the page were the words "Racists call it rioting, but actually it's a political consequence on the part of black people who have been denied freedom, justice, and equality." 43. Detroit. On July 23, 1967, 3 days after the Black Panther issue on the Newark rebellions, Detroit exploded in the largest urban rebellion in the United States in the 20th century. Most discussions of the Detroit rebellions, as well as the other urban rebellions of 1967, draw extensively on the analysis by the Kerner Commission, appointed by President Johnson to investigate the incident. 44 The Commission report portrayed the rebellions as apolitical, spontaneous reactions to poor conditions rather than signs of a broader struggle over social power. As journalist Andrew Kopkind observed, though, the Kerner Commission was designed not to study questions, but to state them, not to conduct investigations but to accept them, not to formulate policy but to confirm it. Kopkind argued that the report's shallow lip service to the core problem of racism bolstered rather than challenged structural racism. Failure to analyze in any way the white racism asserted by the commissioners in the report's summary, argued Kopkind, transformed that critical category into a cheap slogan. And overall, the report's mindless attention to documenting conventional perceptions and drowning them in conventional wisdom made meaningless the commissioners' demands for social reconstruction. 45. The 120 social scientists and investigators hired by the Kerner Commission, working under the guidance of Research Director Robert Shello, provided a much more perceptive political analysis of the rebellions that the Commission never published. In the concluding chapter of the analysis, America on the Brink, White Racism and Black Rebellion, the social scientists argued that racism pervaded all U.S. institutions and that blacks feel it is legitimate and necessary to use violence against the social order. A truly revolutionary spirit has begun to take hold. An unwillingness to compromise or wait any longer, to risk death rather than have their people continue in a subordinate status. Shello and his team were subsequently fired, and their analysis was removed from the report. 46 Powerful evidence supported the Shello team's view that many black people in Detroit saw the unrest as political action, that is, as a rebellion. In the Campbell-Schumann survey several months after the incident, 56% of the black respondents in Detroit characterized the incident as a rebellion or revolution, whereas only 19% characterized it as a riot. 47. In the Detroit uprising, rebels not only looted but also turned to more serious insurrectionary tactics, such as arson and sniping. Unlike looting, which offers rebels instant material benefit, these activities subjected rebels to significant risk while offering no instant material benefit, thus suggesting a challenge to the social order. According to police, 552 buildings were destroyed or damaged by fires started by the rebels. Some 7,231 rebels were arrested, more than twice as many as in the Watts uprising and 4 times more than in Newark. By the end of the Detroit Rebellion, 43 people had been killed, 33 of them black. 10 whites were also killed, a number of them government officials. 48. As with other urban uprisings, the Detroit Rebellion did not spring out of the blue. Strong racial polarization had existed in Detroit for many years. In April 1965, white supremacists had burned crosses in front of 25 black residences in integrated neighborhoods of the city. 49 In the weeks leading up to the Detroit Rebellion, 3 incidents exacerbated racial tensions. On June 12, a mob of more than 80 whites waged a mini-riot and smoke-bombed the house of an interracial married couple, a black man and a white woman who had moved into a suburban white neighborhood. On June 23, a black couple, Mr. Thomas, who worked at a local Ford plant, and Ms. Thomas, his pregnant wife, went to Rouge Park in a white neighborhood. A mob of more than 15 whites harassed them, threatened to rape Mrs. Thomas, cut the wires on their car so they could not leave, and then shot Mr. Thomas 3 times, killing him and causing Ms. Thomas to miscarry. 6 of the whites were arrested, but only 1 was charged, and he was eventually let off by a jury. In fact, at that time, no white had ever been found guilty of murdering a black person in Detroit. On July 1, Vivian Williams, a young black prostitute, was killed, and rumors circulated that she had been killed by a policeman. A police raid of a blind pig bar on 12th Street had sparked the outbreak. Blind pigs were important social institutions in Detroit's black communities dating back to the early 20th century. When white establishment bars started admitting blacks after 1948, the blind pigs were underground bars that mostly served blacks after 2 a.m., when state laws forbade the sale of liquor. Police customarily took protection bribes from the operators and raided those that refused to pay, creating resentment among many in the black community. In the early hours of July 23, the blind pig in the dingy second-floor apartment at 9125 12th Street hosted a raging party for 2 black veterans returning from Vietnam and another soldier departing for the war. As the 80 or so patrons, almost all of them black, were arrested and brought down to the street to be loaded into paddy wagons, a crowd began to gather. Word spread, and soon onlookers greatly outnumbered the police. Several people saw the police dragging the men down the stairs. Many in the gathering crowd believed that the police were using excessive force, and tensions rose. A young black nationalist began to shout, "Black power, don't let them take our people away, look what they are doing to our people. Let's kill them whitey motherfuckers. Let's get the bricks and bottles going. Why do they come down here and do this to our neighborhood? If this happened in Grosse Pointe, an affluent white neighborhood, they wouldn't be acting this way." 50 Someone threw a beer bottle, and the crowd went wild. Even before this episode, there had been a strong black nationalist presence in Detroit that provided an anti-colonial assessment of conditions in the black community and called for rebellion. In addition to RAM and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, these activists included Uhuru, Reverend Albert Cleage, and the Black Christian Nationalist Movement, the Afro-American Unity Movement, radical activists and authors Grace Lee and James Boggs, and the Malcolm X Society. A SNCC delegate from Cincinnati at the Second Black Arts Conference in late June said, "We already had our riot and we're here to show you how it's done." 51 The Afro-American Unity Movement was already preparing for urban rebellion and had already had several confrontations with police before the Detroit uprising. RAM had developed plans for seizing control of the city's industries should a rebellion take place. During the rebellion, representatives from the Malcolm X Society contacted the mayor of Detroit and the governor of Michigan, claiming they would bring a cessation of all hostilities if the officials would meet a number of key demands, including those for community control over the police, the school board, and urban renewal. After the uprising, several newspapers published allegations that RAM was responsible for systematic burning and sniping, but these allegations were never proven. Unlike the young black nationalists whose politics coincided with those of the rebels on the streets, black political leaders who attempted to quell the rebellion were booed and chased out of the neighborhood. This division between established leadership and young militants became clear in one community meeting during the uprisings. A young black steel worker from the 12th Street neighborhood told the politicians, "You leaders have failed the black community. The black leadership brought the rebellion on the black people." 52. While liberal politicians' rhetoric about the Detroit Rebellion emphasized the poor conditions blacks faced and the need for an ameliorative response, On the ground the state response was repressive. When the local police was unable to contain the rebellion, the mayor and the governor called in the National Guard and Michigan State Police and asked President Johnson to send in the army, which he eventually did. Soon, the police not only had bayonets and armored personnel carriers but were also backed up by tanks, army choppers, and machine guns. When the National Guard arrived on July 23, the troops were instructed to shoot any person seen looting. By that evening, the police, the guardsmen, and the state police were all firing at fleeing looters. The next day, with backup from the National Guard, the police unleashed their full repressive force against the rebels, attempting to re-establish their dominance and control and to teach the bastards a lesson. Many law enforcement officers believed their job was to put blacks back in their place. "I'm gonna shoot anything that moves and that is black," said a guardsman. White firemen shouted to guardsmen while they frisked two blacks on July 25, "Kill the black bastards. Control those goons. Shoot 'em in the nuts." 53. The rebels had no illusions that the government would act in their favor. Many explicitly saw their rebellion as an assertion of black power. One rebel confronted a cop with the words, "You can't do anything to me, white man." Black power. 54. As the government brought down increasingly repressive force, the rebels responded in kind. At its height, the rebellion can best be described as an insurrection. Large crowds of looters in the early part of July 23 gave way to roving bands of looters and fire bombers, who were much harder to control. Some coordinated their tactics by shortwave radio. Apparently, the rebels saw all government officials as the enemy, and they attacked firemen as well as policemen. By 4:40 p.m. on July 24, rebels had stolen hundreds of guns from gun shops. As police began to shoot at the looters, black snipers started shooting back. Hubert Locke, executive secretary of the Establishment Committee for Equal Opportunity, called it a total state of war. Police officers and firemen reported being attacked by snipers on both the east and west sides of the city. Snipers made sporadic attacks on the Detroit Street Railway's buses and on crews of the Public Lighting Commission and the Detroit Edison Company. Police records indicate that as many as 10 people were shot by snipers on July 25 alone. A span of 140 blocks on the west side became a bloody battlefield, according to the Detroit News. Government tanks and armored personnel carriers thundered through the streets and heavy machine guns chattered. It was as though the Viet Cong had infiltrated the riot-blackened streets. The mayor said, "It looks like Berlin in 1945-55. The black uprisings in Detroit and Newark were the largest of 1967 but by no means the only ones. Urban rebellions rock cities large and small all across America." According to the Kerner Commission, 164 such rebellions erupted in the first 9 months of the year. 56. The urban uprisings marked a significant shift in Black America's relationship both to the civil rights movement and to white-controlled law enforcement. Since the urban conflicts during World War II, the United States had seen few such disturbances until the Harlem Rebellion in 1964. But by the summer of 1967, Black America was approaching full-scale violent revolt. The promise of full rights and upward mobility had helped contain the aspirations of Black America since the war. However, in the ghettos of the North and West, despite the achievement of citizenship rights, black subordination not only persisted but all too often expanded. With white flight and the desertion of the inner cities to blacks, urban governments sought to address the problems of their swelling ghettos through containment, relying increasingly on police force. According to the Kerner Commission, the urban rebellions of 1967 responded to the accumulation of unresolved grievances and widespread dissatisfaction among Negroes with the unwillingness or inability of local government to respond. 57 Among the factors contributing to this dissatisfaction, according to the Commission, were pervasive discrimination and segregation, black immigration and white exodus, the convergence of segregation and poverty in the ghettos, disappointment with the civil rights movement, violence by white vigilante groups reacting against black civil disobedience, frustration and powerlessness, a new mood of enhanced racial pride, and emerging views of the police as a symbol of white power offering protection for white citizens while oppressing blacks with impunity. 58 The Commission assigned special importance to police actions, believing that law enforcement's overstepping of power had not only triggered the rebellions but also generated the tensions that preceded them. 59 As the censured analysis by the Commission's research director Robert Cello suggests, these conditions are best understood not as psychological factors prompting individual rioters to act but rather as the impetus for political acts of black rebellion. Rebellion re-emerged as a political avenue precisely because of the limitations of the civil rights victories. These victories left untouched the economic and material dimensions of black subordination. With persistent racial subordination in the face of rhetorical freedom, pressures mounted. In the summer of 1967, the floodgates lifted, and the dream of black nationhood poured through the channels of urban rebellion. Vanguard of the Black Revolution. Despite its early influence, the Black Panther Party started as just one of many small black power organizations. But coupled with the attention garnered from Sacramento, the wave of urban rebellions in the summer of 1967 confirmed the party leaders' confidence in their political program. When Black America rebelled, Huey P. Newton and the Black Panther Party were prepared to seize the time. They were no mere ideologues giving lip service to the sentiments of the rebels. They had seen the wave of black revolt approaching. They had recognized its power and analyzed its character, and they had prepared the party to organize it to become its leading force. They had begun to position themselves as the vanguard of the Black Revolution. Tentative no more. The party's first assertions of its vanguard status were tentative. When the Black Panthers first published their 10-point platform and program at the beginning of the summer, they included this disclaimer above it: to those poor souls who don't know black history, the beliefs and desires of the Black Panther Party for self-defense may seem unreasonable. To black people, the 10 points covered are absolutely essential to survival. We have listened to the riot-producing words "these things take time" for 400 years. The Black Panther Party knows what black people want and need. Black unity and self-defense will make these demands a reality. 60 In the statement, the party appeared to be trying to explain itself and did not yet seem confident of its growing influence. This disclaimer also appeared in several subsequent issues of the newspaper. Yet as urban rebellions spread, the confidence of the party's leadership grew. At 1 p.m. on June 29, 1967, Bobby Seale called a press conference on the steps of the San Francisco Hall of Justice. With television cameras rolling, Seale unfurled and read Minister of Defense Huey Newton's executive mandate No. 2 drafting Stokely Carmichael into the Black Panther Party for self-defense and investing him with the rank of Field Marshal, delegated the following authority, power, and responsibility. To establish revolutionary law, order, and justice in the territory lying between the Continental Divide east to the Atlantic Ocean, north of the Mason-Dixon line to the Canadian border, south of the Mason-Dixon line to the Gulf of Mexico. At the press conference, Seale presented a challenge to Carmichael: "I know you have questions you want answered, but there is only one question that is pertinent at this time, and that is this: whose authority and program is Stokely Carmichael going to acknowledge, that of the warmonger Lyndon Baines Johnson or Minister of Self-Defense, Huey P. Newton?" The front page of the Black Panther pointed out that Carmichael was the first well-known Afro-American leader to take a stand against the draft and that many others had followed in his path, including Muhammad Ali and Martin Luther King. 61. Although the press conference drew little coverage, it dramatically illustrated the Black Panther Party's evolving self-perception. The party not only presented the United States as an imperialist power but also positioned itself as the sole legitimate alternative. By presenting Carmichael with a choice between two authorities, President Lyndon B. Johnson or Huey P. Newton, Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, the Panthers implied that if Carmichael did not accept Newton's authority, then he accepted Johnson's. Further, in delegating Carmichael to establish revolutionary law for the entire United States east of the Mississippi, Newton did not simply claim authority over Black America but posed a revolutionary challenge to America as a whole. 62. In the same issue in which the Panthers enlisted Carmichael for revolutionary leadership, they removed the disclaimer from their 10-point program. They now proclaimed rather than argued the viability of the program. Carmichael would eventually join the Black Panther Party, but not until the following year. While the party was not yet very large or influential, by the end of the summer, it had reinvented the politics of self-defense. The intense wave of summer rebellions demonstrated the party to be highly attuned and bolstered the leadership's confidence in its revolutionary vision. This new confidence expressed itself in party relations with other political organizations. 63. Bootlickers. As the party began to take more seriously its goal of becoming the vanguard of the Black Revolution, it came into increasing conflict with more moderate Black political organizations. In July 1967, CORE held a conference in Oakland, bringing together representatives from a range of Black political organizations, representatives of the local CORE chapter led by Wilfred Ussery, Floyd McKissick, and James Farmer from the National CORE, Afro-American Association leader Donald Worden, Elijah Turner, California Assemblyman Willie Brown, SNCC Chairman H. Rap Brown, and Muhammad Ali. CORE asked the Black Panthers to serve as bodyguards for the event but refused to allow Newton to speak or to list the Black Panther Party in the program as a conference participant. The organization took the further step of asking the sheriff of San Mateo County to telephone Newton and Seal to inform them that they could carry guns for that day only as bodyguards at the event. The Panthers were insulted and offended. Refusing to participate on these terms, they published a response in their newspaper that articulated their developing view of their political role and distinguished this role from that of CORE and its allies. The Panthers argued that Black people must develop the concept of a foreign and domestic policy for Afro-America. We have to start viewing reactionary Black leaders as Black agents of the white mother country. And reactionary Black organizations can be viewed as Black fronts for the white mother country. 64. Following the conference, the Black Panther began to critique not only the police and white political leaders but also Black political leaders and organizations that it viewed as counter-revolutionary. On July 20, the Black Panthers introduced their bootlicker column. The idea was to identify bootlicking, or counter-revolutionary, Black leaders who were subservient to the white power structure. The column was replete with photos, derogatory graphics, and articles critical of Black leaders and organizations they saw as accommodationist, not only Ussery and CORE, but also California Assemblyman Willie Brown and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. 65. Paper Panthers. The Black Panther Party did not confine itself to criticizing mainstream Black political organizations. Increasingly confident in positioning the organization as a vanguard party, the Panthers also criticized other Black nationalist organizations that did not live up to their revolutionary rhetoric. A particularly bitter rift had occurred between the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense and the Black Panther Party of Northern California, led by Huey and Bobby's former comrades from the West Coast RAM. A disagreement about tactics had been brewing for years, even when Huey and Bobby had worked with the Seoul Students Advisory Council at Merritt College. The split widened as Huey and Bobby's Black Panther Party for Self-Defense gained in stature. Jockeying for media attention, RAM twice accepted credit for Panther activities, including the Black Panther escort of Betty Shabazz and the action in Sacramento. The fact that RAM carried unloaded weapons, a tactic that Huey adamantly opposed, did not help matters. David Hilliard, one of Huey Newton's childhood friends who became active in the party, coined the phrase Paper Panthers to describe the RAM group. RAM members were armchair revolutionaries who did not know the first thing about fighting an actual revolution, argued Hilliard, who would soon rise to the rank of Chief of Staff, assuming primary leadership of the party's operation. The phrase stuck, and after the Newark Rebellion in July 1967, the Black Panthers published a graphic of a paper panther in their newspaper replete with bullet holes and labels identifying the group as conservative, misguided, reactionary, and counter-revolutionary. The message was clear: The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was the truly revolutionary party, the vanguard of the Black Revolution, and no substitutes would be accepted. 66. Mockery was not enough to resolve the conflict. According to Newton's memoirs, he confronted Roy Ballard of the Black Panther Party of Northern California about the rumor that Ballard's group carried unloaded guns. Ballard reportedly admitted that he did not even own any bullets. Huey reported that a few weeks later, he and his Panthers went to San Francisco where the paper Panthers were having a fish fry, and issued an ultimatum: they could merge with us or change their name or be annihilated. When they said they would do none of these things, we waded in. I took on one and hooked him in the jaw. It was a short battle, ending a few moments later when somebody fired a shot in the air and people scattered. After that, the paper Panthers changed their name. 67. Gender in the Vanguard Party. As the Black Panthers garnered influence and self-confidence and sought to redefine their political strategy, the gender politics of the party shifted as well. All the original party members were men. They sought to educate and politicize the male brothers on the block. And part of their project was to assert a strong black masculinity. In Newton's early essay Fear and Doubt, he described the crisis of manhood he saw facing black men. As a man, he finds himself void of those things that bring respect and a feeling of worthiness. He ultimately blames himself. He may father several illegitimate children by several different women in order to display his masculinity. But in the end, he realizes that he is ineffectual in his efforts. He is asked to respect laws that do not respect him. 68. Contrary to some critics, Newton laid out a position that was distinct from the Moynihan Report, a policy study for the war on poverty issued in 1965 by the U.S. Department of Labor, which blamed the social castration of black men on the pathology of black matriarchal culture. Newton saw the problem not as a cultural difficulty endemic to black people but as a form of oppression imposed on black men by the racist social structure. In the Black Panthers' program to assert a revolutionary masculinity, black men were to become men by standing up against and seeking to destroy the oppressive system that was denying them their humanity. This politics challenged both the Uncle Tom role of black male deference to white power and the civil rights politics of turning the other cheek in pursuit of integration. 69. Within months of its founding, the Black Panther Party attracted the participation of women, who soon became trusted and invaluable members. From the start, women participated in all party activities, including the more militant ones. The party's initial tactic of challenging the police principally attracted men but also attracted some women. The Panther entourage that confronted the police while escorting Betty Shabazz at the San Francisco airport included women. And women Panthers participated in the invasion of the Capitol building in Sacramento. Pictures of Panther women carrying guns appeared in the earliest issues of the Black Panther. Early issues of the newspaper represented women as valued party members, as soldiers, poets, and writers. In the summer of 1967, as party influence grew, more women joined the party. With the party's growing confidence in its role as a revolutionary vanguard, Panther women increasingly wrote, and were written about, in the Black Panther. Not surprisingly, these pioneer Panther women applauded the idea of revolutionary nationhood and the bold masculinity of the Black Panther Party. In a recruitment pitch aimed at women, Barbara Arthur emphasized the appeal of a black political organization led by and consisting of revolutionary black men. The Black Panther Party is where the black men are. I know every black woman has to feel proud of black men who finally decided to announce to the world that they were putting an end to police brutality and black genocide. Become members of the Black Panther Party for self-defense, sisters, we got a good thing going. 70. Sister Williams not only embraced the pride and power these men exuded, but she also noted the deep appeal of the revolutionary love that Panther men held for their brother. Respect and dignity have long been abstractions to the majority of black men. This is no longer the case. The Black Panther Party for self-defense are black men with pride, self-respect and most of all love for their brother. These black men who express fervor, spirit, and boldness of heart kindle in me, a black woman, the feeling of wanting to help plan, work, experience, and most of all share not only these feelings with him but the togetherness of wanting and now going about getting our freedom together. 71 Williams endorsed the party as essential to black liberation. She validated the party's claim to be the vanguard of the black revolution. Powerful images of handsome black men and beautiful black women in the Black Panther projected the party's appeal to allies, supporters, and recruits. On occasion, the early party imitated Madison Avenue tactics, blatantly exploiting black female beauty to sell the party. Underneath an attractive photo of Panther secretary and newspaper editorial staff person Audrey Hudson, was a caption that read in part, "Besides being very beautiful to look at, as you can see for yourself, the sister is a very beautiful person. She has gotten herself together and enlisted in the struggle for the total liberation of her people. She is a welcomed addition to the swelling ranks of the vanguard party of the black liberation struggle." 72. Early articles by women in the Black Panther about issues of gender and sexuality ranged widely in tone, subject matter, and consciousness. In a complex analysis of the distinction between revolutionary and bourgeois black romantic relationships, Judy Hart contended, at this stage in the Black Revolution the relationships between black men and black women are taking on new and crucial meanings. With the Black Revolution being no more than the fusing of separate frustrations, desires, convictions, and strengths toward a common liberation, the black man and his woman cease to be simply a couple. But a fusing, a deepening of two black minds, souls, and bodies passionately involved not only in each other but in the movement. 73. Hart argued that within the constraints of bourgeois society, it is impossible for black women and men to work together. She appealed to black women to commit to the revolution and relate differently to black men. She wrote that bourgeois black women necessarily relate to black men as tools to use for their own gain, and in seeking to succeed according to the dominant society's standards, they despise black men just as the racist society despises them. Hart decried the dysfunctional black household in which the male can't function unless he's drunk, it's the first of the month, or he's physically asserting himself by yelling, beating, or fucking. By embracing revolutionary struggle, a different kind of relationship becomes possible. Socially, the Negro man becomes extinct, outmoded. Social barriers and distinctions disappear, replaced by a communal unity. The revolutionary black man's total commitment is an invitation to the black woman to join with him in the pursuit of a life together, removing the shackles of white racist America and establishing a solid foundation of blackness from which to build. 74. Even in her nuanced treatment of gender and sexuality, Hart presented the man's revolutionary role as central and the woman's revolutionary role as supportive. This patriarchal orientation of Black Panther politics, common to most black nationalist and other movement organizations at the time, is evident throughout the party's early actions and communications. Telling contrasts, such as the iconic representation of Huey as Black Warrior Prince set against the relatively obscure representation of the Panther woman as Woman Warrior, speak to the initial masculine identity of the party. The party's founding, early history, and ongoing struggles as a male-oriented organization affected all men and women who subsequently joined the party. Not surprisingly, therefore, making the Black Panther Party into a mixed-gender organization that modeled gender and sexual equality remained a hard-fought battle and an elusive goal. Difficult struggles to master these issues hounded the organization throughout its existence. Rhetorical commitments to gender and sexual equality at all levels of the party could not on their own overcome real and fractious gender and sexual contradictions. However, over time, as more and more black women joined the party, their work and leadership helped shape the entirety of the party's politics. Their influence was particularly critical in giving a more positive cast to the party's evolving gender and sexual politics and dynamics. Women and some men in the party demanded and led the party's often frank and difficult engagement with the increasingly wide range of gender equality issues, particularly the question of how to define black women's role in a revolutionary nationalist movement. Thus, The rank-and-file members of the party were the primary shapers of the organization's internal gender politics. The talented and audacious black women who increasingly joined the party were far more active than the men in forcing the party to focus on critical gender and sexuality concerns. In the summer of 1967, these intra-party debates on gender and sexuality were just warming up. During the next several years, these debates would become increasingly intense, shaped by the parallel conversations about gender and sexual issues within the black liberation struggle and black communities, as well as in the growing women's liberation movement, gay and lesbian liberation movement, and sexual revolution. 75. In the summer of 1967, with the core Panther practice of armed patrols of the police outlawed, yet with the party's stature enhanced by its Sacramento actions, Newton had sought to build upon the success of the police patrols and articulate a revised politics of armed self-defense against the police. Attracted to Newton's courage, and building upon the Panther's newfound fame, new Panther recruit Eldridge Cleaver used his networks and eloquence to forge powerful alliances with other leftists and black nationalists. The Newark and Detroit rebellions, the largest and most violent of the period coming just weeks after publication of some of Newton's key theoretical writings, revealed the Panthers to be highly attuned to ghetto sentiment and deepened the Panthers' confidence in their vanguard politics. And as the party developed, it attracted more women members, who began to transform the gender politics of the party. As the summer of 1967 gave way to the fall, the Panthers' new politics were put to the test. 4. Free Huey. After dinner with his family on October 27, 1967, Huey Newton walked to his girlfriend Laverne Williams's house at 5959 Telegraph Avenue in Oakland. It was Friday night, and the two had plans to go out. On the way over he thought about where they might go that evening. When he arrived, Laverne was not feeling well. He offered to stay in with her, but she insisted that he go out and enjoy himself and lent him her car. 1. Newton started up Laverne's 1958 Volkswagen Beetle and drove to Boston's Locker, his favorite bar. After casual conversation with friends over a rum and coke, he left the bar and went to the nearby Congregational Church on 42nd and Grove. The church held Afro-American history classes on Wednesday nights, and Newton knew that there would be a church social on Friday. When he arrived, the social was in full swing, replete with dancing and cards. There he met up with Gene McKinney. They stayed until the social ended at 2 a.m. and then drove to a party at the home of Mrs. Verde Johnson on San Pablo Avenue near 37th. The pair of friends stayed until sometime after 4 a.m., at which point they decided to drive to a restaurant on 7th Street that served soul food all night long. The early morning of October 28 was cool, dark, and slightly misty. Officer John Frey of the Oakland Police Force sat alone in his patrol car on Willow Avenue at the corner of 7th Street. Officer Frey, pronounced Fry, had just turned 23. Married, though separated, Frey was a large man, over 6 feet tall and more than 200 pounds. In his year and a half on the force, Frey had already developed quite a reputation. A 10-year veteran of the Oakland Police Department told a reporter from Ramparts, "Frey is not what I would categorize as a good cop." Frey had been implicated in numerous incidents of racism. H. Bruce Bison, an English teacher who invited Frey to speak about police work to his class at Clayton Valley High School, reported that Frey told the class that niggers in the neighborhood he patrolled were a lot of bad types. In the trial eventually held to adjudicate the events of that early morning, Alfred Dunning, an accountant for Prudential Life Insurance, testified that Frey had racially harassed him during a traffic accident, and when Dunning complained that Frey was acting like the Gestapo, Frey loosened his holster, put his hand on his gun, and said, "I am the Gestapo," and ordered Dunning into the police car. Earlier on the evening that Huey Newton and Gene McKinney drove to get soul food on 7th Street, Frey had intervened in a dispute between a black grocery clerk named Daniel King and a white man without pants on who claimed King had stolen his pants. According to King, Frey called him a nigger and held his arm so the white man could beat him. 2. Several hours after Frey had released King, Newton and McKinney drove by his parked patrol car. Sitting on the dashboard in front of Frey was a list of 20 cars that the Oakland police had identified as Black Panther vehicles. Second to last on the list was Volkswagen, 1958, sedan, 10, AZM 489. Frey called for backup and pulled out after the Volkswagen. When Newton saw the red beacon lights in his rear-view mirror, he pulled over near the corner of 7th and Campbell. Huey must be set free. When physician Mary Jane Aguilar saw an Oakland Tribune photograph of Huey Newton taken hours after he was pulled over by Frey, she wrote a letter to the Black Panther Party. I can remember nothing in my medical training which suggested that, in the care of an acute abdominal injury, severe pain and hemorrhage are best treated by monocling the patient to the examining table in such a way that the back is arched and belly tensed. Yet this is precisely the picture of current emergency room procedure which appeared on the front page of a local newspaper last weekend. Looming large in the foreground of the same picture, so large as to suggest a caricature, was a police officer. Could it have been he who distracted the doctor in charge of the case to position the patient in this curious way? 3. There are conflicting accounts of what happened near the corner of 7th and Campbell Streets in Oakland that morning. In the murder trial that followed the incident, the jury was not able to put together a clear and compelling account from the evidence and testimony presented in the courtroom. But at some point during the early hours of the day, Newton and Jean McKinney arrived at David Hilliard's house. Newton had a gunshot wound in his abdomen, so David and his brother June Hilliard rushed Newton to the Kaiser Hospital emergency room. Soon the story was all over the news. Officer Frey was dead, and Huey P. Newton, Minister of Defense for the Black Panther Party, had been arrested as the prime suspect in his murder. 4. Well before the news stories hit the press, the Black Panther Party sprang into action. Over the preceding months, a small but growing number of people had come to view Newton as the leader of the vanguard of Black Revolution. In the months following the Panthers' action in Sacramento, the party had increased its capacity, not only by growing its membership and improving its ability to organize people but also by strengthening its political analysis, its newspaper, and its relationships with other political organizations. Now that Newton would face capital charges for a confrontation with the Oakland police and could be sent to the gas chamber, his release became the central cause of the party. Beverly Axelrod introduced Newton to her mentor Charles Gary, who she felt would be the ideal lawyer for such a high-profile, politically charged case. Gary, the son of Armenian immigrants, was known as a passionate trial lawyer. His raw eloquence and brilliant maneuvers elicited revealing responses from witnesses under cross-examination. A former president of the San Francisco chapter of the National Lawyers Guild and an avowed Marxist with a strong commitment to social justice, Gary had defended more than 30 capital cases, and not one of his clients had been executed. Gary offered to represent Newton, and Newton accepted. 5. From the start, Newton and the Black Panther Party viewed the trial as a political contest rather than merely a legal proceeding. The party put out the 6th issue of its newspaper with the picture of Huey in his wicker throne on the front page and the bold headline, "Huey must be set free." After explaining that Huey had been shot and arrested and that Officer Frey had been shot and killed, the editorial discussed the case in terms of racial politics. The shooting occurred in the heart of Oakland's Black Ghetto. Huey is a black man, a resident of Oakland's Black Ghetto, and the two cops were white and lived in the white suburbs. On the night that the shooting occurred, there were 400 years of oppression of black people by white people manifested in the incident. We are at that crossroads in history where black people are determined to bring down the final curtain on the drama of their struggle to free themselves from the boot of the white man that is on their collective neck. Through murder, brutality, and the terror of their image, the police of America have kept black people intimidated, locked in a mortal fear, and paralyzed in their bid for freedom. They are brutal beasts who have been gunning down black people and getting away with it. Huey Newton's case is the showdown case. We say that we have had enough of black men and women being shot down like dogs in the street. We say that black people in America have the right to self-defense. Huey Newton has laid his life on the line so that 20 million black people can find out just where they are at, and so that we can find out just where America is at. Point 6. The Panthers argued that Newton was resisting the long-perpetrated oppression of blacks by police when he was shot and imprisoned. The party turned the state's accusations against Newton around, using the case to mobilize support and put America on trial. Stop the Draft Week. In the weeks leading up to Newton's arrest, the Bay Area anti-war movement had experienced its own conflict with the Oakland police. As resistance to the Vietnam War intensified, white anti-war activists began getting a taste of police repression, and this experience was to deepen their alliances with the Panthers. By October, the draft resistance movement was gathering steam. Point 7. No longer were the students and the anti-war activists simply Americans expressing their view within established channels. Inspired by Black Power, emboldened by the ghetto rebellions, many draft resistors saw themselves as subjects of empire who sought self-determination, much like the Vietnamese. They rejected the legitimacy of the war, the draft, and the government more generally, seeking to resist by any means. This week, a demonstrator wrote from Oakland at the end of Stop the Draft Week in mid-October, the first crack appeared in the egg that will hatch white revolution in America. Demonstrators sought to emulate the radical tactics of the ghetto rebellions of July. According to Frank Bardak, an anti-war activist who would face the heaviest charges from the Stop the Draft Week protests in Oakland, the draft card burning was the defining act that set the tone for active resistance to authority. Young men burning their draft cards on Sproul Hall steps changed the political mood of the campus. This example and that of hundreds who turned in their draft cards gave the rest of us courage. 8. We too are the Viet Cong, Hal Jacobs of the Students for a Democratic Society told a resistance rally in preparation for Stop the Draft Week at UC Berkeley. Point 9. Day 1, Monday, October 16, was relatively calm. Some 300 resistors turned in their draft cards at the Federal Building in San Francisco, and another 120 were arrested for a nonviolent sit-in at the Oakland Induction Center. But the next day, confrontations with police intensified. While Monday had been reserved for the more pacifist groups, Tuesday's event was organized by those ready to take the resistance to a new level, including SDS, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and the Independent Socialist Club, which instructed those in the militant action to wear a hat and thick clothes, carry a handkerchief and change, and arrange for someone to have bail ready. One of the speakers was George Ware, the SNCC field secretary who had recently traveled to Cuba with Stokely Carmichael. Emboldened by the Black Power movement and what one organizer called vicarious intoxication by the summer riots, resistors attempted to shut down the Induction Center in Oakland and met brutal repression. Under the front page headline "Cops Beat Pickets," the San Francisco Chronicle described the police action. Police swinging clubs like scythes cut a bloody path through 2,500 anti-war demonstrators who had closed down the Oakland Armed Forces Examining Station yesterday. Their hard wooden sticks mechanically flailing up and down, like peasants mowing down wheat. More than 20 people were injured, and 25 were arrested. In the next 2 days, 97 more were arrested during peaceful pickets. At 6 a.m. on Friday, 10,000 demonstrators surrounded the Oakland Induction Center. Many were dressed for conflict with the police, wearing helmets and shields. They painted the streets and built barricades using benches, large potted trees, parking meters, garbage cans, cars, and trucks. Some of these vehicles had been stolen and then positioned in the intersections with the air let out of the tires. In this way, the resistors shut down many of the intersections surrounding the Induction Center and prevented buses from reaching it. The confrontation grew into a violent melee that soon spread over a 20-block area of downtown Oakland. Point 10. The Panthers had claimed to be fighting an anti-colonial war all along. Now anti-war activists increasingly saw their struggle too as a fight against imperialism, and the Free Huey campaign became a lightning rod for the anti-imperial left. Free Huey bumper stickers appeared all over the Bay Area. White as well as black support for Huey's immediate release from prison boomed. As Rampart's writer Jean Marine explained, This outpouring of support had little to do with whether Newton's shooting and jailing were unjust. Instead, the groundswell of support reflected the increasingly widespread belief that justice was impossible. Once the white radical could accept the idea that white America is the mother country and black America the colony, wrote Marine, his problem with the cry of Free Huey disappeared. He was in the position of a Frenchman opposed to his nation's colonial adventure in Algeria. 11. Both black power organizations and new left groups rallied in support of Huey. The day of the shooting, SNCC headquarters sent a telegram to Huey at Kaiser Hospital. Violent cop attack against you is part of white America's plan to destroy all revolutionary black men. Brothers and sisters in SNCC support you all the way. We praise and welcome your fine example of armed self-defense. Your action is inspiration for black men everywhere. SNCC stands united with you and ready to help in any way possible. 12. Telegrams and articles supporting Huey and demanding his release poured in from new left allies such as the Progressive Labor Party and Bob Avakian of the Community for New Politics. 13. At one Free Huey rally outside the trial at the Alameda County Courthouse, Bobby Seale climbed on top of a car to speak to the crowd. The police ordered him down, and he complied. When a young protester challenged him for following police orders, he explained his actions. What do you want me to do, just jump up and off some cop? That would do Huey a lot of good, wouldn't it? A big shootout in front of the trial. 14. Building on the political strategy they had developed in facing legal challenges after the Sacramento action, Newton and the Panthers insisted on a political approach to the trial. They would follow the law to the letter and strive to exonerate Huey through legal channels, to exhaust all legal means, but the principle behind the case would be political. 15. They would use Huey's trial as a forum to put America on trial, to expose its inherent racism and injustice. If confronted with a strategic choice about whether to advance the political project or Newton's personal interests, the Panthers would give priority to the political path. This decision reflected their belief that the political system was inherently unjust and that Huey would be put to death. They designed their legal approach to call attention to state repression and to advance the Panthers' cause. Further, the Panthers believed that only a powerful mass political campaign could save Huey's life. Kathleen. One of the first recruits to join the Free Huey campaign was Kathleen Neal, who would go on to become a key player in the Panther leadership. 16. Neal had grown up in Tuskegee, Alabama, and other college towns where her father Ernest Neal worked as a professor. When Dr. Neal joined the U.S. Foreign Service, Kathleen lived for stints in New Delhi, the Philippines, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. Always an honor student in American schools abroad, she later attended boarding school in the United States, went to Oberlin College, and completed a government internship in Washington, D.C. 17. Neal's experiences as a young black woman growing up in the South in the 1950s made her want to challenge injustice. Seeing powerful women leaders of SNCC in action made her wonder how she too might advance a revolution for black liberation. This search led her first to SNCC and then to the Black Panther Party. I saw Gloria Richardson standing face to face with National Guard soldiers, bayonets sticking from the guns they pointed at the demonstrators she led in Cambridge, Maryland, Neal later wrote. I saw Diane Nash speaking at Fisk University, leading black and white freedom riders onto Greyhound buses that got set on fire when they reached Alabama. I saw Ruby Doris Robinson holding a walkie-talkie, dispatching the fleet of cars that transported civil rights workers across the state of Mississippi during the 1964 Freedom Summer. These women were unfurling a social revolution in the Deep South. Gloria Richardson, Diane Nash, and Ruby Doris Robinson all worked with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. That's where I was determined to go. 18. In 1966, Neal went to work in SNCC's New York office, then to Atlanta as the secretary of SNCC's campus program. 19. There, she helped organize a black student conference in March 1967 at Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee, where she first met Eldridge Cleaver. 20. She later recalled their first encounter. What startled me most about him, a brilliant writer, an eloquently lucid speaker, as well as a tremendously handsome and magnetic person was that he referred to himself as a convict. Seeing him at the conference as he moved about with supreme confidence, an ease that approached elegance and a dignified reserve that all combined to give him an air that could best be described as stately, it seemed hard to conceive of this powerful man as a convict. He exuded strength, power, force in his very physical being. To think of such a man caged up and designated for the dung heap of history was impossible. 21. On the plane back to Washington from the conference, Kathleen wrote a passionate love poem to Eldridge, titling it My King, I Greet You, in answer to My Queen, I Greet You, the open love poem he had written to all black women, from all black men. 22 3 weeks after Huey Newton's arrest, Kathleen moved to San Francisco to join the Black Panther Party. Another month and a half later, just after Christmas 1967, Kathleen and Eldridge were married. Al Prentice Bunchy Carter, who had served time with Eldridge in Soledad Prison, was the witness. 23. Kathleen Cleaver threw herself fully into the campaign to free Huey. She helped organize demonstrations, wrote leaflets, held press conferences, attended court hearings, designed posters, spoke at rallies, and appeared on television programs. 24 She had more formal education than most Panthers and soon was appointed to sit on the Central Committee as Communications Secretary of the Black Panther Party. The work of Kathleen Cleaver in the party was important in the ongoing and at times challenging process of integrating black women into an organization that had begun as a male formation. The male chauvinism that women like Cleaver all too often confronted within and outside the party made women's participation all the more challenging. Over time, as issues of gender and sexuality became increasingly important to the party's development, women like Cleaver modeled strikingly influential and vital roles for black women in the Black Panther Party in particular and in black nationalist organizations in general. The tradition of radical black women activists such as the strong black women leaders in SNCC shaped the activism of Panther women like Cleaver. However, most Panther women ultimately improvised their revolutionary roles precisely because there was no guidebook, no single model. As Cleaver acknowledged in a 1970 interview, of all the things I had wanted to be when I was a little girl, a revolutionary certainly wasn't one of them. And now it was the only thing I wanted to do. Everything else was secondary. It occurred to me that even though I wanted to become a revolutionary more than anything else in the world, I still didn't have the slightest idea what I would have to do to become one. 25. On January 16, 1968, at 3:30 a.m., police knocked down the door to Kathleen and Eldridge's apartment without a warrant. Armed with shotguns and pistols, cursing and yelling at the Cleavers, they threw around papers and furniture as they searched the apartment. When nothing of interest turned up, they left. 26 In response, from prison Huey Newton issued Executive Mandate No. 3, ordering all members of the Black Panther Party to keep guns in their homes and to defend themselves against any police officers or others who attempted to invade their homes without a warrant. 27 Accompanying the mandate was a bold photo of Kathleen, dressed in a long black leather jacket standing in the doorway to her apartment. In her arms she bore a large shotgun, pointed toward the camera, and the heading read "Shoot Your Shot." With such actions, the party sought to solidify the ethic it had established at the outset. Both women and men bore responsibility for armed self-defense. 28. Peace and Freedom Party. After Huey's arrest and imprisonment, Eldridge's role became increasingly important, especially in the party's collaboration with the white radicals in the Free Huey movement. Kathleen later recalled. 29 The most important early alliance was with the Peace and Freedom Party, PFP, founded by Rampart's editor Robert Scheer and other leaders of the Community for New Politics on June 23, 1967. The initial idea for the party, part of a national network of anti-war political organizations, picked up momentum as the Black rebellions spread across the country that summer. After Martin Luther King Jr. gave the keynote address to 125,000 people at an anti-war rally in New York that April, many urged King to run for President of the United States. The Peace and Freedom Party sought to promote a strong anti-war and anti-racist politics in opposition to the establishment Democratic Party, which was resolutely pro-war and had distanced itself from the insurgent black liberation struggle. The party garnered support from a range of progressive and left-wing organizations in the Bay Area and Los Angeles, including the Independent Socialist Club and the Communist Party. Yet from the start, party members had conflicting ideas about how to advance the party's ideological support for racial equality. 30. On July 12, 1967, the membership of the Peace and Freedom Party voted to seek official registration of a candidate on the November 1968 ballot. To do so in California, the party needed to obtain 67,000 signatures. But a lack of consensus on the politics of race made achievement of this goal a major challenge. About 2,500 activists, predominantly white and affiliated with a range of leftist organizations, gathered for the National Conference for New Politics in Chicago in early September. King spoke at the convention but declined to run as a peace candidate for president. Serious conflict arose when the 300 black delegates formed a black caucus and proposed that half the posts on all conference committees be filled by members of their caucus. The conference leadership, needing black participation to legitimate their politics, voted in favor of the proposal, but important organizations opposed, notably members of the California Peace and Freedom Party such as Bob Avakian. 31 2 weeks later, the California Peace and Freedom Party held its statewide conference to rally support for the California registration drive. Of the 150 delegates who attended, about 10% were black. Again, the black delegates formed a caucus and proposed that they be given 50% of voting rights. This time the proposal was defeated, and the entire black caucus walked out. The Communist Party representatives and others followed them. 32. Now almost exclusively white and desperate to salvage its anti-racist and anti-war alliance in time for the registration deadline on January 3, leaders of the Peace and Freedom Party approached black organizations for support. SNCC and other black groups, however, rebuffed them. 33 The results were disastrous. As December arrived, with less than a month to go before the registration deadline, the PFP had collected only about 25,000 of the required 67,000 signatures. On December 18, with less than 2 weeks remaining, the California Supreme Court rejected the Peace and Freedom Party's suit to extend the registration deadline and reduce the number of signatures required. 34. By this time, the October 28 shooting and the Free Huey campaign had thrown the Black Panther Party into the national spotlight. Through Avakian, Scheer, and others, the Peace and Freedom Party approached the Panthers to propose a coalition. As Peace and Freedom Organizing Committee member Mike Parker recalled, "We started out as a predominantly white group based on the anti-war movement, and from the very beginning we had the position that there could be no peace unless it was a peace among free men, that you did not have a true peace just because there was no war if people were oppressed. And so we made our slogan Peace and Freedom just to make it clear that we stood not only for ending the war in Vietnam and other wars but also for ending oppression. We were looking for groups in the black community to work with, and we found that the only group in the black community that was even willing to talk with us about these kinds of questions in a serious way was the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. 35. The coalition was announced on December 22, 1967. The white left in Northern California, so troubled by the question of how to relate to black power, was surprised and enthralled. The Berkeley Barb, a weekly underground newspaper, called the coalition an unprecedented combination of black and white activists. The first such militant alliance since the Black Power concept was outlined by Stokely Carmichael last year. 36 The coalition initially sought to ensure that Huey Newton received a fair trial but later demanded that Huey be set free unconditionally. The Peace and Freedom Party contributed $3,000 and use of its sound equipment to the Free Huey campaign. 37. The Black Panther Party offered much-needed legitimacy to the Peace and Freedom Party's racial politics. With the Black Panthers at the table, many of the high-profile supporters who had walked out over the Peace and Freedom Party's racial politics in September returned to endorse the registration drive, including James Vann of the Oakland Congress of Racial Equality, S.I. Cassidy of the California Democratic Council, and representatives of the Communist Party. The day after the announcement of the coalition, new registrations in Berkeley alone jumped to more than 500, reaching 1,200 per day by the end of the week. By the deadline on January 3, over 105,000 signatures had been gathered. The Peace and Freedom Party would be on the November ballot in California. 38. The coalition proved to be mutually beneficial. As a Black Panther editorial explained, what we wanted and needed were people who were willing to work. The Peace and Freedom Party was willing to work. In return, we were willing to hold rallies with them, to share platforms with them, and to recommend them to Black people who had their minds set on participating in electoral politics. The Peace and Freedom Party acknowledges that we were helpful to them in gaining enough signatures to get on the ballot. We are glad that they made it and that we were instrumental in the success. 39. The party also keenly understood that the Black liberation struggle needed non-Black allies, particularly progressive white allies. An editorial in the Black Panther explained why this alliance was important. The increasing isolation of the Black radical movement from the white radical movement was a dangerous thing, playing into the power structure's game of divide and conquer. We feel that in taking the step of making the coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party, we have altered the course of history on a minor, but important level. 40. From its inception, the Black Panther Party had embraced both an uncompromising commitment to Black liberation and a principled rejection of a separatist Black politics. The coalition with the Peace and Freedom Party, which a number of Black nationalists criticized, illustrated both. Explaining the party's position to its expanding Black base was critical. Because our party has the image of an uncompromising stand against the oppression of the white power structure on Black people, we could take this step without getting shot down with the charge of selling out. 41. As the Black Panther Party promoted the Free Huey campaign, it built on emerging alliances with students and white anti-war activists, advancing an anti-imperialist political ideology that linked the oppression of anti-war protesters to the oppression of Blacks and Vietnamese. Bobby Seale elaborated this position at a January 28, 1968, rally at UC Berkeley supporting students who had been arrested during Stop the Draft Week. Citing Newton's article on the functional definition of politics, Seale spoke to the crowd about self-defense power and the parallels between the Vietnamese and the Black American liberation struggles. He pointed out that the anti-draft students were locked up right alongside Huey Newton in the Alameda County Jail. He made common cause with the students, arguing that the anti-war demonstrators faced a plight like that of the Black community. Black people have protested police brutality. And many of you thought we were jiving, thought we didn't know what we were talking about, because many Black people in the community probably couldn't answer your questions articulately. But now you are experiencing this same thing. When you go down in front of the draft board, when you go over and you demonstrate in front of Dean Rusk, those pig cops will come down and brutalize your heads just like they brutalized the heads of Black people in the Black community. We are saying now that you can draw a direct relationship that is for real and that is not abstract anymore. You don't have to abstract what police brutality is like when a club is there to crush your skull. You don't have to abstract what police brutality is like when there is a vicious service revolver there to tear your flesh. You can see in fact that the real power of the power structure maintaining its racist regime is manifested in its occupying troops, and is manifested in its police department with guns and force. 42. Anti-war activists eagerly took up the analogy. Free speech movement veteran and Communist Party member Bettina Aptheker spoke after Seale and emphasized the escalating repression of the anti-war movement and its common cause with both the Black liberation struggle and the Free Huey campaign. The ghettos have become occupied territories in the United States. This peace movement should have called for the immediate withdrawal of troops in July from Newark and Detroit. It failed to do that, and it should have done that just as it calls for the immediate withdrawal of troops from Vietnam, she exhorted. For a long time the ghetto communities in this country have borne the brunt of the assault on the democratic rights of all of us, and it is now perhaps first coming home to us that to defend the rights in the ghetto is to defend our own rights. 43 Bob Avakian also spoke, noting that Huey's case and that of the draft resistors were interrelated and together posed a fundamental challenge to power in this society. He explained, the Black liberation movement poses that challenge. The anti-war movement and the anti-draft movement as it moves towards resistance is beginning to pose that challenge. And they are responding the way all blind tyrants respond when their power is challenged. By brute force, and by attempting to mitigate that brute force through the veneer of a court apparatus which we all know is rigged. 44. A few weeks later, the Black Panther carried a cartoon by Emory Douglas titled "It's All the Same" that graphically illustrated the three-part anti-imperialist analogy. The cartoon featured three identical drawings of a filthy pig in uniform surrounded by flies and carrying a machine gun, napalm, mace, and a pistol. The first panel identified the pig as the local police. The second panel identified the pig as the National Guard. The third panel identified the pig as the Marines. The Peace and Freedom Party picked up and distributed the graphic, citing the Black Panthers, to bolster its argument that the oppression that anti-war activists faced for opposing the war was part and parcel not only of the struggle for black liberation but also of the international struggle against imperialism. 45. Coming of age. On February 17, 1968, Huey Newton's 26th birthday, the Black Panther Party came of age. In a massive, predominantly black rally in the Oakland Auditorium, while Newton sat in jail, the Black Panthers announced a merger with SNCC. The terms of the merger were ambiguous, SNCC itself was in crisis, and the merger did not last long. But for the Black Panther Party, an organization that only a year earlier had barely been known outside of Oakland, the event marked an important step in the maturation of its politics and its emergence on the national political stage. In the center of the auditorium stage sat Huey's wicker throne from the famous photograph, empty of course. In addition to Eldridge Cleaver, who served as master of ceremonies, and Bobby Seale, the day's speakers included three of the most famous leaders of SNCC, James Forman, H. Rap Brown, and Stokely Carmichael. Bob Avakian from the Peace and Freedom Party and Berkeley Councilman Ron Dellums were also on stage, as was Armelia Newton, Huey Newton's mother. Seale focused most of his speech on the need to stand up to police brutality and organize to free Huey. He also spelled out a fuller view of the Panthers' politics. Summarizing the Panthers' 10-point program, he emphasized the need to serve the community, describing a Panther campaign to erect a stoplight at 55th and Market Streets in Oakland, where speeding cars had killed several children. He then delved into the party's position on whites. When the man walks up and says we are anti-white, I scratch my head, I say. What does he mean by that? He says, well, I mean, you hate white people. I say, me? Hate a white person? I say, wait a minute, man, let's back up a little bit. That's your game. That's the Ku Klux Klan's game. I say, that is the Ku Klux Klan's game to hate me and murder me because of the color of my skin. I say, I wouldn't murder a person or brutalize him because of the color of his skin. I say, yeah, we hate something, all right? We hate the oppression that we live in. We hate cops beating black people over the heads and murdering them. That's what we hate. If you've got enough energy to sit down and hate a white person just because of the color of his skin, you're wasting a lot of energy. You'd better take that same energy and put it in some motion out there, and start dealing with those oppressive conditions, and you're going to find out just what you hate, and what you're going to stop. 46. H. Rap Brown then spoke eloquently about the importance of freeing Huey. But in contrast to Bobby, he framed this question in terms of generic opposition to whites. Huey Newton is the only living revolutionary in this country today. He has paid his dues. He paid his dues. How many white folks you kill today? Yes, politics is war without bloodshed, and war is an extension of those politics. But there is no politics in this country that is relevant to us. To black people. 47. Stokely Carmichael extended the point. The major enemy is the honky. That's the major enemy. That is the major enemy. And whenever anybody prepares for revolutionary warfare, you concentrate on the major enemy. We're not strong enough to fight each other and also fight him. We will not fight each other today. We will not fight each other. There will be no fights in the black community among black people. There will just be people who will be offed. There will be no fights, there will be no disruptions. We are going to be united. Now then, some people may not understand Brother Rap when he talked about whom we ally with. He said we have to ally with Mexican Americans, Puerto Ricans, and the dispossessed people of the earth. He did not mention poor whites. Who do you think has more hatred pent up in them, white people for black people, or black people for white people? White people for black people, obviously. The hatred has been more. What have we done to them for them to build up this hatred? Absolutely nothing. Yet, we don't even want to have the chance to hate them for what they've done to us, and if hate should be justified, we have the best justification in the world for hating the honkies. We have it. We have it. We have it. 48. SNCC, as much as any organization, had given birth to the idea of forming a Black Panther Party. SNCC was born in the South out of the early 1960s fight against Jim Crow. Perhaps more than any other organization, it was responsible for mobilizing the nonviolent civil disobedience that brought de jure racial segregation to its knees. From 1965 through 1967, SNCC had nurtured the shift of a militant younger generation toward black nationalism and the call for black power. As SNCC chairman, Stokely Carmichael had initiated several Black Panther organizations in various cities in 1967. Yet even as SNCC spread the powerful message of black power, the organization had never developed a practical strategy to sustain these Black Panther organizations or the broader movement politically. SNCC had no real constituency, no effective tactics, no institutional framework for advancing black power politics. By Huey's birthday on February 17, 1968, SNCC was starting to collapse. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense filled the vacuum left by SNCC. Among black nationalists and the left, Newton was now widely viewed as a political prisoner, a radical activist being railroaded to prison for his politics. Using the political framework it had developed following Sacramento, the Black Panther Party could now turn all its energies toward freeing him. If SNCC was the mother and the Black Panther Party the child, then on the very stage that SNCC and the Black Panther Party had announced their merger to the world, the Panthers, as every child must, now left its mother behind to strike out on its own. The SNCC leaders criticized the Panthers' politics of aligning with white leftists, including their decisions to hire a white lawyer and raise money from whites to defend Huey. More broadly, SNCC leaders suggested that the Black Panther Party was good at particular tactics but not a fully effective political entity. SNCC, its leadership suggested, was the senior partner in the SNNC, Black Panther Party alliance, the partner with the stronger overarching political view. In his February 17 speech, Carmichael implied that the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was principally concerned with self-defense activities, or at least ought to be. In the next issue of the Black Panther, the party dropped for self-defense from its name and became simply the Black Panther Party. 49 While the rhetoric of the SNCC leaders roused as much enthusiasm from the crowd at Huey's birthday celebration rally as did the speeches by Panther leaders, the Panthers were the ones with a practical program. Several thousand people left the Oakland auditorium that night with a shared commitment to help free Huey. 50. The Black Panther Party was now a key model for the new black power politics. According to the Panthers, black communities were colonies within the mother country. The oppressive imperial American state denied black people political and economic power, so blacks had no moral obligation to obey its laws. They had a moral obligation to resist. In particular, the party politicized black people's conflicts with the police. The police were not officers of justice, they were pigs, foul traducers, and foreign troops oppressing black people. Those who challenged the police were not criminals, they were anti-imperialists. The Free Huey campaign rejected the legitimacy of the police and demanded Huey's freedom irrespective of the details of the case. The Panthers turned the charges around and put America on trial. Building upon foundations laid after Sacramento, the Free Huey campaign drew strong support from SNCC and leading Black Power activists, on the one hand, and the Peace and Freedom Party and the broader left, on the other. Then, in April, the living symbol of the insurgent civil rights movement, who for many embodied that movement's continuing promise, was extinguished. 5. Martyrs. On Thursday, April 4, 1968, at 6:01 p.m., Martin Luther King Jr. stepped onto the balcony outside his second-floor room at the Lorraine Hotel in Memphis, Tennessee. King and his aides were in Memphis organizing support for a strike by 1,300 black sanitation workers. The effort was part of King's new emphasis on the alleviation of poverty and opposition to the Vietnam War. King's fame brought widespread attention to the sanitation workers' strike, and over the previous week, conflicts between police and black strike supporters had become violent. King had returned to the hotel after a long day of organizing and was headed to dinner. He wore a black silk suit and white shirt. Jesse Jackson, one of King's associates standing in the courtyard below, introduced Ben Branch, a musician from Chicago who was scheduled to play at the rally that evening. King took hold of the green iron balcony railing and leaned over it to chat. "Do you know Ben?" Jackson asked. "Yes, that's my man." King beamed. King asked Branch to play the gospel favorite Precious Lord, Take My Hand, at the rally. A shot rang out, and the bullet tore through the base of the right side of King's neck. An hour later, at 7:05, doctors at St. Joseph's Hospital pronounced King dead. 1. That evening, Black Memphis erupted with fires, broken windows, and sporadic attacks on police with bricks, bottles, and some gunfire. Over the next 3 weeks, violent rebellions swept the nation, igniting communities in more than 120 cities. Black neighborhoods in Washington, D.C., Baltimore, and Chicago were devastated. President Johnson deployed 44,000 soldiers and National Guardsmen to restore order. Police arrested 21,000, and 46 people were killed. 2. By the time of King's assassination, a wide rift had opened in the black liberation struggle. On one side were moderate organizations such as the Urban League and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. As the movement successfully challenged legal segregation, these venerable groups offered vital legal and institutional support. 3 But in the civil rights insurgency that peaked in the early 1960s, these organizations played a supportive role, rather than leading the sit-ins, marches, and front-line civil disobedience. With formal segregation defeated by the late 1960s, leaders like Urban League Director Whitney Young and NAACP Director Roy Wilkins joined the establishment, seeking to consolidate the gains of formal racial equality. On the other side, young activists frustrated by the lack of material progress, particularly in the urban areas outside the South, sought new, often more confrontational ways of advancing black power. In the months before his death, King endeavored to bridge these divergent paths. More than any other individual, King was widely revered for his role in helping to destroy Jim Crow. With this stature, he could not easily be ignored nor repressed. Further, King and his organization, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, had a strong base rooted in the black churches of the South and had worked closely with other organizations both in supporting and leading frontline civil disobedience. As the movement defeated Jim Crow and the challenge to legal segregation became moot, King increasingly championed the struggle against poverty and publicly opposed the war in Vietnam, gaining the cautious respect of the radical young activists. His leftward turn toward anti-imperialism increasingly incurred the wrath of the establishment. Shortly before his death, King told reporters, "Our program calls for a redistribution of economic power. Blacks, he explained, must help lead the struggle to reform the structure of racist imperialism from within. For an article in the New York Times Magazine right before his death explained that King had come to believe that war and poverty are inseparable issues. King's plans are calculated to disturb whatever peace of mind the president enjoys these days. 5. King was leading plans for an interracial march in the nation's capital that would mobilize thousands of poor people and their supporters to re-establish that the real issue is not violence or nonviolence, but poverty and neglect. 6. King's persistent insurgency angered the Johnson administration, which trumpeted recent civil rights victories. Despite their history of working together, Dr. King and President Johnson had been virtually out of touch since Dr. King began to condemn the administration's policy in Vietnam 2 years ago, the New York Times explained in a front-page article published just days before King's assassination. 7. An establishment chorus denounced King's Poor People's March as well as his increasingly vigorous opposition to the Vietnam War. Robert Byrd, the Democratic senator of West Virginia, called King a self-seeking rabble-rouser and called for a restraining order to block the planned April demonstrations against poverty. 8. The day before King was killed, a federal court had issued a restraining order prohibiting him from holding a demonstration in Memphis. Angry and defiant, King called the order illegal and unconstitutional, and refused to obey it. 9. But when King died, the establishment quickly put aside its wrath and sought to claim him as a martyr for America. On the evening after King's assassination, President Johnson addressed the nation, asking every citizen to reject the blind violence that has struck Dr. King, who lived by nonviolence. The president emphasized King's nonviolent tactics and ignored the insurgent character of his leadership, appropriating the symbolism of King's death for America. Martin Luther King stands with our other American martyrs in the cause of freedom and justice. 10. The following day, on April 5, President Johnson attended a memorial for King at the Washington Cathedral. He entered the cathedral with an entourage that included Roy Wilkins, Whitney M. Young Jr., Thurgood Marshall, the civil rights lawyer appointed by Johnson as the first black Supreme Court Justice, Chief Justice Earl Warren, who crafted the landmark Brown v. Board civil rights decision, Robert Weaver, Johnson's Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and the first black member of a presidential cabinet, Vice President Hubert Humphrey, and Secretary of Defense Clark Clifford. 11. The message was clear: Johnson was signaling his administration's commitment to racial equality and its support of the civil rights establishment. Johnson presented King as an American martyr sacrificed to the cause of formal racial equality embraced by the establishment and embodied in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Every avowed presidential candidate at the time, including former Republican Vice President Richard Nixon, Senators Robert Kennedy and Eugene McCarthy, and Vice President Humphrey, flew to Atlanta to attend Dr. King's funeral on April 9, as did 50 congressmen, 30 senators, and several state governors. 12. Young black activists at the funeral complained that the politicians were vote-seeking and crying crocodile tears. 13. With King gone, the SCLC no longer offered an effective conduit for the realization of black political aspirations. Without King's celebrity and credibility, SCLC had difficulty attracting participation in the Poor People's Campaign, and its protests drew less public attention and support from allies. SCLC initiated fewer and fewer insurgent protests and saw its membership and funding wither. 14. People had confidence in him, explained SCLC leader Andrew Young in July 1968, but they have not demonstrated a willingness to take us the post-King leadership seriously. 15. The rift between the civil rights establishment and young urban blacks became harder to bridge. Stokely Carmichael, the preeminent voice of the young guard, held a press conference the day after King's assassination and declared, "I think white America made its biggest mistake when she killed Dr. King last night, because when she killed Dr. King last night, she killed all reasonable hope. When she killed Dr. King last night, she killed the one man of our race that this country's older generations, the militants and the revolutionaries, and the masses of black people would still listen to. Even though sometimes he did not agree with them, they would still listen to him." 16. Lil Bobby Hutton. On the evening of April 6, 2 days after King's death, at a little after 9 p.m., 3 carloads of armed Black Panthers pulled over to the curb on Union and 28th Streets in largely black West Oakland. Eldridge Cleaver was driving the lead car, an old white Ford with a Florida license plate that a member of the Peace and Freedom Party had donated to the Panthers. The entourage included David Hilliard, 17-year-old Lil Bobby Hutton, and 6 other rank-and-file Panthers. 17 Cleaver opened the door and walked around to the passenger side of the Ford, reportedly to urinate. A moment later, several police cars pulled up and shined a spotlight on Cleaver. Words were exchanged, then gunfire. The Panthers ran for cover, the police quickly cordoned off a 2-block area, and neighbors gathered in the streets. An hour and a half later, Cleaver, having been shot in the foot and rear, his lungs burning from tear gas and firebomb smoke, emerged stark naked from a burning basement, surrendered, and was taken into custody. Lil Bobby Hutton emerged from the basement unarmed. Police shot him dead. 18. The following day, Bobby Seale held a press conference. Speaking quietly and carefully, he charged the police with racism, repression, and murder. Bobby Hutton had his hands in the air, and was shot and murdered by the Oakland police. Seale and Charles R. Gary, the Panthers' lawyer, called for the indictment of the policeman who had killed Bobby Hutton. Seale described the shootout as an ambush by police, and explained that the Panthers bore arms in self-defense. He noted, "A Panther never attacks anyone, but when he is pushed into a corner. Like the brothers were last night, he has one thing to do, to defend himself." The Black Panthers wanted peace, he explained, but peace could be obtained only through armed self-defense. Our brother Martin Luther King exhausted all means of nonviolence. 19. At the April 12 funeral for Hutton, 2,000 people packed into the Ephesian Church of God in Christ in Berkeley, with 100 uniformed Black Panthers forming the honor guard. The Reverend E. E. Cleveland called down shame on the powerful for failing to improve the lot of blacks. After the service, the Panthers held an outdoor rally and proclaimed that Bobby Hutton had been assassinated because of his Panther politics. Now Seale was angry. "There are pigs on tops of the library behind you. They are up there on other buildings. They must know that every time these racist pigs attack us we are going to defend ourselves." Seale cried out, "Free Huey," and the crowd answered, "Free Huey." 20. The Black Panther leadership charged that Hutton had posed a challenge to racism and that the police had killed him to repress this challenge. From prison, Cleaver wrote his account of the shootout, published in Ramparts. "The Oakland Police Department murdered Little Bobby, and they cannot have that as a victory. We must all swear by Little Bobby's blood that we will not rest until Chief Gaines is brought to justice, either in the courts or in the streets, and until the bloodthirsty troops of the Oakland Police Department no longer exist in the role of an occupying army with its boots on the neck of the black community, with its guns aimed at the black community's head, an evil force with its sword of terror thrust into the heart of the black community. That's what Little Bobby would ask you to do, brothers and sisters, put an end to the terror by any means necessary." 21. Many notables joined the Panthers in praising Hutton's courage and contribution to the black liberation struggle. Stokely Carmichael said, "Hutton understood that power comes out of the barrel of a gun." Betty Shabazz, the widow of Malcolm X, sent a telegram, "Shot down like a common animal, he died a warrior for black liberation." A group of professors from the University of California, the University of San Francisco State College, and San Jose State College called for an investigation of the Oakland Police Department by the U.S. Civil Service Commission. 22 Harry Edwards, professor of sociology at San Jose State and a prime mover behind the successful movement for black athletes to boycott the 1968 Olympics, said, "You can no longer ignore the Black Panthers," and announced his intention to join. 23 Marlon Brando attended Hutton's funeral and said, "That could have been my son lying there." 24 A letter to the editor of the San Francisco Chronicle, signed by a list of notables that included James Baldwin, Ossie Davis, Elizabeth Hardwick, Leroy Jones, Oscar Lewis, Norman Mailer, Floyd McKissick, and Susan Sontag, compared the murder of Hutton to the murder of King. Both were acts of racism against persons who had taken a militant stand on the right of black people to determine the conditions of their own lives. Both were attacks aimed at destroying this nation's black leadership. 25. New Day in Babylon. By 1968, the civil rights movement had unraveled as the defeat of formal racial subordination eliminated targets for effective civil rights mobilization. But more than any other figure, King had embodied the promise of liberation through nonviolence and appeals to American morality. His persistence as he sought to broaden the civil rights struggle to address war and poverty kept hope alive. For many young activists, when King died, the promise of the civil rights struggle died with him. De facto racial subordination of black people persisted. Many schools, neighborhoods, and professions remained segregated in practice. Many police departments, fire departments, and local governments in areas with large black populations remained exclusively or predominantly white. Many black people remained locked in poverty and in squalor. And in some holdout areas, such as Bloody Lowndes County, Alabama, protection of black residents' civil rights was seriously lacking well past the passage of the federal 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. But by 1968, even in Bloody Lowndes, the political dynamic had changed. 26 As the civil rights movement dismantled Jim Crow through the mid-1960s, it ironically undercut its own viability as an insurgent movement. Whereas activists could sit in at lunch counters or sit black and white together on a bus or insist on registering to vote where they had traditionally been excluded, they were often uncertain how to nonviolently disrupt black unemployment, substandard housing, poor medical care, or police brutality. And when activists did succeed in disrupting these social processes nonviolently, they often found themselves facing very different enemies and lacking the broad allied support that civil rights activists had attained when challenging formal segregation. By 1968, the civil rights practice of nonviolent civil disobedience against racial exclusion had few obvious targets and could no longer generate massive and widespread participation. 27. Civil rights as an ideal remained more important than ever. Black activists continued to emulate the nonviolent direct action of the civil rights movement's heyday in their struggles for school busing, economic opportunity, and affirmative action. For decades to come, countless black activists would work tirelessly in the legal and political arenas to bring to fruition the seeds of racial equality planted by the civil rights movement. And many others would emulate the civil rights movement in pursuing their own environmental, identity, and social causes. But black liberation activists who were committed to continued nonviolent insurgency had no coherent alternative politics for which to claim King. Because of his fame and stature, King had remained a threat to the establishment. Actions he participated in garnered wide attention and support that they could not have attracted without him. But King had yet to convert that fame and stature into a viable practical basis of a new insurgency. Thus, there was no viable new insurgent movement that could claim King as its martyr. President Johnson and the American establishment sought to appropriate King as an American martyr, a powerful symbol for American democracy. Members of the establishment quickly forgot King's continued insurgency and his efforts to broaden the struggle. Instead, they sought to make King their own, trumpeting racial progress to burnish American democratic credentials. Lacking the practical means to sustain civil rights insurgency and eager to join the establishment, the moderate civil rights leadership quickly embraced the symbolism. In this environment, Lil Bobby Hutton became a very different kind of martyr from King. He was virtually unknown and ignored by the establishment. Hutton had died standing up to the brutal Oakland police, he died for black self-determination, he died defying American empire like Lumumba and Che and hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese had before him. Unlike King in 1968, Lil Bobby Hutton represented a coherent insurgent alternative to political participation in the United States armed self-defense against the police and commitment to the revolutionary politics of the Black Panther Party. Eldridge Cleaver wrote, "If we understand ourselves to be revolutionaries, and if we accept our historic task, then we can move beyond the halting steps that we've been taking. Then there will be a new day in Babylon. 28 So long as King persisted in his efforts to broaden civil rights insurgency, many young activists held on to the hope that he would succeed. But when King and Hutton were killed, a new day arrived. As the federal government inched toward establishing a national holiday in honor of Martin Luther King Jr., Hutton became the first martyr of the Panther Revolution. Eclipsing SNCC. In the spring of 1968, the Black Panthers joined forces with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to begin discussions with Third World representatives in the United Nations in an effort to advance their program. The Panthers sought support for the Free Huey campaign and for a proposed black plebiscite. The goal of the plebiscite, according to Eldridge Cleaver, was to give blacks in America the opportunity to vote whether they want to be separated into a sovereign nation of their own, with full status and rights with the other nations of the world, including UN membership and diplomatic recognition by the other nations of the world. Malcolm X had earlier publicized this notion. James Forman, then jointly appointed the chairman of International Affairs of SNCC and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Black Panthers, conducted an informal poll of key UN representatives and found some support for the proposed plebiscite. 29. Underlining the importance of the proposal, on May 4, the Black Panther Party expanded point 10 of its 10-point program to read, "We want land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace, and as our major political objective, a United Nations supervised plebiscite to be held throughout the black colony in which only black colonial subjects will be allowed to participate, for the purpose of determining the will of black people as to their national destiny." 30. The Panthers and SNCC developed plans for a high-profile joint delegation to the United Nations in July. But by the time of the trip, tensions were building within SNCC, and the organization was struggling to redefine itself in the post-civil rights era. Stokely Carmichael and James Forman wrestled for control, advancing different visions of SNCC's role within the Black Power movement and of its relationship with the Panthers. 31. Forman and Carmichael both traveled to Oakland for the Free Huey rally at the start of Newton's trial on July 15.32. Then, on July 19, both Forman and Carmichael traveled to New York for a Panther press conference at the United Nations and a series of community rallies in Harlem, Brooklyn, and Newark to support the plebiscite. There, they met up with a Panther contingent that included Chairman Bobby Seale, Minister of Information Eldridge Cleaver, Chief of Staff David Hilliard, Father Earl Neal, Minister of Education George Murray, and Field Marshal Donald Cox. Flyers were printed, and a flurry of meetings were called to advance the UN campaign. A Panther press statement said that in addition to support for the Free Huey campaign and the Black plebiscite, the Panthers were calling upon the member nations of the United Nations to authorize the stationing of UN observer teams throughout the cities of America wherein black people are cooped up and concentrated in wretched ghettos. After meeting with several UN delegations and talking with the press, the Black Panthers filed for status as an official non-governing organization of the United Nations. 33 While the notion of the Black plebiscite was intriguing to many, it failed to gain traction. Underneath the united activity, SNCC was fragmenting. The evidence suggests that the Black Panthers sided with Carmichael against Forman. On Wednesday, July 24, a delegation of Carmichael supporters and Panthers confronted Forman at his office on Fifth Avenue in New York City. The press reported allegations that a Black Panther stuck an unloaded pistol into Forman's mouth and squeezed the trigger 3 times, but Forman denied the story. 34 Nonetheless, shortly after the July trip to New York, SNCC sided with Forman, passing a resolution terminating Stokely Carmichael's position, and officially cutting off their relationship with the Panthers. The SNCC resolution claimed that Carmichael had engaged in a power struggle both within and outside of SNCC with another organization member, Forman, which threatened the existence of SNCC. 35. With Jim Crow vanquished and SNCC struggling to transition out of the South and remain politically relevant, the Black Panther Party captured the imagination of the younger generation of black activists. Legendary SNCC founder Ella Baker, speaking in 1968, explained SNCC's predicament. S.N.C.C. came north when the North was in a ferment that led to various interpretations of what needed to be done. With its own frustrations, it could not take the pace-setter role it took in the South. They were unable to sense that the milieu and factors of change were more than they had dealt with before. And the frustration that came to individuals that had gone through the Southern experience rendered them unable to make a historical decision that perhaps their days were over. 36 The New York Times noted the Panthers' eclipse of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which emerged from the rural South 8 years ago to become a pace-setter in the national civil rights movement, is in serious decline. It has lost much of its power and influence to the northern slum-born Black Panthers. 37. Allies. On May 14, Kathleen Cleaver announced Eldridge's candidacy for the Peace and Freedom Party nomination for president. Eldridge was temporarily in Vacaville prison on a parole violation stemming from the confrontation with police in which Bobby Hutton had been killed. The conflict increased Cleaver's notoriety, and the Black Panther carried a full-page promotion of his candidacy for president, along with a full-page spread on Kathleen Cleaver's campaign for the California State Assembly. The Panthers saw both campaigns as opportunities to build influence and broaden their support within the left. Kathleen's candidacy directly challenged Willie Brown, the popular incumbent Black California State Assemblyman who had refused to support the Panthers. Eldridge Cleaver's run for president represented disaffection with both the Democratic and Republican parties and was, in the words of the New York Times, an effort to use the traditional election process to win an audience and to organize for the radical movement. As Eldridge explained in a black paper presented at a Peace and Freedom Party convention, the Panthers sought to focus attention on a revolutionary leader with a revolutionary program within the conventional political context. In practical terms, this kind of campaign becomes another tool for political organization for Black power. We want to pull people out of the Democratic Party, out of the Republican Party, and swell the ranks of the Black Panther Party and the Peace and Freedom Party. 38. After building an alliance with Latinos within the Peace and Freedom Party and after a series of state primaries and much wrangling, Eldridge Cleaver emerged as the clear favorite. On August 18, he formally secured the nomination of the National Peace and Freedom Party Convention as its candidate for President of the United States with 161.5 delegate votes, outshining the 54 votes for the runner-up, civil rights activist and comedian Dick Gregory. 39. On August 25, the Panthers held a rally at Defremery Park in West Oakland that they ceremoniously renamed Bobby Hutton Memorial Park in honor of the martyred Panther youth. The rally attracted a cross-section of Panther supporters, bringing them together to strengthen their anti-imperialist identity, binding them across race and social position to forge a revolutionary rejection of American empire. 40. The crowd gathered in the hot sun and under the cool shade of the park's oaks to listen to the speakers and show their support for Huey Newton. Although Hutton Park lies in the heart of Black West Oakland, more than half the people who turned out that day were whites, Latinos, and Asian Americans. The crowd was a rich tapestry of the times and vividly represented the diverse allies that increasingly supported the Black Panther Party. Hundreds sat on the grass, mostly young non-black activists. Some were older and more professional looking, such as the woman in her 50s with a striped blouse and permed blonde hair sitting behind two young activists, one wearing a leather vest and the other without a shirt. Hundreds more, mostly black, stood stretched out across the park, under the trees, near the neighboring houses, squeezing into view of the stage. There were well over 1,000 people in all. A heavy-set man in his 30s, almost twice the age of many Panthers, with short cropped hair and wearing a checkered button-down shirt, leaned back with arms crossed and chewed on a cigarette butt as he listened to the speakers. Another black man, tall and muscular with a goatee and Italian felt hat, stood nearby, crossed his arms, and listened. A woman in her early 20s wearing a paisley print dress and head wrap and sandals and adorned with gold bracelets and hoop earrings held her fingers to her lips and tilted her head pensively. A heavy-set grandmother with a print dress and Malcolm X glasses held up her homemade Free Huey banner with both hands, and her grandchildren stood nearby with homemade Free Huey headbands, complete with flower ornaments. Dozens of photographers weaved through the crowd snapping photos. Uniformed Panthers stood at attention along the periphery for the crowd to see. Another Panther strode pointedly through the crowd, talking logistics into a boxy walkie-talkie with an antenna the size of a fishing rod. Police were scattered along the park's edges, with helicopters circling above them for backup. At the front of the park sat the Peace and Freedom Party bus, its roof sporting a stage platform and sound system. The bus featured a large Free Huey sign with dozens of bumper stickers supporting Cleaver's presidential campaign as the Peace and Freedom candidate. A Black Panther security squad of 24 young men lined up in front of the bus facing the crowd. They wore white t-shirts emblazoned with the Panther logo and Black Panther Party in bold print, each wearing black pants and a black beret cocked to the right. Bobby Seale spoke, then Stokely Carmichael, and next Kathleen Cleaver. Allies raised Tijerina the Chicano insurgent leader Richard Aoki, and Bob Avakian took turns speaking. Someone cleared the mic and all eyes turned for the main event, the speech by Eldridge, the newly anointed national candidate for president on the Peace and Freedom Party ticket. Cleaver exhorted the multiracial audience to free Huey. He reminded his listeners of their collective identity, their shared rejection of American power, and of the importance of their struggle. I would love to sit around on my ass drinking wine, smoking pot, and making love to my wife, but I can't afford to be doing that while all these pigs are loose. Here I am, a convict. A whole lot of respectable people have nominated me for president. I'm not going to get elected. I'm a symbol of dissent, of rejection. Every page of American history is written in human blood, and we can't endorse it? We cannot endorse it? Close it. Close the motherfucker and put it on the shelf. 41. Origins of the New Left. The multiracial New Left would prove a crucial ally of the Black Panther Party. Even before the founding of the Black Panther Party, Black Power helped to spark draft resistance and the development of the New Left. The New Left's own self-understanding evolved in relation to Black liberation struggle. In the wake of the Civil Rights Movement, the New Left imagined itself a revolutionary partner in Black liberation. Stepping back and tracing the development of the New Left is key to understanding why it would so ardently embrace the Black Panther Party. Students for a Democratic Society, the main New Left organization, grew in part out of student involvement in the civil rights movement of the early 1960s. It had a young, privileged, and predominantly white constituency. It was not anti-imperialist in the beginning. In the early 1960s, SDS spurned active draft resistance. As late as mid-1965, it had only 3,000 nominal members nationally and little influence. The major growth of the New Left came with draft resistance between 1966 and 1968.42. This draft resistance built upon SDS's embrace of revolutionary anti-imperialism and the Black liberation struggle. Contrary to popular thought, draft resistance was not simply a response to high rates of military induction. The U.S. government conducted a military draft continuously from the time before the nation's entrance into World War II until the draft ended in 1973. Throughout this period, there was little opposition to the draft until widespread resistance began in 1967. In fact, almost 10 times as many young men were drafted annually during the height of World War II, with a peak of more than 3.3 million draftees in 1943 than during the Vietnam War. Yet there was relatively little resistance to the draft. Similarly, draft resistance was negligible during the Korean War, despite the fact that almost twice as many young men were drafted per year as during the Vietnam War, peaking at 551,806 in 1951. When wide draft resistance first erupted in 1967, annual inductions were only 228,263.43. Through the first half of the 20th century, open draft resistance was not a viable political option. When a war effort was widely considered legitimate, heavy repression could be leveraged against those who refused to fight for their country. During World War I, conscientious objectors were beaten, tortured, locked in solitary confinement, and some were sentenced to death, though never executed. During World War II, some conscientious objectors were used for live human medical testing, such as experiments subjecting them to repeated lice bites. 44. As the Johnson administration began to escalate the Vietnam War in 1965, most Americans still saw draft resistance as cowardly or even traitorous. A national poll that year found that 63% of Americans favored the draft and only 13% opposed it. Early acts of resistance were sometimes met with public violence. On March 31, 1966, 11 clean-cut white pacifists protested the draft in front of the district courthouse in South Boston. As the protest was announced on the radio, antagonistic counter-demonstrators began to arrive. This shouting crowd of around 250 soon surrounded the pacifists, calling them cowards. When 4 pacifists took out their draft cards and lit them on fire, the hostility exploded, with members of the mob shouting "shoot them," and "kill them," and then knocking the demonstrators to the ground and beating them. 45. Although popular imagery portrays draft resistors as mostly white, black SNCC activists were among the first to mobilize resistance to the draft during the Vietnam War. SNCC activists almost universally opposed the war, and they had good reason. 46. In 1966, the Pentagon admitted that proportionately more Negroes have been killed in Vietnam ground combat than other Americans. 47. SNCC activists asked why black Americans should serve a country and a government that disrespected and mistreated them because they were black. A sense of betrayal by the federal government also fostered black anti-imperialism and draft resistance, especially among black movement leaders. 48. With the emergence of black power, SNCC activists had intensified their opposition to the war, inventing the slogan "Hell no, we won't go." SNCC launched daily demonstrations at the Atlanta Induction Center. 12 blacks were arrested. By the fall of 1966, as white students began cautiously signing symbolic "we won't go" statements, induction refusals by blacks were already widespread. 49. Feeling politically isolated for his embrace of draft resistance, Stokely Carmichael, SNCC's chairman, approached SDS for support. 50. In July 1966, at Carmichael's behest, SDS and SNCC published a joint statement to the House Committee on the Armed Services co-signed by Carmichael and Carl Oglesby, president of SDS. The statement marked a crucial step in the anti-war movement. It asserted the 3-part anti-imperialist analogy that would later be adopted and spread by the Black Panther Party. Carmichael and Oglesby argued that blacks, Vietnamese, and draftees shared a common oppressor, and asserted a powerful moral justification for resisting the draft. In a supposedly free society, conscription is a form of legalized enslavement of the worst kind. A slave had to serve his master's economic interest with labor and sweat, but a draftee must serve the national interest with murder and his own blood. Black men in the United States are forced to kill their colored brothers in Vietnam for $95 a month and the risk of death, injury, and disease. This is why we oppose the draft. 51. Despite signing on to the joint statement, SDS had not yet fully embraced its implications and was still reluctant to organize draft resistance. Some smaller anti-war organizations such as End the Draft were trying to enlist SDS in draft resistance, but many SDSers were afraid of the repression likely to come with a serious challenge to the draft. 52. This changed in October 1966 when SDS organized the Black Power Conference in Berkeley, the same conference that encouraged Newton and Seale to found their party and invited Stokely Carmichael as the keynote speaker. Carmichael focused most of his speech on the question of Vietnam. "The war in Vietnam is an illegal and immoral war," he said. He compared the plight of black people in America to the plight of the Vietnamese. He argued that in order to be relevant to most people, SDS needed to start organizing draft resistance, the peace movement has been a failure because it hasn't gotten off the college campuses where everybody has tattoos and is not afraid of being drafted anyway. 53. In the months preceding the conference, while anti-war organizing was prevalent, there was little discussion of the draft on the UC Berkeley campus. 54. The Black Power Conference, however, dramatically changed the focus of the campus anti-war movement. The day after Carmichael's speech, the campus chapter of SDS, the organizers of the conference, formed an anti-draft committee and distributed a flyer inviting the public to a workshop that evening. One of the purposes of the Black Power Conference has been to stimulate new ideas and discussions as to where the movement at Berkeley will go from here. Black Power offers a challenge to white radicals to organize themselves. Stop the war. Stop the draft. If you want to discuss possibilities of direct action to help stop the war and benefit yourself, come to the workshops. 55 other anti-draft activities on campus followed. A week later, the Campus Community for a New Politics organized a workshop called You and the Draft. An organization called Resistance launched on campus and explained its position: today Vietnamese men, women, and children will die. They will die at the end of an American soldier's bayonet, they will burn to death from the napalm dropped from American planes. These executions are performed daily by ordinary American guys, most of whom are not in Vietnam by choice. They were drafted. Our government ordered them there. Within months, there was a deluge of meetings, organizations, conferences, and protests on campuses across the country, all focused on the draft. 56. Less than 2 months after the Black Power Conference, as the Panthers organized their first patrols in Oakland, SDS formally embraced draft resistance at its National Council meeting at Berkeley. 57. An accompanying report published by SDS in January 1967 compared anti-draft resistance to the revolt of slaves against their masters and said that SDS was moving into a new phase, from protest to resistance. 58. The new approach to draft resistance was compelling because of its universality. The black anti-imperialism championed by SNCC compared the plight of blacks in the United States with the plight of the Vietnamese and others throughout the world who were waging struggles against colonialism and imperialism. At SNCC's invitation, student anti-war activists came to see themselves as fighting for their own liberation from the American empire. The imperial machinery of war that was inflicting havoc abroad was forcing America's young to kill and die for a cause many did not believe in. Young activists came to see the draft as an imposition of empire on themselves just as the war was an imposition of empire on the Vietnamese. 59. SDS leader Greg Calvert encapsulated this emerging view in the idea of revolutionary consciousness in a widely influential speech at Princeton University that February. Arguing that students themselves were revolutionary subjects, Calvert sought to distinguish radicals from liberals, and he advanced revolutionary consciousness as the basis for a distinct and superior morality. Radical or revolutionary consciousness is the perception of oneself as unfree, as oppressed, and finally it is the discovery of oneself as one of the oppressed who must unite to transform the objective conditions of their existence in order to resolve the contradiction between potentiality and actuality. Revolutionary consciousness leads to the struggle for one's own freedom in unity with others who share the burden of oppression. 60. The speech marked a watershed in the New Left self-conception. 61. Coming to see itself as part of the global struggle of the Vietnamese against American imperialism and the black struggle against racist oppression, the New Left rejected the status quo as fundamentally immoral and embraced the morality of revolutionary challenge. From this vantage point, the Vietnam War was illegitimate, and draft resistance was an act of revolutionary heroism. As this radicalized draft resistance came to life, it had an explosive impact on an anti-war movement that had been weak and disoriented. In the first few months of 1967, a flurry of "we won't go" statements, anti-draft unions, and pickets at induction centers took place throughout the country, many instigated by SDS, but some arising independently. 62. 250,000 people turned out on April 15, 1967, for the spring mobilizations against the war in New York and San Francisco, the largest anti-war protest to date in American history. Speakers in New York included Martin Luther King Jr., James Bevel of the SCLC, Floyd McKissick of the Congress of Racial Equality, singer and civil rights activist Harry Belafonte, and Stokely Carmichael. As Carmichael spoke, members of the crowd shouted out "Black Power." He called the war brutal and racist and demanded an end to the draft. Many marchers took up the chant started by SNCC, "Hell no, we won't go." Some protesters displayed flags of the National Liberation Front of Vietnam, asserting that they were not only appealing for America to have a better policy but also allying themselves with the Vietnamese Revolution. 63 In San Francisco, a contingent of black nationalists led the march carrying a streamer that read the Vietnam NLF. "Never called us niggers." Keynote speaker Coretta Scott King, Martin Luther King's wife, told the audience that freedom and justice in America are bound together with freedom and justice in Vietnam. Future Panther Minister of Information Eldridge Cleaver, at that time a representative of the Organization of African Unity, added, "We are against this racist, vicious power structure." 64. Because of the high stakes, potentially 5 years in prison, and the lack of wider support, very few had seriously considered public burning of draft cards as a viable tactic. But in unprecedented defiance of U.S. legitimacy, over 150 people burned their draft cards during the rally in Central Park that day. 65. 2 weeks later, Muhammad Ali, the heavyweight boxing champion of the world, refused induction, arousing further acts of draft resistance. Due in no small part to the influence of Malcolm X, early black resistance to the draft was widespread, not limited to SNCC. Muhammad Ali was a member of the Nation of Islam, recruited by Malcolm X in 1963. As heavyweight champion, he soon became a symbol of black power. Every time he stepped into the ring, much more than the title was at stake. 66 In early 1966, as the demand for troops in Vietnam increased, the Selective Service System expanded its pool for draft eligibility, and Ali was reclassified as IA ready and eligible. 67 In February 1966, months before SDS's first tentative support of SNCC's anti-draft stance, Ali told the press, "I'm a member of the Black Muslims and we don't go to wars unless they are declared by Allah himself. I don't have no personal quarrel with those Viet Cong." 68. Ali's statement posed a clear challenge to the legitimacy of the war effort, and many politicians were quick to condemn him. Pennsylvania Congressman Frank Clark called Ali a complete and total disgrace to the land. 69 When Ali, then still using his original name, Cassius Clay, refused to apologize for his remarks, Governor Kerner of Illinois, Mayor Daley of Chicago, and other political figures sought to cancel his scheduled championship fight in Chicago. 70 Closed-circuit telecasts of his fights were banned in Boston, Miami Beach, and elsewhere. 71 The government confiscated his passport. 72. On April 28, 1967, the day Ali was to be inducted into the Army, and 2 weeks after the card burning in Central Park, young black protesters including H. Rap Brown flocked to the induction center in Houston. When Ali's name was called, he refused to step forward. "Why should they ask me and other so-called Negroes to put on a uniform and go 10,000 miles from home," Ali explained to the press, "and drop bombs on brown people in Vietnam while so-called Negro people in Louisville are treated like dogs and denied simple human rights." 73 Ali was sentenced to a maximum penalty of 5 years in jail and a $10,000 fine for refusing induction. 74. Ali's actions, on the heels of the Central Park card burning, suggested that widespread draft resistance was possible. Many in government and the press worried that if the resistance grew large enough, the war effort might be compromised. The influential New York Times columnist Tom Wicker explained, "The issue raised by the remarkable Ali remains, because he has made it quite clear that whether or not the courts finally rule in his favor, whether or not the government, in both its administrative and judicial processes, has given his claims due and fair hearing, whether or not, in short, his position is legally justified, he will simply refuse to serve in the armed forces." What would happen if all young men of draft age took the same position? If the Johnson administration had to prosecute 100,000 Americans in order to maintain its authority, its real power to pursue the Vietnamese War or any other policy would be crippled if not destroyed. It would then be faced not with dissent, but with civil disobedience on a scale amounting to revolt. 75. Preparations were underway for massive anti-war protests in Washington, D.C., and Oakland in October 1967. Smaller actions were planned for the same time in Los Angeles, Portland, Denver, Kansas City, St. Louis, Chicago, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, St. Paul, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Ann Arbor, Yellow Springs, Champaign-Urbana, Bloomington, Puerto Rico, and London. 76. Following the ghetto rebellions in July, the National Mobilization Committee to End the War in Vietnam, MOBE, a national coalition of peace organizations, announced at a press conference that it supported the urban uprisings and said that the actions planned for October would obstruct the war machine. MOBE proclaimed there was only one struggle for self-determination and we support it in Vietnam and in Black America. 77. A new spirit had swept the anti-war movement. That October, draft card burnings increased almost tenfold. 78 Activist scholars Paul Lauter and Florence Howe described the spontaneous outbreak of a draft card burning at the Pentagon. Suddenly, as the daylight died, 2 or 3 tiny flames burst from different places in the crowd. There was only red in the west, and the earth was black, when dozens of draft cards began to burn, held aloft, amid increasing cheers and applause. One by one, the lights flickered, burned, then went out. The burnings traveled to the other side of the mall, beyond the soldiers that split our large group from a small one on the right, and eventually down to the grassy plains below. The sight silenced even the cheering. 79. Thousands of draft resistors stormed the Pentagon. Military police and U.S. Marshals beat the demonstrators and released tear gas, reoccupying the grounds yard by yard. Among the protesters, 647 were arrested and 47 hospitalized. 80. A line had been crossed. No longer were the students and anti-war activists simply Americans expressing their view within established channels. Now, inspired by Black Power and emboldened by the ghetto rebellions, many anti-war activists declared themselves revolutionaries, seeking self-determination through resistance. New Left, Free Huey. While Black Power was a key influence on the emerging draft resistance movement, the Black Panther Party remained relatively insignificant politically until April 1968. Few in the New Left outside the Bay Area had done anything to support the Panthers. SDS, by far the largest and most influential New Left organization with 35,000 members at 300 colleges and universities, had no relationship to or position on the Panthers. 81. The organization's New Left Notes, the largest New Left newsletter, had not carried a single story on the Black Panther Party. 82. This situation changed with the assassinations of King and Hutton. For many young activists opposed to the Vietnam War, King had embodied the hope that America had a moral conscience and that justice would prevail through peaceful means. His assassination dashed their hopes. Following the slayings of King and Hutton, hundreds of thousands of students joined SDS-led actions on campuses from coast to coast, often in coalition with black student organizations. In Boston, 20,000 students marched on City Hall demanding that the police and National Guard be kept out of the ghetto. At Michigan State University in East Lansing, students took over the administration building and held a sit-in, demanding the addition of Black history courses, equal hiring practices, and sanctions against companies that discriminated against blacks. The response to King's death fueled SDS's planned 10 days of resistance to protest the war, and at least 50 colleges and almost 1 million students participated in a nationwide student strike on April 26. 83. After the April killings, the New Left increasingly looked to the Black Panthers for leadership. Already embracing anti-imperialism by the time of King's assassination, SDS now made support for the Black Panther Party one of its key causes. On April 12, 1968, SDS affirmed its support for the Black Panther Party. Students for a Democratic Society. demands the immediate release of Eldridge Cleaver, Huey P. Newton, and all other political prisoners being detained by the state of California. The racist cops of Oakland, who have long oppressed and denied basic human rights to black people, are the real criminals loose on the streets of our country. They are the ones, along with the slumlords and politicians in the white power structure, who should be imprisoned, not Eldridge Cleaver, Huey Newton, or any other black man fighting for self-determination and freedom. 84. On April 15, the cover of New Left Notes featured a photo of Bobby Hutton and a long article on the Panthers under the headline "Oakland Police Attack Panthers." The article detailed the police slaying of Hutton and examined the repressive actions against the Panthers over the preceding months. 85. The issue also ran a full reproduction of the Panther 10-point program and implored SDS members to combat repression of the Black Panthers. The systematic political persecution of the Black Panther Party must be resisted. Distribute information about the Panthers and raise money for their work and defense. Funds should be sent to our brothers. 86. In July, the SDS convention passed a major resolution in support of the Black Panthers, asserting that Huey must be set free. They pledged to give full support, in whatever manner is needed, both to free Huey and to support the Panthers generally. 87. Monday, July 15 marked the opening day of Huey Newton's trial on charges of murdering a police officer. The Panthers argued that Newton, not Officer Frey, was the one who had been attacked and that the trial was yet another act of political repression. They brought their case to the court of public opinion, organizing a rally in front of the imposing granite Alameda County Courthouse in Oakland that morning. 88. Numerous New Left organizations participated in the mobilization, including the Western Mobilization Against the War, the Brown Berets, the Peace and Freedom Party, and the Iranian Students Association. By 10 a.m., over 2,500 supporters had gathered, surrounding the courthouse, filling the courthouse plaza, and spilling into the street. Members of the Oakland Sheriff's Department, wearing helmets covering their faces and armed with billy clubs and guns, guarded every doorway to the courthouse. Reporters came from across the country and as far away as London to cover the event. 89. At the top of the courthouse steps, 250 members of the Black Panther Party lined up, the women standing on the top tier. The women wore simple dark-colored knee-length dresses with belts, their hair in naturals. The men, standing in 3 files below, wore the Panther uniform of black leather jackets, light turtleneck sweaters, and black berets cocked to the right. An assigned section leader began a chant, and soon the Panthers were rocking, clapping, and singing in unison. Women. No more brothers in jail. Men. Off the pigs. Women. The pigs are going to catch hell. Men. Off the pigs. Women. No more brothers in jail. Men. Off the pigs. Women. The pigs are going to catch hell. Men. Off the pigs. Members of the Asian American Political Alliance carried signs with Chinese lettering reading "Chairman Mao says, Free Huey" and "Yellow Peril supports Black Power." 90. A large flagpole stood in the middle of the courthouse plaza, and someone in the crowd shouted, "Cut the rope! Take the fucking flag down!" After a brief debate among the Panther supporters, Bob Avakian cut the rope on the flagpole, sending the American flag to the ground. Several demonstrators grabbed the flag and lit it on fire. A phalanx of police wearing riot helmets and thrusting nightsticks quickly beat a path through the crowd to the flagpole. The pitch of the chant intensified as uniformed Panthers pushed toward the police. Women. No more pigs in our community. Men. Off the pigs. Bobby Seale told the crowd that if Huey is going to be tried at all, he's got to be tried by his peers, not the Negro maids working up on the hill, but his peers, people on probation, people they've been running through their jails. Huey ain't on trial, the black people are on trial here. Seale argued that this was not the time or place to fight the police. But, he warned, if anything happens to Huey P. Newton, the sky's the limit. The Panthers then began a circular march around the courthouse, fists pumping a Black Power salute in time with the chant. Black is beautiful. Free Huey. Set our leader free. Free Huey. SDS fully embraced the Free Huey campaign, emphasizing the centrality of the Panthers to the New Left and suggesting that mobilization to resist repression of the Panthers was necessary to achieve its own political goals. In coverage of the Free Huey rally in Oakland, SDS declared, "The real question for the Panthers and the whole radical movement in this country remains, can Huey be set free?" 91. Cleaver at Berkeley. By the fall of 1968, the Panthers became such a potent symbol of revolution that simply asking them to speak was often considered a highly disruptive act. Such was the reaction when several undergraduate students at the University of California, Berkeley, organized an experimental course on racism in America called Social Analysis 139X, Dehumanization and Regeneration of the American Social Order. At the time, few Black Studies courses were available on campus, and the students sought to challenge dominant perspectives on race. They convinced several professors to facilitate the course, including sociologist Troy Duster and psychologist Edward Sampson, and they invited Eldridge Cleaver to deliver 10 guest lectures. 92. The reaction of establishment political leaders was immediate and extreme. Within 24 hours of the public announcement of the class, California Governor Ronald Reagan demanded that the University of California Board of Regents promptly uninvite Cleaver and blasted the university administration, declaring, in one single act, the Berkeley administrators would undo years of academic commitment and dedication to the highest values of the teaching profession. Max Rafferty, the conservative state superintendent of public instruction, and Jesse Unruh, Democratic leader of the state assembly, also jumped on board to condemn the university administration. The state senate and assembly both voted to censure the university. 93. While Cleaver could not be easily ignored, neither could he be easily repressed. Only a small percentage of Californians actively ascribed to the Black Panthers' revolutionary anti-imperialist politics, but elements of the party's position had broad appeal. Most blacks wanted a serious treatment of Black history and greater Black student enrollment. The university seemed unlikely to provide either without a struggle. For those opposed to the war, in late 1968, neither the Democratic nor Republican Party appeared to be listening to them. For faculty across the state and the country, the issue of intellectual freedom loomed large. Would politicians be allowed to silence controversial and provocative viewpoints and interfere in university curricula? For these reasons, suppressing Cleaver proved to be widely unacceptable, even to many who believed the Panthers' revolutionary program was extreme. The op-ed pages in California newspapers were filled with conflicting opinions on the necessary or disturbing character of Cleaver's planned lectures. 94. As Cleaver traveled from campus to campus in late September and early October, he stirred up the controversy, assailing Mickey Mouse Ronald Reagan and the others in front of packed meetings overflowing with cheering student activists. Burnishing his hyper-masculine image, a jocular Cleaver contended, "It is my belief that Ronald Reagan is a punk, a sissy, and a coward, and I challenge him to a duel. I challenge the punk to a duel to the death and he can choose his own weapon. It could be a baseball bat, a gun, a knife, or a marshmallow. I'll beat him to death with a marshmallow." 95. When the UC Board of Regents passed a resolution in late September to restrict Cleaver to one lecture, opposition exploded. Important segments of the Black political establishment, believing that the edict undermined Black educational interests, challenged the regents. The California Negro Leadership Conference described the censorship of Cleaver as racist and warned that if Cleaver was not allowed to lecture, it would ask Black legislators to deny support to the university and seek to have federal funding withheld under the Civil Rights Act. Dr. Carlton Goodlett, publisher of the San Francisco-based Black newspaper The Sun Reporter, said he would launch a campaign in which the Black middle class will disassociate themselves from all UC programs. 96. More than 2,000 students turned out for an organizing meeting at UC Berkeley and voted unanimously to demand that Cleaver be allowed to give all 10 lectures. The Student Senate voted overwhelmingly to demand that the regents rescind their decision and to ask the Faculty Academic Senate to reject it. The student senates at 3 other University of California campuses, the National Student Association, and 7 university student body presidents all announced their support for the lecture series. Student demonstrators at UC Santa Cruz heckled Reagan and disrupted a Board of Regents meeting there, protesting the Cleaver policy and demanding creation of a college dedicated to the Black experience. Students at Berkeley occupied the College of Letters and Science headquarters and the Chancellor's office and lit a protest bonfire on the campus's Sproul Plaza. 97. Faculty members were also agitated. Responding to faculty outcry about political interference in the curriculum, the president of the University of California announced, "The faculty still has authority over courses. It has not been affected in any way." The UC Berkeley Faculty Academic Senate in turn voted to repudiate the Board of Regents' censure by 668 to 114. Faculty senates at both the Los Angeles and San Diego campuses of the University of California voted similarly in support of UC Berkeley's faculty. Cleaver would be allowed to hold all 10 lectures, although students would not receive credit for attending. 1,000 students signed up for the 100-seat class. When the victorious Cleaver finally lectured, he adopted a serious tone, avoiding obscenities, not once alluding to the controversy, and confining his comments to an analysis of his topic, the roots of racism. 98. Even as the political establishment appropriated Martin Luther King Jr. as a martyr for America, Black Panther Lil Bobby Hutton confronted the police and became a martyr for revolution. Tens of thousands of allies mobilized in support of Newton, Hutton, Cleaver, and their party. But the true litmus of the Panthers' politics would be the response of young blacks throughout the country. 6. National Uprising. The turning point in Erica Huggins's life came a week after King's death, at the funeral of Lil Bobby Hutton in Oakland on April 12, 1968. This was the moment when she committed her life to the revolution and the Black Panther Party. Huggins later recalled, "What awakened me, what changed my life and my mind, was Bobby Hutton's face at his funeral. My entire life and mind was changed from that point on. I had read about the party and I had read about all the things in history that had been done to black people: lynching, murder, tortures, etc. But I was convinced when I had direct confrontation with the brutality, the cruelty, and the doggishness of the police." His face had been entirely shot out. The entire portion of his face was gone and had been puttied into place and made up. He was no longer the 17-year-old person he had been, not physically or anything else. He wasn't. And the police were in the balconies of that church. They were everywhere. I had never seen anything like that in my life. I mean, I had never been directly involved. 1. Born in 1948 to a working-class family in Washington, D.C., Huggins had one younger sister and a younger brother. Among the children, she was the pensive, reclusive, existential one. After high school, she went to historically black Cheney State College in Pennsylvania with dreams of becoming a teacher and working with disabled children. But Cheney offered no challenges, educational, political, or otherwise. Huggins found both the curriculum and the student life lacking, and in 1966, she transferred to Lincoln University, another historically black institution in Pennsylvania. At Lincoln, her world began to open up. Here she was turned on to the ideas of Malcolm X and joined the Black Student Organization, where she met John Huggins in early 1967. John had been raised in a well-heeled black family in New Haven, Connecticut. He had served in the Navy and was a Vietnam veteran. John was sensitive and had shaggy hair. The two quickly fell in love and soon married. Erica and John immersed themselves in black student activities, but something was missing. More and more, they felt removed from the real problems faced by most black people. As the black urban rebellions spread, they felt like armchair revolutionaries committed to the idea of black liberation struggle yet distant from it. Consequently, they dropped out of school and in November 1967 moved to Los Angeles, a hotbed of black politics, looking to get involved. In April 1968, at the funeral of Lil Bobby Hutton, Erica and John committed their lives to the revolution. Los Angeles. One of the first people Erica Huggins recruited to join the Black Panther Party was an articulate and striking young woman named Elaine Brown. 2 Raised poor in a Philadelphia row house in a Jewish neighborhood, Brown was the only child in a household of adults: her single mother, her aunt, and her grandmother and grandfather. After high school, she enrolled in Temple University but soon dropped out, joined the working world, and moved to Los Angeles. Through intelligence, hard work, wit, and a series of affluent white lovers, Brown made her way into a world of glamour and wealth, but she could never escape racism. She reached a personal turning point in 1967, when, as the guest of the owner of a luxurious hotel in Las Vegas, she was denied service at a nearby beauty shop because of her race. The hotel owner disciplined the beauty shop manager, but the incident showed that she could not escape her blackness. She soon started making friends with Los Angeles black nationalists. 3. At the time, the Black Power ferment in Los Angeles centered on the Black Congress. After the Watts Rebellion in 1965, Black Power organizations had proliferated and developed the Black Congress as a united front. One member organization was the Community Alert Patrol led by Ron Brother Crook Wilkins. After Watts, Brother Crook became widely known for pioneering patrols of police, a tactic taken up and modified by Huey Newton. Members of CAP would follow the police with cameras and tape recorders to ensure that they did not commit acts of brutality against members of the black community. 4. Harry Truly's Black Student Alliance was another member of the Black Congress. Truly taught sociology at California State University, Los Angeles, during the day and led the alliance by night. He had a vision of bringing all black student organizations across the country into the alliance and creating a revolutionary force. Truly was well-read and deeply committed. His compelling vision for Black Power was just one of many in the Black Congress of Los Angeles at the time. The Congress also included representatives from the Congress of Racial Equality, the Freedom Draft Movement, SLANT, Self-Leadership for All Nationalities Today, the Afro-American Association, the Afro-American Cultural Association, Black Resistance Against Wars for Oppression, Black Unitarians for Radical Reform, Black Youth Conference, Citizens for Creative Welfare, Emmanuel Church, L.A. County Welfare Rights, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, Operation Bootstrap, Parent Action Council, Underground Musicians Association, and the What's Happening Coffee House. 5. The most influential organization in the Black Congress in late 1967 and early 1968 was Ron Karenga's U.S., pronounced us, as in not them. Karenga's group sought to transform society through a cultural, rather than a political, revolution. According to historian Scott Brown, as a cultural nationalist vanguard, the U.S. organization saw itself as a mirror of African Americans' progressive future. Through the creation of an alternative and progressive culture, U.S. held that black people would transform their own world and the larger society. Karenga and U.S. were not adverse to political action, but they saw culture as the principal vehicle for change. For them, heightened cultural awareness was the key to social transformation. Members dressed in dashikis and ceremonial African garb. Male members shaved their heads. Karenga spoke several languages, including Swahili, which he taught widely. Within U.S., Karenga was the central authority and was called Maulana, or Master Teacher, by his followers. U.S. is best known today for starting the holiday Kwanzaa. 6. Another Black Congress member was the Black Panther political party, led by John Floyd, a schoolteacher. The L.A. Black Panther political party, which grew out of Stokely Carmichael's efforts to proliferate the Black Panther Party, originated in Lowndes County, Alabama, started independently of the Oakland Black Panther Party. The fifth issue of Harambee, Swahili for Let's Pull Together, the Los Angeles Black Congress newsletter edited by Ron Karenga, popularized the Black Panther idea and symbol in Los Angeles. The issue, published on November 3, 1966, reproduced a Lowndes County flyer, a speech by Chair John Hewlett, and a front-page spread dedicated to the Lowndes County Black Panther Party. Soon thereafter, John Floyd started the L.A. Black Panther political party. When the Oakland Black Panther Party for Self-Defense forged an alliance with the Peace and Freedom Party in June 1967, John Floyd supported the effort, filing documents to verify the Black Panther Party's existence as a statewide organization and explaining to the press, "For all intents and purposes, we are a statewide party." But in practice, the two organizations hardly communicated. In late 1967 or early 1968, Angela Davis, at that time working on her PhD in philosophy with Herbert Marcuse at the University of California, San Diego, joined Floyd's organization. 7 Around this time, Elaine Brown was becoming active in the Black Congress. She began working with John Floyd to put out Harambe and became particularly close to Sandra Scott and Harry Truly of the Black Student Alliance. 8. Beneath the surface of Black power unity at the Los Angeles Black Congress lay deep conflict. Black power had posed a question, but there was no single answer. The term meant different things to different people and organizations in the Black Congress. Everyone in the Black Congress sought dignity and empowerment. Most rejected the integrationism and nonviolence of the civil rights movement. Many organizations in the Congress viewed the Black community as a colony and agreed on the need for self-determination. Black people, they agreed, needed to develop their own sources of political, economic, and cultural strength. But how to achieve this and how best to appeal to the people proved to be points of contention. In every insurgent movement, conflicting visions compete. As movement groups challenge the legitimacy of the state and the established social order, each asserts its own vision as an alternative. The stakes appear high, especially the ability to claim leadership of the revolution and the potential to set the direction for the future. Certainly, the conflict in Los Angeles was intense. Organizations constantly jockeyed for control within the Black Congress, and at times, these conflicts became violent. 9 Recalling a gun battle that broke out between the United Front and members of Ron Karenga's U.S. at the November 1967 Black Youth Conference, Angela Davis explained, "Beneath the facade of unity, under the wonderful colors of the Boobas, lay strong ideological differences and explosive political conflicts, and perhaps even agents provocateurs. 10 The incident at the conference was not unique. In another incident, 15 members of U.S. were arrested, for allegedly beating 3 men who interrupted a soul session. 11. In early 1968, the Oakland-based Black Panther Party began organizing a chapter in Los Angeles, the first outside the Oakland Bay Area, and the dynamics in the Black Congress quickly changed. The politics developed by Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, and Eldridge Cleaver resonated with young blacks in Los Angeles, providing new conduits for action. Like Ron Karenga and U.S., the Black Panthers had a compelling theory about the source of black people's suffering, a vision for advancing black dignity and power, and they had created a disciplined organization to advance that vision in tangible ways. U.S., however, never sought to become a mass organization, emphasizing educational and cultural activities accessible to only a few. As Scott Brown has observed, U.S. leaders saw no need for a large membership. Their goal was to ideologically influence other organizations with its United Front approach, and thus direct the course of the coming cultural revolution. 12. Unlike U.S., the Black Panther Party recognized the explosive potential of the Watts Rebellion as a political force and developed a program and activities to organize black folks on the street. Like Brother Crook's community alert patrols, the Black Panther Party asserted black dignity and self-determination by holding the police accountable. But unlike Brother Crook, the Black Panthers created a track record of winning such confrontations, legally backing off police with loaded weapons and storming the state capitol in Sacramento. When the law was changed to prevent the Panthers from engaging in these confrontations, Huey Newton had allegedly killed a policeman in self-defense. Many in the Black Congress considered Newton's resistance heroic and embraced the Free Huey campaign. In January 1968, Eldridge Cleaver recruited Alprentice Bunchy Carter to organize a chapter of the Black Panther Party in Los Angeles. Elaine Brown recalled the first time she met Carter. "My name is Bunchy," he said coolly. "Bunchy," he reiterated like a bunch of greens, answering a question someone a long time ago had found the courage to ask. His face was black alabaster, his eyes, black diamonds, set off by carved eyebrows and distinct black eyelashes. His skin was as smooth as melted chocolate, unflawed, with a reddish gloss. He was the vision of revelations, a head of soft black wool refined to an African crown. He stroked his rich mustache as he spoke, head back, feet apart, an olive green leather coat tossed over his strong shoulders. Everybody had heard of Bunchy. 13. Cleaver and Bunchy had become friends at Soledad State Prison, where they had joined the Nation of Islam and become politicized by Malcolm X. Before Soledad, Bunchy had a brief career as a middleweight boxer and then joined the 5,000-member Slauson gang and founded its most feared branch, the Slauson Renegades. Widely known as the mayor of the ghetto, he was considered by many to be the most dangerous man in Los Angeles. Bunchy was not only tough, he was charismatic. His authority came from his intelligence and creativity as well as his street credentials. He wrote poetry and, having studied revolutionary theory during his years in prison, could fiercely debate the theories of Fanon, Che, Lenin, and Mao. 14. The strong respect Bunchy garnered on the streets separated him from the regular participants in the Black Congress. Because of Huey Newton and the Panthers' courageous stance against the police, Bunchy could relate to the Oakland-based Black Panther Party, as could his street protégés. 15 When Bunchy formed a branch of the Oakland-based Black Panther Party in Los Angeles, he brought many former members of the Slauson gang into the party with him. 16. In January 1968, Bunchy attended a poetry reading organized by the Black Congress to announce the launch of the Los Angeles chapter of the Black Panther Party, the first outside the Oakland Bay Area. He brought 20 street-hardened soldiers dressed in black leather jackets and gloves and carrying armed pistols and sawed-off shotguns. Uninvited, Bunchy and his wolves stormed the hall mid-reading and surrounded the Black Congress members who were there. Conversation stopped, and someone called for Bunchy to recite a poem. After reciting The Fierce Nigger Town and Tender Black Mother, both of which he had written, Bunchy thanked the audience for letting him blow. Next he gestured to one of the wolves, who unfurled a poster of Huey Newton on his wicker throne. Bunchy declared that Huey Newton was the leader of the Black liberation struggle and announced that he was forming the Southern California chapter of the Black Panther Party. Huey set the example and showed us that we, too, must deal with the pig if we are to call ourselves men. We can no longer allow the pig's armed forces to come into our communities and kill our young men and disrespect our sisters and rob us of our lives. The pig can no longer attack and suppress our people, or send his occupying army to maraud and maim our communities, without suffering grave consequences. From this point forward, brothers and sisters, if the pig moves on this community, the Black Panther Party will deal with him. 17. Bunchy then commanded that no one else, including John Floyd, was to use the Black Panther name or logo without authorization from the Central Committee of the party in Oakland. At the suggestion of James Foreman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, Floyd changed the name of his group to the West Coast chapter of SNCC and helped to mobilize the Free Huey rally in February. 18. A wide array of organizations in the Black Congress, including Karengas U.S., supported the Black Panther argument that Huey was a political prisoner. They demanded he be set free, and many pitched in to organize the Free Huey rally planned in Los Angeles on February 18, 1968, the day after the Free Huey rally at the Oakland Coliseum. 19 Amid the show of unity, though, tensions and disputes emerged as representatives of the participating organizations jockeyed for authority and sought to assert competing visions. In a meeting just before the rally on February 18, an angry dispute erupted among U.S., the Black Panther Party, and two factions of SNCC over whether police should be allowed to provide security at the rally. The Panthers and Carmichael asserted that the police should be removed, but Karenga, still the most influential voice in the Black Congress, prevailed, asserting that confrontation with the police should be avoided at that point. 20 The February 18 rally drew at least 5,000 people. Speakers included Bobby Seale, Stokely Carmichael, H. Rap Brown, James Foreman, Ron Karenga, and radical Chicano activist Reese Tijerina. 21 In late February, the party moved its office in the Black Congress building to a new space at 4115 South Central in Los Angeles. 22 When Martin Luther King Jr. was killed in April, the Black Panther Party quickly became the dominant presence in the Los Angeles Black Power scene. Hundreds of young Black Angelenos flocked to join the Panthers. People such as Elaine Brown and Erica and John Huggins, who had been seeking a way to advance Black power, found what they were looking for in the party of Bunchy Carter and Huey Newton. Many of the smaller organizations, such as Harry Truly's Black Student Alliance, dissipated. By early 1969, the Black Congress would be defunct. 23 The Black Panther Party offered Black people more than an alternative, it promised dignity. By standing up to the police, Huey Newton showed that Black people could break patterns of racial submissiveness and deference. Eldridge Cleaver claimed that Newton was the true heir to Malcolm X. Malcolm prophesied the coming of the gun to the Black liberation struggle. Huey P. Newton picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. 24 Newton had created a Black anti-imperialist politics of armed self-defense that, unlike other versions of Black power, held strong appeal for alienated and marginalized Blacks. The Panthers recognized that many Black people already lived in a state of war. The violence of the ghetto rebellions reflected the raw desperation of everyday life. The Panthers believed these forces could be organized and strove to channel the desperation and violence of everyday Black life into powerful political resistance. Newton's example of armed self-defense against the police inspired many young activists in LA, and they sought to emulate it. In the second week of August 1968, more than 70,000 people and 70 organizations participated in the Watts Festival in South Central Los Angeles, commemorating the third anniversary of the Watts Rebellion. 25 Tensions between police and the community were running high, and on Monday, August 5, a gunfight broke out during the festival at Will Rogers Park in Watts, and 6 people were wounded. 26 Later that day, police pulled over 4 Black Panthers driving a black 1955 Ford sedan at a service station at the corner of Adams and Crenshaw. Anthony Bartholomew later reported, "The police knew we were Panthers and were following us." 27 The Panthers were armed and refused to submit to police. A gun battle erupted. Police killed Stephen Kenna Bartholomew, 21 years old, with multiple gunshots to the head and lower body, Robert Lawrence, 22 years old, with multiple gunshots to the head and left shoulder, and Thomas Melvin Lewis, just 18 years old, with shots to the abdomen and left leg. In the battle, the Panthers wounded 2 police officers. One Panther, Anthony Bartholomew, escaped. 28 Seattle. The funeral of Bobby Hutton transformed the life of Aaron Dixon, a student from Seattle, much as it did Erica Huggins's life. A member of SNCC, Dixon and his brother Elmer were in San Francisco for the West Coast Black Student Union Conference, and they crossed the Bay Bridge to attend Bobby Hutton's funeral on April 12, 1968. Aaron later recalled the overwhelming cries of Hutton's mother. Looking into the casket was almost like looking into a vision of the movement, and it was not what we had expected. It was not the glory and the victory we had romanticized about. After the funeral, Dixon met Warren Wells, Kathleen Cleaver, and Bobby Seale. Seale's speech was mesmerizing. Decades later, Dixon remembered sharing a drink with Seale and could still visualize Seale's dramatic portrayal of a black man chained up and struggling to be free. 29 When the Dixon brothers returned to Seattle, they rented an office and opened the first chapter of the Black Panther Party outside of California. Within 2 months, more than 300 people joined the chapter, women as well as men. Some, such as Kathy Jones, were high school students, others were in their 20s. A few, such as Ron Carson, who ran a local poverty program and carried a pistol, were over 30. Most were black but some were Asian, such as Guy Kouros, and had grown up in the neighborhood. A few came from college, including Kathy Halley, who later changed her name to Nafasi and became one of Aaron's closest confidants. Others, such as Bobby White, Bobby Harding, and Mike Tagawa, were Vietnam veterans. White was a dynamic poet and writer who became the chapter's lieutenant of information. Some Seattle Panthers, such as Chester Northington, John Eichelberger, and Bruce Hayes, came with experience from other black nationalist organizations. Others, such as Warren Myers and Steve Phillips, had been involved in street life and saw the party as a way of getting back at the police while redeeming themselves in the community. Lewis Jackson was a hardened fighter from New Orleans with a thick Creole accent, who sported a tattoo of a football between his eyebrows. He carried a .45 when he joined the party and soon became Aaron's bodyguard. Joyce Redman had a reputation as the fiercest sister in the neighborhood. Maud Allen was a stickler for rules. Since the death of Martin Luther King, Aaron Dixon later recalled, "My life and the life of many other black youth throughout America had taken on an overwhelming sense of urgency. Suddenly it seemed that the movement had accelerated. We were now almost totally consumed with the fight for justice and the right to determine our own destiny. For me, school had now taken a backseat to the emerging struggle." 30. The Seattle Black Panther office became a community headquarters, and the phone was constantly ringing with people asking for help. The Panthers frequently helped people with problems with landlords, spousal abuse, or the police. In one incident, a landlord had removed the front door when a family was late in paying the rent. The Panthers went to the landlord's house, took back the tenant's door, and hung it back on the hinges. In another case, parents reported frequent beatings of black children at the predominantly white Rainier Beach High School. 3 cars of armed Panthers drove to the school, patrolled the hallways, and told the principal that if he did not provide security for the black students, they would. The principal quickly complied. 31. Like their comrades in California, the Seattle Panthers increasingly came into conflict with police. In May 1968, Buddy Yates was arrested for interference with an arrest. In June, Aaron Dixon was arrested for the same, and Gary Owens was charged with addressing a cop as pig. In July, Seattle police accosted and beat Panthers Bobby Harding, Bobby White, and Joe Atkins. 32. At 17 years old, Seattle Black Panther Welton Armstead was tall yet slight of frame. A new father, he walked in exuberant strides, his energy infectious. He was highly intelligent, perceptive, and reasonable, and many older men looked to him for answers. He quickly climbed the party ranks and earned authority in the Seattle chapter. On a dreary Tuesday afternoon in Seattle, October 15, 1968, Armstead decided to tint the windows on his car. The car was parked in front of his house, and Armstead worked in the street. At about 4:20 p.m., a police car pulled up. Officer Erling J. Butedahl got out, asked Armstead what he was doing, and accused him of stealing the car. Armstead denied the charges. Armstead's mother came out of the house and later would claim that the police were harassing her son. Armstead decided that he would defend himself and his family from harassment. He got his rifle and asked the police to leave him alone. Officer Butedahl shot Armstead dead and arrested his mother and sister for interfering with an arrest. 33. New York. In the weeks following King's assassination, the Black Panther Party also opened a chapter in New York City's Harlem. The black nationalist ferment of late 1960s New York had deep roots in Harlem that went back at least as far as Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association in the late 1910s and 1920s. Malcolm X achieved his greatest impact and notoriety in Harlem in the 1950s and 1960s. SNCC had a New York City office and had even flirted with the idea of creating a New York-based Black Panther Party in early 1966.34. The effort collapsed long before SNCC's partial merger with the Panthers in February 1968. When King was killed in April, SNCC helped jumpstart the New York Panther chapter, this time under Oakland's leadership. With the Free Huey campaign picking up momentum as the case headed to trial, tales of the Panthers storming the legislature in Sacramento, news of Cleaver's presidential bid, and the martyrdom of Lil Bobby Hutton, the Oakland-based Black Panther Party exemplified the direct enactment of Black power that so many Black New Yorkers craved. In April, just weeks after King's death, Juden Ford took the reins as the new captain for the New York Black Panther Party, setting up a temporary office in the SNCC headquarters in downtown Manhattan. 35 In addition to his civil rights experience with SNCC, 18-year-old Ford had served in the Civil Air Patrol before joining the Panthers. He was looking for a practical way to build Black power and was drawn to the Panthers because of their track record of militancy. The Panther Party, Juden later recalled, seemed to be the most serious Black organization, but there was also the military aspect. 36. Juden Ford was an organization man and diligently set about building the first East Coast chapter of the party. Assisted by David Brothers, the newly assigned 40-year-old chairman of the New York chapter, Ford organized and taught political education classes and self-defense training. 37 He led his members into open verbal confrontations with the police. He convinced the Brooklyn campus of Long Island University to let the Panthers use an auditorium for monthly citywide meetings and diligently hashed out internal conflicts to create order in the New York chapter. 38 His job was not easy, especially with the challenges posed by the chapter's rapid growth. At one point, Juden called David Hilliard, Panther Chief of Staff in Oakland, to ask how to keep shady people out of the party. "When I find out," Hilliard told Ford, "I'll let you know." 39. On May 20, the Black Panther Party held a benefit performance at the Fillmore East in the East Village to help raise $200,000 bail for Eldridge Cleaver and 6 other Panthers arrested in the April 6 shootout in Oakland. The benefit, which featured several plays and performances by Amory Baraka, Leroy Jones, and Ed Bullins, drew 2,600 people. James Foreman of SNCC was the event's MC, and Kathleen Cleaver spoke about Lil Bobby Hutton's martyrdom and her husband's case. The party tapped into the emerging consensus that the Panthers epitomized Black power, drawing upon its national networks and its new relationship with SNCC to raise funds and build a strong presence in New York. 40. Two of the first New Yorkers to join the Black Panther Party were Lumumba Shakur, appointed section leader for Harlem, and Sekou Odinga, named section leader for the Bronx. After attending Andrew Jackson High School in Queens together, the two men had been politicized in prison, joined Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, in 1964, and dissatisfied with other Black nationalist organizations turned to the Black Panther Party after Martin Luther King's death. 41. Lumumba's racial politics had deep roots. His father was a Black Muslim, and his grandfather was arch anti-white repression, Lumumba recalled. He would sit down and talk about white repression for days. "My grandfather was a cop for 3 days until a white man told him no nigger was going to arrest him, and Grandpa whipped that cracker half to death." 42. Perhaps the turning point in Lumumba's life was an event that took place in December 1959. Lumumba, 16 years old at the time, boarded a bus in Jamaica, New York, with about 15 friends after a party. He sat next to a large white man in a U.S. Navy uniform. The man said that where he came from, niggers did not sit next to white people. Lumumba told the man that this was not the South, and the man punched Lumumba in the face. All pandemonium broke out in the bus, and that cracker was whipped mercilessly. Later I found out that cracker was cut every place except the soles of his feet. 43. Lumumba got off the bus but was soon picked up by the police. The police took him to the hospital, and the white man identified Lumumba as the one who had beaten him. The police beat Lumumba badly in front of the doctors and nurses, right in the middle of Jamaica Hospital. Later in court, the white man admitted that he had punched and attacked Lumumba first, because niggers aren't supposed to sit next to white people on buses. The judge ordered the statement stricken from the record, saying it was not relevant to the issue being decided. The judge set bail at $10,000 for Lumumba and dispatched him to jail for 7 months pending trial. Lumumba's state-appointed lawyer told him to plead guilty to attempted assault too and said that he would receive a sentence of time served. Lumumba pled guilty as instructed, but his lawyer never made a deal, and he was sent to jail for 5 years. 44. In jail, prisoners had to fight continually to protect themselves or suffer the consequences, often rape. Guards cultivated racial and gang conflicts among the prisoners and often sat as spectators at their fights, like they were in Madison Square Garden. 45. Lumumba resented being used in this way and became increasingly politicized in prison, organizing black inmates into a united bloc. 46. In New York State's Comstock prison, Lumumba again met up with Sekau Odinga. There in 1963, Lumumba tried to get assigned to work in the bakery. Of 1,800 prisoners in Comstock, 1,300 were black. But black prisoners were confined to working as dishwashers, in labor gangs, in the laundry, or in other low-skill jobs. No black prisoners were allowed to work in any of the shops or prison jobs where they could learn a trade, such as the bakery or the auto shop. Lumumba asked the deputy warden for reassignment to the bakery, but the official told him that the bakery jobs were only for white prisoners. Sekau and every other black prisoner who requested assignment to a skilled shop or job received the same response. Consequently, Lumumba, Sekau, and a number of the black prisoners decided that the only way to change the situation was through violent confrontation. They secretly organized, and in late September 1963, they rioted. Some 450 prisoners fought guards with fists, stones, and wooden planks. 23 of them were injured. New York Prison Commissioner McGinnis visited Comstock to investigate. Lumumba met with him and told him why they had rioted. Lumumba and 13 other prisoners who had organized the riot were transferred to Attica. Yet the policies in Comstock were changed, with black inmates assigned to every professional school, shop, trade, and job in Comstock from then on. 47. When Lumumba got out of prison in December 1964, he joined Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity. A couple months later, Malcolm X was dead. In April, he got in touch with Sekau, his childhood friend, who also joined OAAU. Lumumba, however, was put off by the male chauvinism in OAAU and its lack of impact, so the two quit and looked for another organization that exemplified the vision and direction of Malcolm X. They could not find anything satisfactory in New York. In 1967, they joined with other black nationalists in Jamaica, Queens, and organized the Grassroots Front. Our aim was to take the anti-poverty programs from the hands of the religious pimps and preachers and guarantee the grassroots people control of the anti-poverty programs, Lumumba explained years later. When the community people began to get more control of the anti-poverty programs, the religious pimp preachers called OEO Office of Economic Opportunity and the pigs. It was a split within the Grassroots Front because Sekau, Larry Mack, and I wanted to inflict a political consequence. The other brothers did not agree with us. So we quit and told them that they were jiving. 48. Sekau recalled, "We were all very young and inexperienced and got caught up in a local anti-poverty program. By 1967 I was thoroughly disillusioned with that, when I heard about the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California. By the spring of 1968, we heard that representatives from the Black Panther Party were coming to New York and there was a possibility of organizing a chapter. I attended the meeting and decided to join and help build the party in New York." 49. In the spring of 1968, the Black Panther Party attracted many of New York's most politically active young blacks. An experienced tenants' rights activist, Kawesi Balagoon, had traveled to D.C. to protest opposition to rat control legislation in Congress, a key issue for renters in New York City. He and his fellow protesters brought live rats to the demonstration in the House of Representatives and were beaten by police. Next he joined the Central Harlem Committee for Self-Defense. 50. Yet none of these efforts satisfied Balagoon's feeling that he had to do something more serious for black people's liberation, a feeling that only intensified with King's assassination. Then he heard about the Black Panther Party. When I heard that Huey Newton had been involved in a shootout with 2 pigs and 1 had died, I thought I'd check this brother out, as he seemed to be a sure enough leader. And when the Panthers came to New York, I checked them out, and found the 10-point program unquestionable, and the fact that it was community-based a good thing. Digging that the Cotter believed that political power stems from the barrel of a gun made me feel instant kinship. So I joined, and extended my energies and skills to the black community and mankind through the party. 51. Drawn to the Black Panthers' militancy, Afeni Shakur joined the party as soon as it came to New York in the spring of 1968 and married Lumumba. 52. She was sick of turning the other cheek and believed that the Panthers offered a real alternative. Shakur had been impressed by the way in which the Panthers responded when a policeman tried to take one of their guns in Sacramento. The Panther holding the gun had asked the policeman, "Am I under arrest?" When the policeman responded that he was not, the Panther told the policeman, "Then take your hands off my motherfucking gun. I have a constitutional right to have this gun." In 1967 that in itself was enough to blow anybody's mind, Shakur later recalled. 53. From that time on, Shakur waited eagerly for the party to spread to New York so that she could join. All I did then was wait for the Black Panther Party to come to New York. Somebody told me they were coming, you know, I knew they just had to come, they just couldn't stay on the coast. Nothing that strong could stay in one area. I just knew from the beginning that it would branch out into something beautiful. It had to. I just knew there were niggers all over the place that felt like I did. The party got here around April. 54. Others joined the party for similar reasons. David Parker, a 17-year-old rank-and-file New York Panther, explained the appeal to the New York Times in 1968, "Why am I a Black Panther? Well, I've been listening to Brother Malcolm's records for a long time. I know what he said and I've just been waiting for the Panthers to come here." Paraphrasing Malcolm X, he argued that the Panthers offered change by any means necessary. Bill Hampton, a 27-year-old New York Panther, married father of 3, and former executive in training with the Olin Matheson Chemical Company, told the Times, "We're revolutionaries and we're fighting a war for the survival of black people. People have to realize that the man is not just moving on us Panthers, but he is moving on all black people. They see us as a threat, and realizing this, the man has to put it down. That's why the police run around here now trying to get something started." Hampton described police as Gestapo forces that occupy the black community and asserted, "They have got to be forced out of our community. Their power is on their hips. Take those guns away from those pigs and they are nobodies. The only way to counteract this power is with a gun in your hand." 55. Abiama Katara, still a student at Franklin High School when he joined the Panthers, recalled one of the experiences that convinced him the police were an occupying force. "One night my family was sitting in the living room and I heard what sounded like firecrackers. I looked out the window and saw a black man running down the street with what looked to be an army of cops running after him. I found out later he had tried to hold up a store and a rookie cop had fired on him. There were people all over the street, but the cops didn't even tell them to get down, they just kept on firing. When the brother got to 135th Street he stopped on the corner and held his hands up, but the cops just kept coming and shooting. People were shouting out of the windows at the cops telling them to stop, couldn't they see the brother was trying to give up, and so the cops started pointing their guns at the windows, telling everybody to keep inside and mind their own business. And about then a bullet chipped a piece of brick between the window I was hanging out of and the apartment next to ours. We never did figure out whether that bullet ricocheted or whether one of those cops just wanted to see a lot of black blood, but it was sure hard to see where it could have ricocheted from. They finally caught up with the brother in the schoolyard, and you could hear him screaming all the way down the street as they dragged him to a patrol car. 56. When Katara heard that the Panthers were taking on the issue of police abuse, he went to a party meeting. There, he found a way of thinking about the police that transformed his perspective and in turn changed his life. Panthers kept talking about pigs, and Katara did not know what they meant. After the meeting, he asked one of the Panthers if he knew what a pig was. Man, he looked at me as if I asked him what Earth was. After he finished running it down, I was souped up for a motherfucker. I left the house saying pig over and over again. I got on a bus and everybody must have thought I was bugged out, because all the way home I just kept on saying pig, because the way the brother ran it down, it fit perfectly. 57 More than an insult, calling the police, and other authorities, pigs rejected their legitimacy, denounced their Gestapo-like behavior as inhuman, and asserted the moral superiority of the oppressed. Katara felt liberated. As a Black Panther, Katara soon became president of the Afro-American History Club at Franklin High School. His club tried to educate classmates, displaying posters in the hallway of 3 phases of the Black liberation struggle. The first phase was illustrated by the image of a black woman being beaten by Bull Connors police and dogs, the second, by pictures of members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee taking nonviolent action, and the third, by pictures of the Black Panther Party in action, including a photo of Kathleen Cleaver with a shotgun. The principal ordered them to remove the violent photos, but the students argued that there were far more violent scenes in their history books. Soon the posters became a point of contention in the ongoing struggle between Black community activists and school officials for control of the school district, a struggle in which the New York Black Panther Party played an active part in late 1968.58. While the New York Panthers became heavily involved in issues of housing, schools, and welfare, as well as their program of political education, their conflicts with police were the activities that garnered the most media attention and mobilized Allied support. On August 1, 20-year-old Gordon Cook and 17-year-old Daryl Baines, both party members, were working in the Panther office at 780 Nostrand Avenue in the Bedford-Stuyvesant section of Brooklyn. A little before 2:30 p.m., they went out onto the sidewalk in front of the office and sought to rally neighbors to protest police abuse. Cook shouted into the bullhorn, calling the police racist, pigs, and crackers. He soon attracted a crowd of about 50 people. Someone called the police. 2 officers arrived on the scene, waited nearby, and then walked into the store next to the Panther office and called for backup. One officer asked Cook if he had a permit to use the bullhorn. Another asked Baines who was in charge, and Baines said he was. The officer called Baines over to the patrol car, but Baines refused, and the officer tried to grab him. Police later claimed that Baines kicked an officer in the groin. According to Cook, he saw the police roughing up Baines and tried to intervene. The policeman started to beat Cook over the head with his nightstick. Soon other police cars arrived, and several policemen blocked off the other Panthers while 6 of their fellow officers beat Cook with nightsticks. Even after Cook was handcuffed and on the ground, they continued to beat him on the pretense that he was resisting arrest. Cook was taken to Brooklyn Jewish Hospital, where he was treated for head lacerations, and then arrested for resisting arrest and interfering with an officer. Baines was arrested for assault, harassment, and resisting arrest. 59. Later that afternoon, 350 Panthers turned out for the arraignment of Daryl Baines and Gordon Cook at the Brooklyn Criminal Court. Judge John Fury, who had served for 10 years in the New York Criminal Court, placed the 2 defendants on parole. The judge explained later that Baines and Cook had no previous records, and under the circumstances, with the group that was there and the charges that were brought, it seemed foolish to needlessly put them on bail. 60. Early the next morning, 2 policemen came to the Crown Heights neighborhood in Brooklyn on a domestic dispute call. As they got out of the police car, they were hit and wounded by birdshot fired from a shotgun by 1 or 2 people hiding in the bushes 30 feet away. The shooters ran and escaped. The New York Times reported a rumor, which the police denied, that a Black Panther button was found at the scene near 2 shotgun shells. 61 Panther Captain Juden Ford denied any Panther involvement in the shooting. 62. Outraged that Judge Fury had treated the Panthers lightly, 10 patrolmen from Brooklyn's Grand Avenue station organized a petition charging Fury with allowing Panthers to wear hats and curse in his courtroom and calling for his resignation. The petition demanded that the police union, the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association, PBA, call for Fury's resignation and threatened that the signatories would resign and withhold dues from the PBA if the group did not take this action. 63 A Brooklyn Bar Association subcommittee responded by asking the police commissioner to investigate the charges that Fury had allowed Panthers to act disrespectfully in his courtroom. The PBA launched its own investigation. 64 Spurred by the petition, a group of officers began a new organization called the Law Enforcement Group, LEG. The group claimed that officers were not receiving the support they needed generally and called for widespread changes, beginning with a grand jury investigation of alleged coddling of accused criminals by the criminal courts and including the abolition of the police department's Civilian Complaint Review Board, prevention of another Warren Court, and removal of civilians from clerical duties in police stations. 65 Sensing a challenge to their customary policing practices, these officers sought to beat back what they saw as a serious move to undermine their authority. Civil liberties groups responded, calling the coddling charge an absurdity. These groups identified LEG as a frightening power play to take over the judiciary and an undisguised declaration of war against the black militant communities. Ira Glasser, the spokesman for the New York Civil Liberties Union, said, "If the program they wanted was instituted, we would wind up with an open police state." 66. Several weeks later, on August 21, as public attention faded, a group of young blacks that included several Brooklyn Panthers ignited a pile of trash heaped in the street on Nostrand Avenue near the Panther office. When firemen and police responded to the rubbish fire, rebels attacked them with bottles, bricks, cans, and stones and then began smashing storefront windows and looting stores along a 12-block commercial stretch of Nostrand Avenue. Police quickly quashed the rebellion and arrested 7 participants: George Correa, Darrell Baines, John Martinez, Morris Holman, Ricky Fletcher, Patricia Riley, and Fremont Dunn. Some 100 police officers packed into the Brooklyn Criminal Court for a hearing on the rebels' case later that day, and the district attorney asked the court to set an extra high bail. "We have reason to believe that these defendants are members of the ultramilitant Black Panther Party. We feel there is a danger that they may not reappear in court unless high bail is set. Their actions show clearly a lack of respect for authority." The judge proceeded to set an unusually high bail of $50,000 each for 22-year-old Correa and 17-year-old Baines and $11,500 for 17-year-old Martinez, each charged with resisting arrest and possessing stolen property. More standard bail of $1,500 each was set for the remaining 4 defendants. 67 Rather than stifle protest, the punitive bails ignited further resistance. While street rebellions were common among urban black youths in the late 1960s, these rebels were different, claiming common cause with the anti-imperialist struggles in Vietnam and the domestic draft resistors. In addition to 20 Panthers who rallied for the rebels and turned out for further court hearings the following week, the white left saw the Panthers as allies in their own anti-imperialist struggle and responded to the police repression with resistance. William Kunstler, a renowned left-wing lawyer, took the Brooklyn Panthers case and argued that the bail was unconstitutionally excessive, part of the police vendetta against the Black Panthers in New York. Members of the predominantly white Peace and Freedom Party and also the Columbia Strike Committee organized demonstrations outside the courthouse protesting the unusually high bail. The protesters carried signs saying "Hands off Black Panthers," "White radicals defend Black Panthers," and "Stop cop harassment of the Black Panther Party." The court reduced bail to $20,000 for Correa, $10,000 for Baines, and $2,500 for Martinez. 68. At a September 4 preliminary hearing for Correa, Baines, and Martinez, 150 whites, many of them off-duty policemen associated with LEG, packed the courtroom. The cops positioned themselves behind the Panthers in the courtroom, poking them in the back with their nightsticks, cursing, and saying, "White tigers eat Black Panthers." When the small group of Panthers left the courtroom and made their way to the elevator, the police beat them up and attacked a few white members of Columbia University's Students for a Democratic Society who had come to support the Panthers. The New York Times reported, about 150 white men, many of whom were off-duty and out-of-uniform policemen, attacked a small number of Black Panther Party members and white sympathizers yesterday on the 6th floor of the Brooklyn Criminal Court. Many of the off-duty police wore Wallace for President buttons, referring to George Wallace, the white supremacist former governor of Alabama who was running for President of the United States. The off-duty policemen beat the Panthers and their white supporters with blackjacks. Leg officers called the Panthers niggers and motherfuckers while beating them. Uniformed police pretended to try to stop the beating but actually dropped their billy clubs so the off-duty officers could use them to beat the Panthers. According to the Times, 2 of the Panthers had blood gushing from their heads after the beating. New York Panther Chairman David Brothers, the Peace and Freedom Party nominee for the 12th Congressional District at the time, was kicked and stomped in the back more than 20 times. Panther section leader Tom McCreary suffered a fractured skull. 69. Catera, one of the Panthers in the delegation that day, recalled fleeing from the off-duty police who were beating them, with nowhere to turn. The Panthers finally got into an elevator and tried to go down, but the elevator went up. Everywhere they went, the off-duty police were waiting for them. They exited the elevator, and Judenford called the mayor's office but could not get through. They went to the offices of the Human Rights Commission and City Council but found no one there. They fled into another courtroom and asked the judge there for help. He finally called a court guard to escort the Panthers downstairs. When they went outside, the police were waiting for them, and the Panthers split up and ran. The police chased them. Catera made it into the subway and took off his beret and black shirt so that the off-duty police would not recognize him and was able to ride home safely. 70. The next day, Mayor John Lindsay and Police Commissioner Leary verified that off-duty policemen had participated in the attack, and they promised swift action, including criminal prosecution if that is warranted by the facts. 71. The day after the courtroom beating, a group of Panthers and their attorneys Kunstler and Gerald Lefcourt met with representatives of Mayor Lindsay's office and answered questions about the attack. 72. In the following days, the Panthers and their allies turned up the political and legal pressure. On September 7, the New York State NAACP called upon the district attorney to conduct a grand jury investigation into the beating. 73. 2 weeks later, Acting District Attorney Elliot Golden ordered a thorough grand jury investigation into the September 4 attack on Black Panthers in the Brooklyn Criminal Court. 74. On September 10, the Black Panther Party filed a suit in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, charging the New York City Police Department with systematic violence, intimidation, and humiliation, asking for community control of the police, and seeking injunctions forbidding the police from harassing Black Panthers. The National Lawyers Guild, the National Emergency Civil Liberties Committee, and the Law Center for Constitutional Rights all sponsored the suit. 75. The Panthers' web of support was widening. A couple days later, at 2:05 on the morning of September 12, another ambush of police occurred in Brooklyn. 2 officers were patrolling on Schenectady Avenue only a few feet from where the other 2 officers had been ambushed on August 2. Signs nearby announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the gunman who had shot the other officers. 2 blasts from a .308 rifle burst through the front windshield of the patrol car, injuring both officers and shattering the windows on the right side of the car. The officers were admitted to Kings County Hospital. 76. From coast to coast. At the time of the killings of Martin Luther King Jr. and Bobby Hutton in early April of 1968, the Black Panther Party was essentially a local organization based in Oakland, with a satellite chapter beginning to organize in Los Angeles. Although the Black Power ferment was brewing in most major U.S. cities, the party had not yet achieved national influence. This quickly changed in 1968. As Kathleen Cleaver later recalled, the murder of King changed the whole dynamic of the country. That is probably the single most significant event in terms of how the Panthers were perceived by the black community. 77. Seeking effective ways to advance their community's interests, young blacks flocked to the Black Panther Party and its politics of armed self-defense. The party did little recruiting. Instead, young activists from around the country contacted the party asking how they could join, and the party responded by opening new Black Panther offices in Los Angeles, New York, Seattle, and at least 17 other cities by the end of the year, including Albany, Bakersfield, Boston, Chicago, Denver, Des Moines, Detroit, Fresno, Indianapolis, Long Beach, Newark, Omaha, Peekskill, Philadelphia, Richmond, Sacramento, and San Diego. 78. Young blacks were drawn by the Panthers' strategy of armed self-defense against the police because it simultaneously gave them a powerful means to resist and was difficult to repress. Facing the resistance of organized and armed young blacks, police departments could no longer maintain brutal containment policing practices with impunity. By arming and organizing, and advocating revolution, Black Panthers challenged the legitimacy of the state. Yet the party remained above ground, refraining from overt direction of armed struggle. For example, Newton's Executive Mandate No. 3, issued from prison in March 1968, ordered all Panther members to obtain firearms, and to fire on anyone including police who attempted to enter their homes without peaceably producing a legal warrant. Without any offensive direction, the party thus created the conditions under which an increasing number of armed confrontations between Panthers and the police occurred. The party effectively argued to potential allies that these confrontations reflected the widespread pattern of oppression of blacks and that the only change was the Black Panthers' decision to claim their right to defend themselves. By framing this practice of armed self-defense as part of a global anti-imperialist struggle, the Panthers were able to draw broad support both from other black political organizations and from many non-blacks. These allies provided crucial financial, political, and legal support that enabled the Panthers to mount top-notch, unprecedented legal defenses against the many charges they faced, and they often won their cases in court. The Allied support the Panthers received not only enabled the party to grow but also demonstrated the efficacy of its politics. If the Panthers had simply been jailed and killed, with little Allied support, the party would have quickly dissolved. Instead, the Black Panther Party rapidly expanded to become the most influential black movement organization in the United States by December 1968. The insurgency was escalating. Part 3. Resilience. First you have free breakfasts, then you have free medical care, then you have free bus rides, and soon you have freedom. Fred Hampton, Deputy Chairman, Black Panther Party, Illinois. One of our primary aims in counterintelligence as it concerns the Black Panther Party is to keep this group isolated from the moderate black and white community which may support it. This is most emphatically pointed out in their Breakfast for Children program, where they are actively soliciting and receiving support from uninformed whites and moderate blacks. You state that the Bureau under the counterintelligence program should not attack programs of community interests such as the Black Panther Party Breakfast for Children. You state that this is because many prominent humanitarians, both white and black, are interested in the program as well as churches which are actively supporting it. You have obviously missed the point. J. Edgar Hoover to FBI Special Agent in Charge, San Francisco, May 27, 1969. You can kill a revolutionary, but you can't kill a revolution. Fred Hampton. 7. Breakfast. Polly Graham knew about hardship and struggle. In the 1940s, she had been part of a failed attempt to organize low-wage black workers in the R.J. Reynolds tobacco factory in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. But virulent anti-unionism, magnified by racism and anti-communist hysteria, had beaten that noble and long-forgotten effort. Almost 30 years later, on March 4, 1970, she opened the door of her rented home to find police handing her an eviction notice. Because the property had already been condemned in a legal hearing, she understood that she owed no rent until the landlord made the necessary repairs. The landlord believed and acted differently. Confronted with the seemingly impregnable power of the police, Polly Graham went to the local office of the Black Panther Party for help. The local Panthers immediately sprang into action, sending a contingent to Ms. Graham's home, where, with 2 armed Panthers standing guard, they replaced belongings that had been removed from the home by eviction police. In addition to resecuring Ms. Graham in her home, armed Panthers stood guard over the nearby homes of Pauline Greer and Minnie Bellamy to prevent similar evictions of these 2 elderly women. The neighborhood temperature reached a boil. A standoff ensued between the police, trying to carry out evictions, and the Panthers, trying to keep these elderly black women from being tossed from their homes. Other community activists joined the fray. Lee Fay Mack, emboldened by the Panther presence, encouraged the crowd to go get your pieces. A co-founder of Mothers for Black Liberation and a party advisor, Ms. Mack personified the increasingly tight bond between the poor and working-class black community of East Winston-Salem and the Panther Party. As Larry Little, the irrepressible leader of the local Panthers, recalled, after Ms. Mack spoke, even little old ladies went home and returned with their double-barrel shotguns to face down the eviction cops. Only after a third party paid Ms. Graham's rent did the standoff cool down. 1. Still, Winston-Salem's black community remained on edge. 3 months later, in June 1970, Sarah Alford seriously cut herself on a glass jar in the A&P supermarket in the Black Carver neighborhood. When Ms. Alford asked store management to pay for her anticipated medical bills, they refused. As word of the store's refusal spread, black outrage about the store's position sparked a community-wide boycott and picket of the local A&P. Larry Little told store officials, "Either you make the A&P relevant to the needs of the black community or get out." A protest against the store's disregard for Ms. Alford's injury escalated into a broader protest against discriminatory and disrespectful treatment endured by many black patrons of A&P. Protesters demanded that the store end its discriminatory hiring practices and employ blacks in substantial positions. The party and its supporters demanded that the store contribute to its free breakfast program, formerly known as the Free Breakfast for Children program. Eventually, the store relented and agreed to the demands, including payment of Ms. Alford's medical bills. 2. Reenacted countless times in black communities across the country, similar confrontations between the Panthers and authorities helped build strong local party chapters. Local party chapters frequently served as community sounding boards and social service agencies as black people's stewards deeply committed to social justice and community betterment. The party essentially said to the community, "Bring your concerns to us." And they did. Jamal, a Philadelphia Panther, recalled, "The offices were like buzzing beehives of black resistance. It was always busy, as people piled in starting at its 7:30 a.m. opening time and continuing till after nightfall. People came with every problem imaginable, and because our sworn duty was to serve the people, we took our commitment seriously. When people had been badly treated by the cops, or if parents were demanding a traffic light in North Philly streets where their children played, they came to our offices. In short, whatever our people's problems were, they became our problems. We didn't preach to the people, we worked with them." 3. Community members brought all kinds of disputes to the local party: job-related conflicts, evictions, rent struggles, gang violence, safety concerns, legal and criminal justice problems, consumer complaints, and issues with government social services, public and private utilities, and the underworld economy, numbers runners, pimps, prostitutes, drug dealers. If the local party judged that redress was necessary, it took action. In doing so, it provided community members with a vital source of remediation that was often unavailable from the state. Its actions, in turn, attracted more members and supporters. The party saw itself as inextricably tied to the local black community. The most critical aspect of the Black Panther message proved deceptively simple: "We are you, your problems are our problems." As one party comrade explained, the exploited people's needs are land, bread, housing, education, clothing, justice, and peace, and the Black Panther Party shall not, for a day, alienate ourselves from the masses and forget their needs for survival. 4. From guns to butter. By the fall of 1968, membership in the Black Panther Party was mushrooming. Local activists in cities throughout the country had heard of the Black Panther Party and contacted national headquarters wanting to join and start their own local chapters. Chief of Staff David Hilliard later recalled the deluge of calls from people asking to start a chapter. "We get calls all day long. Des Moines, Virginia Beach, Atlanta. Since we're 3 hours behind the East Coast, the requests often start as early as 8 a.m. 5. As party membership and influence grew, so did repressive action by the state. The party sought meaningful activities for members that would serve the community, strengthen the party, and improve its image in the public relations battle with the state. In this context, community programs quickly became a cornerstone of party activity nationwide. The Black Panther community programs began in early 1969 under Bobby Seale's leadership, marking an important transformation in the party's political practice. In the fall of 1968, Eldridge Cleaver went into exile to avoid returning to prison when his parole was revoked. 6. With Huey Newton in prison, Seale, a staunch advocate of community programs since his days working in the government poverty program in Oakland, became primarily responsible for setting party policy. 7. The Black Panther Party announced its intention to launch the Free Breakfast for Children program in Oakland in September 1968. The call for volunteers and donations went out before Christmas. 8. The party launched its first free breakfast program at Father Earl A. Neal's St. Augustine's Episcopal Church in West Oakland in late January 1969. Parishioner Ruth Beckford Smith coordinated the program. Beckford Smith first became interested in the Black Panthers while teaching Afro-Haitian dance to young women at the church, including Laverne Williams, Huey Newton's girlfriend. When the party decided to organize a breakfast for children at St. Augustine's, Beckford Smith volunteered to coordinate the program and helped organize it. The first day the program opened, it served 11 children. By the end of the week, the program was serving 135 children daily at St. Augustine's. The San Francisco Chronicle covered the program and reported the unspoken lesson children would learn: power in a community begins with people who care. 9. By March 1969, the Black Panthers opened another free breakfast for children program at the Sacred Heart Church in San Francisco's Fillmore District. 10. By April, the party reported feeding more than 1,200 children per day at 9 facilities in Oakland, San Francisco, and Vallejo in California, in Chicago, and in Des Moines, Iowa. 11. Seale went to prison that August, and David Hilliard, chief of staff of the party, took the reins of the national party organization. Hilliard continued to give priority to development of the Free Breakfast for Children program, and during his tenure, the program spread like wildfire, becoming the most important Panther activity. 12. By November, the party reported feeding children free breakfast daily in 23 cities across the country, from Seattle to Kansas City and New York. 13. At the height of the effort, between 1969 and 1971, at least 36 breakfast programs were operating nationwide with larger chapters, running multiple sites. 14. David Hilliard was born May 15, 1942, in rural Rockville, Alabama, the youngest of Lee and Leela Hilliard's 12 children. David's father always worked, often as a logger or tapping turpentine. His mother always worked when she was not nursing one of her babies. With such a large family, the Hilliards were poor, living in a 4-room shack without flush toilets and scraping together meals. As the baby of the family, David was protected. He became an independent thinker, quite stylish and averse to drudgery. Extremely willful in his dealings with the world, he remained exceptionally loyal and deferential to family elders. 15. Under Jim Crow, blacks were expected to kowtow to whites. The Hilliards, though, did not always comply. After a fight with a white man in the early 1950s, David's eldest brother, Bud, fled to Oakland, California. David later recalled being impressed by Martin Luther King and nonviolent civil rights activists but disagreeing with their approach. The passivity of the civil rights demonstrators contradicts my family's most fundamental belief: you don't stand idly by and be kicked, you fight for yourself. 16 When David was 11, his mother moved to Oakland to join Bud, bringing David and eventually other family members along. In Oakland, David became close friends with fellow elementary school student Huey Newton. This friendship eventually shaped the course of his life. At 17, he married his sweetheart, Patricia, dropped out of high school, and entered the workforce. Within 3 years, he and Patricia had 3 children, Patrice, Daryl, and Dorian. David Hilliard's ascent to party leadership was gradual. He was first and foremost loyal to Huey, his childhood friend. As he became increasingly involved in the party, the Panthers became his family. Until the summer of 1969, when he was thrust into primary party leadership, Hilliard was always deferential, following the lead of Huey, then Eldridge, then Bobby. He was not eager to participate in big, head-on confrontations with the state and did not participate much in the early patrols of police, the armed rallies in Richmond, the armed action in Sacramento, or later confrontations. He went along with Eldridge on the April 6, 1968, armed action only under duress. Rather than gravitating toward the military side of the party, Hilliard saw the party as one big extended family, building on the communal traditions he had experienced in the black rural South. He later recalled, "When I think about the influences that inspired the spirit and work of the Black Panther Party, the most important members of the party were imbued with the moral and spiritual values of their parents, and the work that went into the party, our dignity as an independent people, the communal ideal and practice that informed our programs, all stem in part from the civilization of which my mother and father were so representative a part." 17. In addition to his communal ethic, his working man's sense of organization, discipline, and efficiency gained during a work life that included laboring on the docks became an important characteristic of his leadership. He proved to be a good administrator, in constant communication with the diverse and rapidly growing local leadership of the party in cities across the country. He worked hard to keep the local chapters around the country united under a singular program. Under his leadership, the Panthers' community service programs flourished. And through the period of the greatest repression, the party continued to grow. Hilliard's leadership and especially the community programs he championed contributed significantly to that growth. During the year Hilliard served as the senior-ranking Panther not in prison or exile, from August 1969 through August 1970, the Black Panther Party developed an impressive array of community programs in Panther chapters throughout the country. These programs eventually included the Free Breakfast for Children program, Liberation Schools, free health clinics, the Free Food Distribution program, the Free Clothing program, Child Development Centers, the Free Shoe program, the Free Busing to Prison program, the Sickle Cell Anemia Research Foundation, Free Housing Cooperatives, the Free Pest Control program, the Free Plumbing and Maintenance program, Renters Assistance, Legal Aid, the Seniors Escorts program, and the Free Ambulance program. 18 Larger and more established chapters tended to run the most diverse range of programs. The histories of specific programs in local chapters were often episodic, at times short-lived, depending upon the strength and viability of a given chapter at a particular moment. Virtually all chapters ran at least a Free Breakfast for Children program at some point. The breakfast program quickly became an important public face of the party as well as its cornerstone activity. In 1969, it moved front and center for the party programmatically, politically, ideologically, and publicly. The party claimed to have fed 20,000 children in the 1968-69 school year and said it hoped to feed 100,000 in 1969-70.19. As the most respected and popular of the party's programs, former Detroit Panther Jonina Abram has observed, these breakfast services enjoyed widespread support within black neighborhoods. 20. The free breakfast for children programs adopted a rigorous common routine. Members had to be at the sites early in the morning, in time to prepare the food and be ready for the arriving children before they ate and then headed off to school. Transporting some of the children from home to the site and then to school was another vital yet often trying logistical job. While the children ate their meal, members taught them liberation lessons consisting of party messages and Black history. Miriam Maatkari Monges recalled that in the breakfast program at the Ralph Avenue Community Center in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn, party members and students cooked and served large pots of grits and eggs. We cajoled supermarkets for donations and we fed hundreds of children. Most importantly, we also nourished their minds with Black history lessons as they ate their meals. Sometimes we fed parents of the children. 21 The Brownsville breakfast program was not unique in its willingness to feed not just the hungry children but also other hungry community members. Feeding hundreds of kids a day and approximately 1,200 per week as the Los Angeles chapter did at one time demanded strong publicity, marketing, organizational, and executive skills. In Los Angeles, Flores Forbes notes, the organizing effort began with us going door to door in the projects, passing out free papers with leaflets advertising the program. We talked to parents, kids, and store owners near the projects. We explained why we had started the program, to help the kids grow and intellectually develop because children can't learn on an empty stomach. The breakfast program was an excellent organizing tool, helping us make friends and comrades in the projects. The response was overwhelming. All types of parents agreed to host and serve our efforts. We held the program in the homes of junkies, drug dealers, regular public assistance recipients, gamblers, and gangbangers. Store owners donated bread, eggs, bacon, sausage, milk, and paper products. In addition to our organizing activities, we cooked, served the food, knocked on doors to let the kids know which apartment the food was being served in, and on many an occasion made last-minute pickups of donations from stores. 22. Businesses donated food and supplies to the local breakfast programs for a mix of reasons, including altruism and the promotion of positive community relations. Businesses that chose not to help out faced the party's wrath. At times the Panthers' cajoling blended into harassment and strong-arming. Far more common were boycotts and pickets of businesses that refused to assist the programs. Equally common was the tactic of calling out, or publicly shaming, those who refused to help. Churches and other community-based organizations that refused to help, notably those who refused to sponsor or allow breakfast programs on their premises, faced similar treatment. For starters, the Panther newspaper and Panther representatives railed against the non-supportive businessperson or community leader as a capitalist pig. Other epithets included religious hypocrites, lying preachers and merchants, and avaricious businessmen. 23. Multiple ideological goals linked these programs, which, broadly speaking, helped to raise public consciousness about hunger and poverty in America. 24. More specifically, the free breakfast programs highlighted the fact that hunger impeded a child's ability to learn. Politically, the breakfasts shed light on the government's failure to address childhood poverty and hunger, pointing to the limits of the nation's war on poverty. The U.S. government spent only $600,000 on breakfast programs in all of 1967. Government-sponsored breakfast programs grew rapidly as the Panthers pioneered their free breakfast program. By 1972, government-sponsored breakfast programs were feeding 1.18 million children out of the approximately 5 million who qualified for such help. 25. Attacking the serious problem of childhood hunger was a way to win people's hearts and minds. While we might not need their direct assistance in waging armed revolution, acknowledged Forbes, we were hedging our bets that if we did, they would respond more favorably to a group of people looking out for their children's welfare. 26. The FBI and police agreed. In Baltimore, as in other places, they castigated these programs as a front for indoctrinating children with Panther propaganda. As a result, the national repression apparatus went into overdrive to destroy the free breakfast programs. Police and federal agents regularly harassed and intimidated program participants, supporters, and party workers and sought to scare away donors and organizations that housed the programs, like churches and community centers. Saifi Yahya Bukhari discovered that participation in one of the Harlem free breakfast programs fell off after the police spread a false rumor among black parents that the children were being fed poisoned food. A police disinformation campaign in Richmond, California, suggested that the party used the Free Breakfast for Children program to spread racism and to foment school riots. Student participation began to decline, forcing local Panther leaders to combat the official disinformation. 27. The police were not above raiding breakfast program locations, even while the children were eating. The Baltimore Panther branch was comparatively small, but as Judson L. Jeffries demonstrates, the branch endured an excessive amount of violent repression, and not even children were spared harassment by the police. One morning, the Baltimore police disrupted the children's breakfast, barging menacingly onto the premises. A witness recalled, "They walked around with their guns drawn and looked real mean." The children felt terrorized by the police. The police were like gangsters and thugs. The Black Panther explained that in Baltimore, the hired mercenary pig forces terrorized the community, the party, and especially the Free Breakfast for Children program. Ronald Davis, co-coordinator of the Baltimore program, reported that the foul minions of legal brutality and murder had encircled the church sponsoring the program. The police were, he wrote, armed to the teeth with the weaponry of the fascist war machine. After holding the people in check, with guns, the pigs proceeded to force their way into the children's breakfast program under the false excuse of looking for suspects. Once the Gestapo shock troopers left the breakfast hall, they kicked in the door of Sister Angeline Edison, a former member of the party, and kidnapped her and her son from her home with guns pointed at her and surrounding her, all under the pretentious lies of justice. 28. Healthcare and beyond. The success of the Panthers' Free Breakfast for Children program led the party to initiate free health clinics and a range of other community programs. Many blacks were poorly served by the healthcare system, and some had never seen a doctor. Despite the healthcare initiatives within the federal government's war on poverty, particularly the newly created neighborhood health centers targeting the needs of inner-city communities, many residents in these communities received only limited, if any, healthcare attention. 29. In response, the party created a series of free medical clinics across the country. These clinics relied on the volunteer services of local doctors, medical students, interns, residents, nurses, and community folk, as well as donated or low-rent clinic space. These public Panther-run clinics, such as those in Berkeley and Cleveland, offered services to all who came, black and non-black alike. In some cities, like Baltimore, the party formed coalitions with like-minded individuals and groups to run free clinics in the community. 30. For the party, the focus was plain and urgent: to address within its limited resources the pressing healthcare concerns of poor black communities that sorely lacked adequate medical facilities and professionals. Clinic services included first aid care, physical examinations, prenatal care, and testing for lead poisoning, high blood pressure, and sickle cell anemia. If necessary, clinicians referred patients to specialists for follow-up care. There were at least 11 such clinics, including those in Kansas City, Seattle, and New Haven. Chicago's Spurgeon Jake Winters Free Medical Care Center was one of the best-run and most respected Panther health clinics, serving over 2,000 people in its initial 2 months. Medical teams from the Winters Clinic went door-to-door assisting people with their health problems, according to Abram. The clinic's staff included obstetricians, gynecologists, pediatricians, and general practitioners. Milwaukee's People's Free Health Center emphasized preventive medicine and healthcare education on sickle cell anemia, drug abuse, children's health, and birth control, as well as free healthcare screenings. The clinic also sponsored discussions on black social relations, including relations between black women and men, and concerns of black youth. 31. The party's sickle cell anemia testing program and its Sickle Cell Anemia Research Foundation made a serious contribution to black health care in America. The party worked hard to publicize the seriousness of the disease, which afflicts about 1 in 500 African Americans. 32 Before the Panthers launched a public awareness campaign in 1971, black and mainstream awareness of the disease was limited. After the Panthers' publicity offensive on behalf of battling the disease, more and more blacks learned of the disease and got tested for it. In the Panther clinics, healthcare professionals referred those with the disease or with the sickle cell trait for further counseling and, if necessary, treatment. The Panther's Sickle Cell Anemia Research Foundation provided a public face to the disease, promoting pioneering work that led to advances in scientific understanding and medical treatment of the disease. 33. The party's healthcare programs included efforts to combat drug addiction. Often led by ex-drug addicts who worked with the party, these initiatives focused on treatment and rehabilitation. In Boston's South End neighborhood, Project Concern was run by ex-addicts who have acquired a political consciousness and therefore realize the necessity of quitting drugs in order to survive. The party lauded the project's ideological thrust as well as its health advocacy and gave special praise to the brothers who ran and participated in the program. These brothers built their program on the revolutionary ideology of capitalism plus dope equals genocide. Dope, they argued, was part of the oppressor's plan to ensure our enslavement. A similar initiative, People for the People, offered drug control and education in the heavily drug-infested community of Corona East Elmhurst in Queens, New York. 34. Despite these successes, state repression continued. Local police and the FBI worked to undermine the party's health clinics and the Panthers' healthcare activism. In 1971, Cleveland Panthers worked hard to transform their health clinic into a larger People's Free Health Clinic. On August 18 that year, a dynamite explosion severely damaged the clinic. The blast was widely believed to be the handiwork of the state, and Panther Jimmy Slater suggested that the police and FBI counterintelligence were responsible for blowing up the clinic, though definitive proof is lacking. Any positive program that served and mobilized the community was attacked. It was one of the things we had going on that served a lot of people who needed free medical aid, and it was attacked to undermine the party's efforts. 35. That same summer, early Sunday morning on July 5, the party's Franklin Lynch People's Free Health Center in Boston was hit by 13 shots, causing limited damage. Due to the loud noise of the July 4th fireworks and firecrackers, the attack went undetected until early Sunday morning. The shots were allegedly fired by local police, and clinic patrons and workers, community folk, and party members were outraged. The Boston Party chapter resolved that the strength, the love, and determination of the people has built the Free Health Center up to what it is today, and the same strength, love, and devotion of the people will make the Free Health Center stand up to future attacks by Mayor White's Gestapo Pig Force. 36. The party's advocacy of public health care for blacks revealed the group's deep commitment to a holistic view of health that was both environmental and physical. For the party, the well-being of individual black bodies and the collective black community reflected the overall welfare of the larger black body politic. Improving the health status of blacks thus went hand in hand with improving their political, economic, and social status. In the party's view, black political activism and black public health activism were interwoven. Complementing the party's healthcare activism were several programs that addressed the most basic material needs of poor black communities. The Free Food Distribution Program, the Free Clothing Program, and the Free Shoe Program were extremely well received. Also popular were targeted giveaway initiatives featuring free food, clothing, and shoes, sometimes in conjunction with a party rally. Free food rallies organized by the Winston-Salem Black Panther Party chapter inaugurated the Joseph Waddell Free Food Program to honor a beloved comrade who had died in state prison under suspicious circumstances. One rally drew over 2,000 people to the Kimberly Park Housing Project, where party members gave out free food and shoes for children. 37. A lack of adequate ambulance services was an especially galling problem in Black Winston-Salem. On October 17, 1970, 15-year-old Alan Snake Dendy was shot and then died when the drivers of the county ambulance that arrived on the scene refused to move his body, claiming they lacked authorization to do so. Responding to community outrage at the injustice, the local Panther chapter swung into action. By June 1971, the group had acquired an old hearse that it retrofitted as an ambulance. Party members had already been taking emergency medical technician, EMT, and first aid classes at Surrey Community College, and by summer's end, they were certified as EMTs. The chapter was thus able to begin operating its own ambulance before the year was out. 38. The free emergency ambulance service was a big success and was named the Joseph Waddell People's Free Ambulance Service to commemorate the Panther's recently deceased comrade. Waddell's $7,000 life insurance death benefit went to the local chapter, which used the money to subsidize the free ambulance program. Operating for over 2 years, the service at its height featured 24-hour service and 20 certified EMTs who were party members. The Forsyth County Commissioners granted the chapter a franchise to operate. 39. Another popular Panther effort, the free busing to prison program, helped incarcerated blacks stay connected to their families and communities. Because so many inner-city blacks could not afford transportation to and from prisons, which were often located in out-of-the-way rural sites, to visit relatives and friends, the busing program proved very popular, though it was expensive to maintain and suffered from chronic underfunding and persistent state efforts to destroy it. 40 The busing program had multiple political aims. First, it helped sustain connections between imprisoned blacks and their home communities. Just because a brother or sister commits a crime, is it correct for them to be cut off from their loved ones, friends, and community with no communication? Asked Milwaukee's Ronald Stark. 41. Another aim of the free busing to prison program was to highlight the unjust incarceration of a disproportionate number of blacks and bring attention to the wrongful imprisonment of Panthers and other black political prisoners through bogus charges. The Panthers also sought to expose the alarming racism underlying these wrongs, an entire criminal injustice system for blacks and poor people. The extreme state repression of the party, the unjust imprisonment of so many party members, and the devastating consequences of both only heightened the ideological and practical significance of the party's free busing to prison program. 42. After becoming a member of the Detroit branch, Jonina Abron's involvement in the busing program introduced her to the party's other community service programs. I drove one of the vans that transported families to visit their incarcerated relatives at Jackson State Prison. Having grown up as the sheltered daughter of a minister and a music teacher, I was overwhelmed by my experience at Jackson State Prison, which was my first visit to a penitentiary. Another service that the Black Panther Party provided for prison inmates was the free commissary program. Party members secured donations of personal hygiene items and non-perishable foods and sent care packages to prisoners. The party also offered attorney referral services for prison inmates. 43. Just as the party's free medical clinics at times led to cooperation with local allies and outlasted the party's active involvement, several of the free busing to prison programs lived beyond the party. In Cleveland, for instance, Panther Joanne Bray's work with the party's free busing to prison program continued after the local party itself collapsed. With ongoing community support and a $16,000 grant, Bray was able to keep the buses running for several years in the 1970s, changing the program's name to the People's Busing Program and charging a small fee. 44. Panthers at all levels and from all class backgrounds had endured the racism of public schools and knew firsthand the crying need to remake fundamentally black public school education. The Black Panther Party thus committed itself to a relevant and empowering education for black children. Point 5 of the party's platform demanded an education that exposes the true nature of this decadent American society and teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. Such an education had to be probing and affirmative. It had to create highly skilled citizens dedicated to advancing the best interests of the black nation within the American nation. Building upon the tradition of black self-empowerment, alternative black schools dotted the progressive landscape before the Panthers came on the scene. The citizenship schools of the civil rights movement, led by Septima Clark, helped many blacks master the knowledge and mechanics necessary to register to vote in the South before the Voting Rights Act. Freedom Summer 1964 in Mississippi featured a series of freedom schools that taught the fundamentals alongside black history and culture as well as the civil rights movement's ideology and goals. These efforts contributed to the larger social changes transforming Mississippi and the rest of the former Confederacy. 45. The Panthers' liberation schools extended this tradition by insisting on a Black Power revolution, the inclusion of black perspectives, experiences, and knowledge in the formal and informal school curricula. The liberation schools typically served children in kindergarten through the 8th grade and included meals, social welfare help for needy students and families, and extended hours. These schools also featured black history and culture, a diverse and rich academic and political curriculum, and lessons in the party's ideology, goals, and activities. Whereas the party saw these schools as training grounds for well-equipped citizens, sensitive to issues of class, race, and socialism, the Black Panther Party's enemies, principally state and federal governments, saw them as purveyors of anti-American and anti-white propaganda. The Panthers launched at least 9 liberation schools across the nation, from Seattle to the Bronx, with the first established in Berkeley in June 1969. These institutions varied in longevity, structure, substance, and effectiveness. Because of the party's emphasis on education and the Panthers' own often negative experiences with the mainstream education system, party members labored hard and long to make these schools effective. Still, government misinformation and bad publicity led to the demise of several efforts, such as Black Panther Party sponsored liberation schools in Des Moines and Omaha. 46. Variations on the Panthers' central educational model sprouted up throughout the United States. Building upon the party's broader community-based educational work, the Philadelphia chapter sponsored a People's Free Library that featured texts by black authors. In the summer of 1970, the Cleveland chapter ran a summer liberation school with meals and 10 hours of instruction for 25 children. In Brooklyn, the local party ran a liberation school that supplemented the basics with an Afrocentric focus. According to Miriam Monges, the schools emphasized rudimentary aspects of the Afrocentric paradigm. We taught African history lessons and sponsored African dance classes. 47. The most substantial and successful party liberation school was the flagship Intercommunal Youth Institute, IYI, in Oakland. Founded in January 1971, the school graduated its first class in 1974 and lasted through 1982, well after the rest of the Black Panther Party organization had disintegrated. The IYI's first class had 28 students, most of whom were children of party members. At its height, the school had a waiting list of 400. Working with students from ages 2.5 to 11, the faculty, led from 1973 to 1981 by Erica Huggins and a strong group of mostly women teachers, taught a demanding program to a student body with wide-ranging abilities and often challenging backgrounds. 48. Adopting a pedagogy that grouped students by ability and achievement rather than by age, the IYI sought to do its best by each student. The party provided meals to students, and when the school expanded to encompass a middle school, it provided housing for some of the older children. The school also at times hosted other programs, including a GED, high school equivalency, program and instruction in martial arts. At its height, the school was commended by Governor Jerry Brown and the California State Assembly for having set the standard for the highest level of elementary education. 49. Shifting gender dynamics. Women were a pivotal force in the Panthers, at times constituting a majority of the party's membership. Panther women energized the local branches and played a central role in creating the indigenous culture of struggle that gave the local chapters their resonance and distinctiveness. They kept the community programs alive and did most of the painstaking day-to-day social labor necessary to sustain the chapters. Providing informal child care networks and daycare centers, assisting elderly and infirm community members with their housing, food, medical, and even more personal concerns were generally the province of Panther women. The party heavily recruited women to staff programs like the Free Breakfast for Children program, where women, notably mothers, garnered special praise for their work. Reflecting traditional gender norms, the party newspaper enthusiastically endorsed these kinds of programs as fundamentally maternalist, particularly well suited to mothers, and by extension to women's sensibilities and commitments. 50. In its early years, especially before 1968 and the explosive subsequent growth in party membership, the organization was largely male. The Black Panther Party got its start as a male-centered, male-dominated organization. 51. The group's initial rhetorical and programmatic emphasis on arming members for self-defense, organizing the Brothers on the Block, and revitalizing black manhood highlighted the party's masculinism. Even after women began to join the party en masse in 1968 and the struggle to achieve gender equity intensified, the party never overcame what Tracy Matthews has aptly called its masculine public identity. Nevertheless, Frankie Malika Adams, speaking from her experiences at the grassroots level and reflecting a widely held view among party members, noted, "Women ran the Black Panther Party pretty much. I don't know how it came to be a male's party or thought of as being a male's party. Because these things, when you really look at it in terms of society, these things are looked on as being women's things. Feeding children, taking care of the sick. We actually ran the party's programs." 52. The gendering of the party's community programs as female and the public face of the party as male became entrenched for two major reasons. First, the party's continuing masculinism and the society's deeply ingrained gender norms undercut the women's serious battles against sexism within the party. Second, even as women's participation became increasingly central to the operation of the party and questions of gender equity loomed large, the party had no formal and effective mechanisms to root out sexism and misogyny. Consequently, despite the Panthers' anti-sexist rhetoric and the efforts of many Panther men and women to confront these ongoing problems, the problems persisted. Erica Huggins recalls visiting a local chapter where women prepared the food and then waited in the kitchen until Panther men had eaten before serving themselves, a dynamic she quickly ended. 53. Just as the lure of guns proved compelling for many recruits, both women and men, community service programs brought innumerable men and women into the party and actively engaged large numbers of Panthers of both genders. Indeed, while women often ran many of the Free Breakfast for Children programs, male participation in the programs was widespread, sensitizing innumerable Panther men to the importance of family, children, and gender issues for the party as well as for black communities and the larger society. The Free Breakfast for Children program specifically and the community service programs generally provided a powerful counter to the misleading stereotype of the party as a bunch of gun-toting men. Many of the party members who served black communities in the Free Breakfast and other community programs lived in low-cost, no-frills communal arrangements within black communities known as Panther Pads or Panther Cribs. To the extent that these homes operated along egalitarian and democratic lines, they worked for all involved. In part, Panther Pads reflected the party's critique of conventional familial norms. As Huey Newton once noted, the traditional nuclear family in particular and conventional familial norms in general were imprisoning, enslaving, and suffocating. 54. The party's open and non-monogamous communal living arrangements aimed to offer freer and more fulfilling lives. In fact, these Panther Pads often perpetuated the very practices they were supposed to alleviate, reinscribing male privilege and sexist attitudes. Thus, women were primarily responsible for housework and bore the brunt of the responsibility for open relationships with men, taking on family planning and reproductive concerns, notably birth control and abortions. Similarly, pregnancy and childcare were primarily women's responsibility, so single mothers with children were often expected to pull the same load as their single and childless comrades. Rather than ushering in greater gender and sexual equality, these Panther Pads all too often replicated gender and sexual inequality. 55. The politics of community service. The party's community service programs were fundamentally political programs as well as socio-economic ones and were thus vital to the party's developing political ideology and practices. Writing in 1969, Bobby Seale maintained that the programs were not reform programs but revolutionary, community, socialistic programs. This distinction by casting the programs as part of a broader insurgency to change the American capitalist system to a more equitable socialist one was crucial to the party's political and ideological integrity. In the Panther's view, the programs were revolutionary, not reformist. As Seale explained, a revolutionary program is one set forth by revolutionaries, by those who want to change the existing system to a better one, whereas a reform program is set up by the existing exploitative system as an appeasing handout, to fool the people and to keep them quiet. Examples of these programs are poverty programs, youth work programs, and things like that. 56. The party's community-based revolutionary ethos epitomized the pervasive desire within Black power movements to empower Black communities. The party attracted large numbers of members and supporters, from various classes and races, who wanted to be part of a dynamic liberation movement rooted in the day-to-day struggles of ordinary Black people, most of whom were poor and working class. Unlike the Niagara Movement, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or the Urban League, Miriam Monges reminds us, the party's origins lie enmeshed among the Black downtrodden. Black Panther Party offices were always located in the center of low-income areas of African American communities. 57. The short-lived and all-Black Niagara Movement, 1905-9, the interracial NAACP, 1909-present, and the Interracial Urban League, 1911-present, all began as middle-class-led movements. The Black Panther Party, as a movement primarily identified with the Black working class and underclass, linked itself to movements like the Nation of Islam, Garveyism, and varieties of Black worker and union-based activism dating back to the 19th century. 58. Through direct service to the community, the Panthers accomplished several pressing functions. First, the services provided concrete aid to an impressive number and cross-section of folk whites, Blacks, and other people of color, materializing the notion of service to the community. In addition to providing their own labor, the Panthers generated alternative bases of funding and resources to serve impoverished communities, collecting individual and local business donations. Second, these programs accomplished crucial educational and political work within communities, conveying the insufficiency of the capitalist welfare state to meet even the most basic needs of its citizens, especially its Black citizens. As Ryan Nissim Sabat has pointed out, the piecemeal yet serious efforts of these community programs represented a broader offensive to compensate for the inadequate institutions of the state and to raise the consciousness of people in their local communities. 59. As Yvonne King, Deputy of Labor in the party's Chicago chapter, observed in the spring of 1969, hunger among school children illustrates one of the basic contradictions in American society. America is one of the richest nations in the world, able to send countless numbers of rockets into space at the drop of a dollar, yet people are starving. 60. The Free Breakfast for Children program in particular enabled the party to crystallize these stark contradictions and heighten Black awareness of such structural inequities. This deepening awareness then pushed Black communities to create other programs to ameliorate the crushing problems stemming from systemic inequalities. Third, the Panthers programs expanded communities' understanding of the process of grassroots institutional development, how to create and sustain their own much-needed institutions from the ground up. Building upon these communities' tradition of active self-help, the party revitalized and modeled grassroots Black community development and institution building. Its programs offered concrete examples of Black Power's vision of community empowerment. The ultimate goal of these institutions was clear: self-determination. Empowering Black communities to take control of their own affairs and manage them in their best interests was central to the party's social service programs. Fourth, these programs not only kept the party alive in the face of awesome state repression, they also initially enabled it to grow during these trying times. Party members' arduous work with very little formal remuneration, particularly in the breakfast programs and free medical clinics, won the Panthers strong support in black communities and contributed substantially to the party's street credibility. This vital work likewise had strong support from liberal and progressive blacks and whites. The party's emphasis on direct community service as a means of advancing black community self-determination and ameliorating the ills besetting them linked it to the historic organizing tradition of the black liberation struggle. Just as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee's extraordinary organizing work helped galvanize the Southern civil rights movement, the Panthers' organizing efforts were vital to galvanizing the national black liberation struggle. 61 The social service programs linked the party's organizing work to a long tradition, including the work of organizations like the post-war Nation of Islam, with its successful rehabilitation programs for black male prisoners, exemplified by the rehabilitation of Malcolm X. 62 These kinds of formal programs constituted concrete steps to advance the best interests of the black nation within the American nation. Black Panthers saw their own community-based programs as part of their commitment to a black nation-building project, an expression of the party's revolutionary nationalism. Even as the state wrenched into overdrive to decimate the party in 1969 and 1970, the community service programs attracted innumerable new party members and supporters and enabled the party to keep growing. Jimmy Slater explained that he joined the Cleveland chapter because of the many different positive programs sponsored by the party. 63 Flores A. Forbes noted that the work I most enjoyed was the community service programs, particularly the free breakfast programs for children in the 4 main Watts housing projects. 64. The state marshaled its vast and enormous powers and labored overtime to destroy the party. In late August 1970, a series of Gestapo-like raids of several Panther headquarters by the notorious Philadelphia police proved disastrous for the party, causing extensive property loss and damage and subjecting arrested party members to humiliating public strip searches in front of the media and the community. Still, the community did not abandon the party. Instead, in early September, ignoring police orders, community members labored to return the North Philadelphia office to a habitable state. Clarence Peterson remembered, "It was the most beautiful experience I've ever had in my whole life. I really cried because the people opened up our offices again. We did not think our office would open again. The people in the community put everything back in the office. They put furniture back. They fed us for about a week. They kept our kids. It was something that I have never seen or heard of before. It was really something. It was out of sight. They told the cops that these are our Panthers, so leave them alone." 65 Precisely because the Panthers responded as best they could to the pressing concerns of their home communities, these communities embraced their Panthers, and the ties between local Panthers and local communities deepened. This deepening support came just in time. 8. Law and Order. On Sunday night, September 8, 1968, Newton was convicted of manslaughter in the killing of Officer Frey and sentenced to 2 to 15 years in prison. He was acquitted of wounding the other officer. Many Panthers and their supporters were disappointed that their efforts had not saved Huey. Newton's lawyer, Charles Gary, promised to appeal the decision. According to the New York Times, many police saw the sentence differently and wanted Newton executed for the killing of Frey. About 30 hours after Newton's conviction, at 1:30 in the morning on September 10, 2 white on-duty uniformed police officers shot up the windows and office of the Black Panther headquarters at 4421 Grove Street in Oakland. Residents of the area awoke to the sound of gunfire. Witnesses who saw the shooting said that the police shot at the office from inside their parked car, across 4 lanes of Grove Street. According to police sources, the officers fired more than a dozen bullets. The pattern of the bullet holes left by the shooting suggested that the officers were aiming at a poster of Newton in the wicker throne in the office front window. 1. Insurgency destabilizes traditional political arrangements, forcing various constituencies to take sides on contentious issues and leading to realignments. Such realignments are often accompanied by brutal attempts by traditional authorities to repress insurgents. In the United States in 1968, just such a political realignment took place. By 1968, the broad insurgency of which the Panthers were part, encompassing the ghetto rebellions and draft resistance, made status quo political arrangements ungovernable. The governing Democratic coalition split along two axes: race and the Vietnam War. In the 1968 presidential election, Republican Richard Nixon seized the day with a law and order platform that attacked the Democrats by attacking the insurgents. Nixon's victory that year brought increasingly virulent state repression of the Black Panthers alongside broad alienation of blacks and liberals. COINTELPRO. Even before Nixon's election, as the Black Panther Party mobilized young blacks in cities across the country, the federal government had targeted the party for concerted repressive action. From the inception of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 1908, the agency had targeted both leftists and black political organizations for covert investigation and at times disruption. Prime targets included Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, the Communist Party, the Wobblies, Industrial Workers of the World, and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. 2 In 1956, the FBI formalized and consolidated its disruptive, rather than intelligence-gathering, activities into the first Counterintelligence Program, or COINTELPRO, specifically targeting the Communist Party USA. 3. During the early days of the civil rights movement, the FBI assiduously monitored the activities of civil rights activists but did little to protect them from illegal violence and sometimes zealously prosecuted movement leaders. Yet through 1963, the FBI did little to actively and directly repress the civil rights movement. 4 However, by the end of 1963, as the movement attained international coverage and support, the FBI had undertaken extensive efforts to hound and discredit Martin Luther King Jr., and it continued this activity until his death 5 years later. The agency disseminated damning information, some obtained through spying and some fabricated to political leaders, funders, allies, churches, and journalists, alleging, for example, that King was under communist influence or that he was having extramarital affairs. Sometimes the FBI alleged misappropriation of funds or various forms of hypocrisy. Though the FBI persisted in its efforts to discredit King, the campaign against him waned from December 1964 until 1967, when he came out against the Vietnam War. 5. In the summer of 1967, the FBI dramatically shifted the direction and intensity of its repression of black political organizations. In the summer of 1966, Stokely Carmichael first called for black power, and the black liberation struggle entered a new phase. Organizations like the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Revolutionary Action Movement declared common cause with the Vietnamese in opposing the American Empire. By the following year, the tenor of the movement had become more nationalist and more confrontational. Urban rebellions raged in ghettos throughout the country. In Newark and Detroit, participants in the rebellions proclaimed black nationalist goals and called for armed resistance against the state. Thousands of young blacks rebelled. On April 4, 1967, Martin Luther King Jr. joined the younger generation of black movement leaders in publicly denouncing U.S. involvement in the war in Vietnam. 6. Many in the federal government believed the growing black rebellion constituted a threat to the internal security of the country. On August 25, 1967, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover sent a memo to 23 FBI field offices around the country instructing agents to initiate counterintelligence activities against black nationalist organizations. Offices receiving copies of this letter are instructed to immediately establish a control file, and to assign responsibility for following and coordinating this new counterintelligence program to an experienced and imaginative special agent well versed in investigations relating to black nationalist, hate-type organizations. The purpose of this new counterintelligence endeavor is to expose, disrupt, misdirect, discredit, or otherwise neutralize the activities of black nationalist, hate-type organizations and groupings, their leadership, spokesmen, membership, and supporters. Efforts of various groups to consolidate their forces or to recruit new or youthful adherents must be frustrated. 7. The memo targeted 6 black nationalist hate-type organizations. Most revealing was the inclusion of King's Southern Christian Leadership Conference on the list. This was noteworthy because King and the other Christian ministers in the SCLC continued to call for nonviolence and rejected black nationalism outright, advocating instead for reforms within the political framework of the United States that would address the plight of blacks and other poor and dispossessed Americans. After the defeat of Jim Crow in the mid-1960s, King and the SCLC redirected their efforts and sought to heed the concerns of young blacks, calling for redress of the problems of poverty and for an end to the Vietnam War. In Hoover's view, these political positions qualified the SCLC as a leading black nationalist, hate-type organization and a dire threat to national security. 8 The Black Panther Party, at the time still a local organization in the Oakland Bay Area, was not mentioned. On March 4, 1968, J. Edgar Hoover expanded the COINTELPRO against black nationalists to 41 field offices, and in a new memo established the following 5 long-term goals for the program. Prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups. In unity there is strength, a truism that is no less valid for all its triteness. An effective coalition of black nationalist groups might be the first step toward a real Mau Mau in America, the beginning of a true black revolution. Prevent the rise of a messiah who could unify, and electrify, the militant black nationalist movement. Malcolm X might have been such a messiah, he is the martyr of the movement today. Martin Luther King, Stokely Carmichael, and Elijah Muhammad all aspire to this position. Elijah Muhammad is less of a threat because of his age. King could be a very real contender for this position should he abandon his supposed obedience to white, liberal doctrines, nonviolence, and embrace black nationalism. Carmichael has the necessary charisma to be a real threat in this way. Prevent violence on the part of black nationalist groups. This is of primary importance, and is, of course, a goal of our investigative activity. It should also be a goal of the counterintelligence program. Through counterintelligence it should be possible to pinpoint potential troublemakers and neutralize them before they exercise their potential for violence. Prevent militant black nationalist groups and leaders from gaining respectability, by discrediting them to 3 separate segments of the community. The goal of discrediting black nationalists must be handled tactically in 3 ways. You must discredit these groups and individuals to, first, the responsible Negro community. Second, they must be discredited to the white community, both the responsible community and to liberals who have vestiges of sympathy for militant black nationalists simply because they are Negroes. Third, these groups must be discredited in the eyes of Negro radicals, the followers of the movement. This last area requires entirely different tactics from the first 2. Publicity about violent tendencies and radical statements merely enhances black nationalists to the last group, it adds respectability in a different way. A final goal should be to prevent the long-range growth of militant black nationalist organizations, especially among youth. Specific tactics to prevent these groups from converting young people must be developed. 9. 1 month later to the day, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. Following the assassinations of King and Bobby Hutton, the Black Panther Party quickly spread across the country and attained tremendous influence. By the fall of 1968, the party had clearly emerged as the nation's leading black movement organization. The party's rhetoric and ideology did not change significantly in this period, nor did its tactics. The party was no more militant in action or rhetoric in September 1968 than it had been in March. What changed was the party's influence, its growing national scope, and the political challenge it now posed to the status quo. While the FBI did not mention the Black Panther Party in earlier COINTELPRO memos targeting black nationalist organizations, the agency now began to focus its attention on the Panthers. According to an FBI internal memo in September 1968, the extremist Black Panther Party of Oakland, California, is rapidly expanding. It is essential that we not only accelerate our investigations of this organization, and increase our informants in the organization, but that we take action under the counterintelligence program to disrupt the group. The attached letter will instruct the field to submit positive suggestions as to actions to be taken to thwart and disrupt the party. These suggestions are to create factionalism between not only the national leaders but also local leaders, steps to neutralize all organizational efforts of the Black Panther Party, as well as create suspicion amongst the leaders as to each other's sources of finances, suspicion concerning their respective spouses, and suspicion as to who may be cooperating with law enforcement. In addition, suspicion should be developed as to who may be attempting to gain control of the organization for their own private betterment, as well as suggestions as to the best method of exploiting the foreign visits made by party members. We are also soliciting recommendations as to the best method of creating opposition to the Black Panther Party on the part of the majority of the residents of the ghetto areas. Point 10. The hawk is dead. Even as the federal government targeted the Black Panther Party for intensive repression in 1968, deepening cleavages in the ruling Democratic Party coalition increased the salience of the Panthers' politics. The divide in the Democratic coalition over the politics of race was not new. In the early 1960s, the civil rights movement had forced the National Democratic Party's hand on the question of civil rights for blacks. President Lyndon Johnson's support of civil rights won broad support but alienated many Southern Democrats. Johnson had won the presidency in a landslide in 1964, winning every state but 5 in the Deep South and Arizona. The ongoing black liberation struggle in the mid-1960s deepened the divisions over race in the Democratic coalition. Liberals in the Democratic Party supported full equal civil rights for blacks but could not support calls for black self-determination by the younger generation of black power activists. Conversely, many traditional Southern Democrats assailed liberals for encouraging rebellion and called for uncompromising repression of black activists. The mid-1960s also brought a new divide over the Vietnam War. The public came to oppose the war, with one Gallup poll showing that 58% believed the war was a mistake by October 1968.11. President Johnson's difficulty appeasing opponents of the war had first become serious in 1967 with the spread of draft resistance. Johnson could not simply ignore the draft resistance as he had earlier shrugged off more passive protests against the war. The card burning and induction refusals challenged his leadership. Consequently, the president sought to discredit the anti-war movement. He repeatedly pressed the FBI and Central Intelligence Agency to investigate links between the anti-war movement and foreign governments. His administration leaked allegations to the press about Martin Luther King Jr.'s communist aides and the communist affiliations of other leading anti-war organizers in order to discredit the protest among liberals. But these efforts failed. While many Americans said they opposed the militancy of the draft resistors, the draft resistance movement ate away at Johnson's credibility. Point 12. The draft resistance movement challenged the legitimacy of the war. The anti-imperialist idea that the Vietnamese were fighting for their liberation contradicted the administration's assertion that the North Vietnamese National Liberation Front, NLF, or Viet Cong, was unpopular and would be rapidly defeated. Like the civil rights movement, the militancy of the draft resistance forced the federal government to intervene to maintain social order. Also, like the civil rights movement, the protests increasingly resonated with popular sympathies. By December 1967, support for the war was declining. Some 45% of people polled thought the Vietnam War was a mistake. Point 13. But unlike the civil rights movement, draft resistance specifically violated federal rather than local policies. After the Pentagon protests, with graphic challenges to Johnson's leadership and no end of the war in sight, support for Johnson's handling of the war fell to a low of 28%. A week later, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara told Johnson that he strongly disapproved of the president's Vietnam policy and resigned. Criticism in the press ballooned, and challenges in Congress became bolder. In November 1967, Minnesota Senator Eugene McCarthy defied political convention and announced that he would seek the Democratic Party nomination for the 1968 presidential election, thereby challenging the incumbent president from his own party. McCarthy framed his campaign almost entirely as a crusade against the war in Vietnam. Point 14. Increasingly worried that the anti-war movement was eroding confidence in both his leadership and the war effort, Johnson launched a public relations campaign to allay public fears about the war's progress. The handsome young General William Westmoreland was particularly effective, assuring TV audiences he was very, very encouraged that the United States was making real progress. 15. Then came the Tet Offensive. Without warning, on the eve of Tet, the Vietnamese New Year, January 30, 1968, the National Liberation Front simultaneously attacked the U.S.-supported Vietnamese government in 36 of the 44 provincial capitals of South Vietnam, causing a widespread breakdown in government authority and suspension of the constitutional process by South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van Thieu. In the South Vietnamese capital of Saigon, NLF forces penetrated the supposedly invulnerable U.S. embassy, and the press carried pictures of American soldiers lying dead inside the compound. In 4 days of fighting, 281 American troops were killed and 1,195 were wounded. Fighting persisted in Saigon for a week. In Hue, the former imperial capital in central Vietnam, the NLF seized power. It took 3 weeks of aerial bombing and the destruction of 18,000 of the 20,000 houses in Hue for U.S. allies to reclaim the city. All told, at least 12,000 Vietnamese civilians were killed and countless refugees had to be evacuated to restore order in South Vietnam. 16. In the United States, the reports of the Tet Offensive intensified public concern that the war was wrong and that it would be long and bloody and cost many more American